Okay, can we start? And I really would like to ask Thomas to stop sharing our slides. Thank you. And now, really, it's a big pleasure for me to open our annual international conference, Advanced Learning Technologies and Applications. And in this year, we have motto, from distance to hybrid learning. I'm so sorry, but we can't invite you to our big and nice building, Santa Cavalli, because of COVID. But anyway, virtual space opening us a possibility to meet each other. 18 years ago, I made first speech, an opening speech in it was TELDA conference, later on ALTA conference, again, Advanced Learning Technologies and Application. And today we have a lot of participants from different countries. Later on, I will present agenda in more detailed format. And now I would like to ask our Associated Professor Kristina Ukver-Bergini. She's Director of Academic Affairs Department at Kaunas University of Technology, for welcome words. Kristina, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Danguolė, and good morning, dear participants and guests. It is a great pleasure for me on behalf of Kaunas University of Technology to welcome you all to virtual Kaunas, unfortunately this year, but the topic is relevant to that. An international conference of advanced learning technologies and application. I'd like to thank everyone for being here today. And also I would like to thank organizing committee and Danguolė Rutkauskienė for the energy organizing this event. I'm very happy about this conference. It is a great opportunity to discuss what matters about education, and especially nowadays, online and hybrid teaching and learning. I would add blended learning as well. Why this topic is important? Extremely rapid digital transformation, changing forms of employment, relationship, lifestyles, future skills and competencies, globalization, economic shifts, various socio-economic, political factors are driving higher education to change fundamentally. And there is so much going on in education these days. For example, virtual mobility, personalized learning pathways powered by artificial intelligence, micro-credentials, blockchain, gamification, challenge-based learning. And the COVID-19 pandemic has drastically increased the pace of change in teaching and learning processes and resulted fast-moving teaching and learning from the physical spaces to online learning and virtual learning platforms. And I'm sure that the pandemic will continue to have a significant effect, especially in terms of digitalization, pedagogy, inclusion, mobility, because learners are looking for flexible learning pathways that meet their needs and interests and are accessible from anywhere and at any time. Learners also demand for truly international and interdisciplinary education. And the benefits of online or hybrid learning are very clear. Online and hybrid learning can improve the flexibility, accessibility of learning, including geographic flexibility, significantly increase the use of tools and various technologies during the classes, customize learning experience, increase access to open educational resources that is very important for the learners. And possibility to learn online can improve even career advancements as working learners can enroll and complete an online programs. And these trends are evidenced by extremely rapid growth of the edtech market and the learning offerings of various companies, as well as the growth in demand for virtual learning platforms. So what hybrid or online learning should be, and what is better for higher education, hybrid or traditional learning? And these questions do not have one answer and is an object for discussions and for research. What is important, how such form of organizing studies affect the student's learning process and competencies and skills he gains. And educational scientist Ulf Daniel Eklers single out three main propositions. Digitalization is not only related with technical issues, but mainly with didactics, curricula, and organizational innovation, as well as quality assurance of online teaching. Though learning outcomes should be the same, didactics and student evaluation changes drastically. Learners mentioned that they get more distraction at home comparing to face-to-face learning. They have different learning preferences, learning competencies, different motivation. These issues have a big impact on learning outcomes. Therefore, a teacher needs to put more effort to have the same student engagement. The second thing, collaboration, is the key factor to the successful digitalization in higher education and teaching. And the third thing that he mentioned, digitalization not only creates virtual learning spaces, but also changes existing physical learning spaces. So very important question that should be given special attention is the engagement of learners in active online learning process. Online collaborative learning must be ensured not only between students and teachers, but also between the teachers themselves, and not only during the classes, but also between the classes. And here the role of the teacher is critical, but also very time consuming. So it is necessary to invest in smart technologies. These technologies use artificial intelligence to analyze learners' behavior patterns and work together to achieve timely, personalized interaction with students and teachers. Another important issue that I would like to mention is the isolation of learners and their social-emotional well-being. While many online classes encourage collaboration through discussions or group projects, students may feel isolated from their peers. So it is important to analyze how students feel during such learning and then adapt teaching methods, develop technologies not only for online learning, but also for social interaction on online and hybrid forms. We should not forget also that some learners have special needs. These needs must also be met with the transition to online learning. Nevertheless, we no longer consider whether it is worth moving to online or hybrid learning. It's a new normal now. The question is how and by what means to achieve the best results in future learning and teaching. And I hope that these questions will encourage you for the further discussions in this conference. So welcome again, you all, and I wish you an interesting conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina. And really, it's very nice to see my old friends in virtual space. Sorry, but this is real life. And now a very short introduction and presentation of our agenda for today. Because today we have, as I saw on the list, our presenters from Sweden, Romania, Germany, Poland, Turkey, Latvia, and other countries. And we have registered participants from much more different countries. But in this conference, we have some innovative activities. During coffee break, it will be, of course, time for drinking coffee and etc. But during coffee break, we decided to organize creative workshops because more or less all our presentation will be about some scientific research. But we made a decision that maybe it would be very useful to present something very practical. And please be very careful because during coffee break, we are waiting for very, very nice presentations. Second, I would like to present you that until noon, we will have 2 sessions in English. And really very soon I will present our keynote speakers. After lunch, we will have 2 parallel sessions in English and Lithuania. Of course, now we are sitting in Zoom room. If you want, I want to share my file. 1 minute, please. If you want, really, we want to organize, I'm not using full screen because in this case, it will be much more easier for me to navigate. If you want to send message, to raise your hand, really, we can use different tools in Zoom. And of course, really, it would be nice after some presentation if our conference will be much more interactive. As you see, during first session, we will have 3 keynote speakers, and really, it's fantastic people, and I'm so happy that they are with us. Very short presentation of our keynote speakers. Today, we will have possibility to listen Professor Eba, Professor Diana, and Professor Vladimir. But Vladimir, he is from USA, and we have differences in time. And presentation of Vladimir, we can listen about, not about, but exactly 3 p.m. Lithuanian time. And it's so nice that after all day presentation, we will have roundtable. Really, I would like to ask you to be active, to ask our presenters. And now I would like to present our first keynote speaker, Ebba Opsi-Nilsson. And it's honor for me to present Ebba as a presenter in our conference, because Ebba, worldwide known expert in distance education, in e-learning in different areas. And now I would like to ask Ebba, please continue, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dangola, for this very kind introduction, and for, first of all, for your very kind invitation. I'm greeting you now from Berlin in Germany, although I am from Sweden, but I'm here for a conference, and unfortunately my internet here is very, very bad. I have been searching for a place for an hour by now. So I'm not sure if, I don't think I have my video on, although it is on. So I'm really sorry for that, but you saw my face in the presentation by Dangola. I had the video on, but it doesn't show on the screen, I think. So I will continue to share my screen. I hope that will work.
Ebba, sorry, we can't see your presentation.
No, because I closed it down because I had a short video.
Oh, now it's okay. Now it's okay.
It will work, so I closed it again.
Yeah, you can press F5. It's okay. Thank you.
We'll just show full screen. So I call my presentation for today to a very interesting conference, and it's really a great pleasure to be here. And as Danga said, we have known each other for so many years, so it's so nice to have been invited for this promising conference. I call my presentation Quality as a Catalyst for Innovation and Cultural Systemic Change for the Futures of Education, a New Social Contract. I did so because I think all of us around the globe have been facing so many difficulties, not at least due to the COVID period. And so many gaps and limitations have been explicit during this almost 2 years, which has been there before. So it's not due to the COVID, but it has been there before, but it has really become explicit that we need to have a systemic change for the futures of education. As I don't have my video on, you can see also here how I look like, and that was shown by Danga as well. I always have my short bio in my presentations because I put them on SlideShare, and sometimes it's good to have the background. So let's get started. I will talk about why it is needed for this systemic change, and maybe how we can deal with that, and how we can do that together, and what is needed for a new quality agenda. I'm working mainly international with this field, and I'm an independent researcher and consultant since 6 years ago. So I work international with all the large organizations, not at least the International Council on for Open and Online Learning, the ICDE. But anyway, the COVID-19 pandemic has interrupted so much, not just in education, but also in all sectors of the society. But in education, it was really, really visible, and it was really many, both children and students and learners were suffering quite a lot, and it affected almost all the countries. And I think it's important to have this image before our eyes, because then we can understand how it really looked like back a year ago, and it's still almost the same. So 9 out of 10 students were affected more or less around the globe. I am myself leading the ICD OER Advocacy Committee, and we have regular meetings, so I know quite well what has happened in the other regions, as we have ambassadors from all the regions in the globe. So the COVID-19 crisis has resulted in a paradigm shift on how learners of all ages worldwide can access learning. And it's therefore more essential than ever to have this global community comes together to foster universal access to information and knowledge. And UNESCO has done a lot, not at least to the open education and open educational resources. They have had a lot of initiatives already started almost already in the very beginning of the pandemic. And there are need for joint actions to face those challenges. It is also important because already before the pandemic, we got the SDG goals, and one is about education number 4. And also UNESCO started with their initiative about the futures of education, and the futures is in plural because there's not just a one size fits all. So we'll come back to those initiatives. But first I would like to mention a global research study I was involved in with 31 countries across the world, with a representation of 62.7% of the whole world population. So we did a study in those countries, and they are marked here in green, how the situation was and what was needed for change. Besides the education and the content and all this kind of the curricula and the courses and everything like that, there were some very explicit findings, and we all know about that. It is about trauma and psychological pressure, anxiety, very much about feelings, emotions, very much about the need of support communities and mechanisms, the pedagogy of care and trauma-informed pedagogy, the empathic approaches about civilians, about ethics. The digital divide was very explicit, and the need of inequity and equality and social justice, as education is a human right. There were needs for openness and open education, and around the globe there has never been such a culture of sharing as it has been those 2 last years. So in summary, there were social issues, pedagogical challenges, about technology, of course, but very much about psychological dimensions. And the final thought and the conclusion maybe is that as well as the COVID and pandemic created a lot of problems in the educational landscape, it really showed and exposed and surfaced already existing problems. But we didn't maybe notice that so much because we were used to it. There were a lot of gaps in the educational systems, a lot of inequalities, and a lot of problems. So that is why it is need for a new quality agenda and a new social contract for education. So also in summary, there maybe are 5 R's for post-COVID. It's about to resolve, resilience, return, reimagination, and reform. So by that, I will try to show you a short video from UNESCO about the futures of education. And I hope it will work with the internet. It is just some less than 2 minutes. So please enjoy. Please let me know if you can see.
The futures of humanity and our living planet are at risk.
Yes, it's okay.
We are at a turning point.
Okay.
Urgent action is needed to change course and transform the future. Everyone alive today has a tremendous obligation to future generations to ensure that their world is one of human rights, abundance, and not scarcity. Education is one of the key ways we address inequality, exclusion, and work on healing our damaged planet. But to transform the world, education needs to be transformed. UNESCO launched its Futures of Education initiative to bring the world together to reimagine how education can shape the future. Despite the urgency of action and in conditions of great uncertainty, we have reason to be full of hope. Education can help us make a peaceful, just, and sustainable world. For this, we need to renew education by asking, what that we do now should be continued, what should be abandoned, and what needs to be invented afresh. A new social contract for education needs to be built. Collectively, we must strengthen education as a global common good. Let's all work together in our communities and across the world to ensure that education best supports our shared futures. The futures of humanity and
So I hope you enjoyed the video. It is really important to have this overview because what is for systemic change, we really have to ask ourselves to transform the planet and the globe. We have to transform education. And what need to be sustained, what need to be changed, and what maybe need to be totally new in the educational global landscape. So UNESCO did already before the pandemic this global consultation, which was shown here in the video, and they have a lot of number of people taking part in different kind of actions. Maybe some of you were also taking part in this. There were some focus groups discussions. You could do a survey. You could have consultation on different kind of levels. You could wrote a blog post. You could write maybe have something in art or whatever. And here are the numbers of people who have participated in this event and this global consultation. So they continue due to the internet, I will not show you this other video, but that video was about how they worked on collecting information from all those numbers I showed you. But I will show you the results of it. Just some weeks ago, the report was launched, and it's called Reimagine Our Futures Together, a new social contract for education. And Professor Audrey Azoulay, who led this commission from people from all over the globe, presented it some weeks ago. So it is a consultation in several different kind of languages from all continents around the world. And they have come up with some common messages, what is needed. And that is what I would like to present to you and to discuss with you. So this is a short summary of the findings. And they found 9 ingredients was identified. Public and they put it always in, not always, but very often in 2 perspectives. So as for example, should it be public or private good? Who pays for education in the future? They discussed about singular or diverse curricula. Which perspectives will be included in the curricula of the future? And their answer for that is that in all kind of curricula, all kind of subjects, there are needs to address not at least the SDGs and all of the SDGs in one or another way, because that is the way forward. And also, of course, what is really the futures of education? So what should be included in the curricula? It is not just about content and subject. We've also seen, for example, during the pandemic, that those, which I mentioned before, those social, emotional aspects and about well-being is so important in the educational landscape. So early learning or lifelong learning, often we talk about lifelong learning as something which comes after a degree exams. But actually lifelong learning starts already at a very early stage in human life. The issue about personalized learning or collective endeavors. Should learning be tailored to the needs of individuals or groups? Of course, all those statements, there's not just one answer. The answers are maybe both, of course. It's about transformation or incremental change. Is transformational change needed for education? As I show in the video, to transform the world, we need to transform the educational system. And further on, similar or diverse education trajectories. Will education become more or less similar across countries? Or what about contextualization? Top-down or bottom-up change? Probably both, and they need to meet in somewhere in the middle, of course. Optimist or pessimistic future? Those who are writing about the futures, what are they thinking? Are they mainly optimistic or pessimistic? Probable or preferred futures? Are writers more concerned about the future we will get, or maybe the futures we want? So they looked at a lot of, as I said, references, literature, documents, and all those consultations reports, and those were the 9 gradients identified. So the report is structured in this way: between past promises and uncertain futures. So it is in different chapters. The first 2 ones is about towards more equitable educational futures. The second one about disruptions and emerging transformations. Then in part 2, it's about renewing education. And there are 5 chapters: pedagogies of cooperation and solidarity, curricula and evolution knowledge commons, the transformative work of teachers, safeguarding and transforming schools, education across different times and space. And this times and space has really changed, not least due to the COVID. So you see, here are very many aspects which are maybe new or not have been visible in the previous educational landscape system, which really need to be addressed for renewing education. And that is also why we need to have a new quality agenda. You can still be involved in this initiative, how we can build a new social contract for education, through millions of individuals and collective acts, because each of us, you and me, can do something. We can't maybe do everything, but we can do a lot together. So we can act together for a change we want. Also, the OECD did a lot of consultation and research due to the COVID, and they are arguing to build a resilience recovery. Experiences they have noticed are those 3 about learning is relational and a social process. So how can we build in that in the educational system? Again, not just focus on content and degrees and exams and assessments. Maybe we have to do that, but maybe they have to have another kind of directions. Education systems are not too heavy to move. We could make it more or less over the night, or at least in 1 week, or at least during a couple of months. So it is possible. Many of us who are in this conference, I'm sure we have been in this field for some years. I have been in this field myself for some 20 years. And as you may know, it is sometimes difficult to move forward, but suddenly it worked when we did it together at the same time at the scale. And with leadership, often with a courage to change. Sometimes you are in a deep crisis, it is possible. And also deep global disruption emphasizes the need for growth. They also put forward 3 lessons. Educational actors should nurture resilience mindsets that value people and processes over classroom and devices. So in the end of the day, education is by people and processes more than material things, and strategies and courses, curricula, exams again. Lesson number 2, educators need new skills and new knowledge for capitalize on new educational priorities. That was also shown in the short video. What are the priorities we would like to put forward? And number 3, about addressing learning gaps, now will minimize disruption in students' education journeys. And for sure, there will be other kind of crises. not just about diseases. We already have the new disease or post-COVID, but there will be other kind of crises. There will be earthquakes, floods, fires, whatever. So how can we really address and minimize disruption in students' educational journeys, because we have really seen how it will suffer if we don't pay attention. Also, the global focus are arguing about managing quality in education ecosystem. That is the really emerging challenges. So now we are coming more into the quality dimensions and aspect, what have to be done. And it is important with the ecosystem. And I think we all have heard this maybe buzzword all and over again. So looking at the ecosystem is really a game changer. And we need to, of course, have strategies for the futures we want. And for that, we need both to have risk analysis and quality assurance leadership, and leadership with encouragement. But also to be agile, because there are coming new things all the time. We need to be agile enough to adapt and to be provocative and proactive with those new things coming in. And that is also why the quality assurance agenda need to be agile. I would like to put attention to the latest Horizon report about trends in higher education, because they're also putting forward not just aspects and dimensions about content and the curriculum and this kind of things. They're putting forward those 5 dimensions about social, technological, and economic and environmental and political dimensions, which are needed for the educational landscape to be addressed. Also, there are needs to work closer to the labor market and to the workplaces. And this is the latest workplace learning trends report. And as you can see from this report, they are putting forward in those 3 chapters, maybe skills and competencies which are not really covered in the curricula and in the educational landscape and agenda for today. For example, about which we sometimes call 21st century competencies, like communication, like leadership, like project management, and this kind of thing, which need to be addressed within the educational landscape and the curricula, because that is what is needed out there in the labor market. So our students, learners can be attractive at the labor market. I think it is important also to look at this, quite old by now, the summer model about what are we really talking about when we're talking about the digital transformation and transformation of education. Is it just about substitution, and that was really shown in the beginning of the pandemic. Quite a lot of the education was just put online instead of in the classroom. And that is what we call emergency online distance education. And that is not absolutely the same as when we really work with quality in open online learning about transformation. So we need to see where are we at and what are we really talking about. So finally, I would like to close. There are some catalysts for innovation and for the cultural change for the futures of education. And I have briefly addressed some of them, and I would like to, in one or another way, summarize. First, we need to see the ecosystem of quality, and one model of that is the Badr Khan model. This is about e-learning, but he has also addressed it for MOOCs and for OER and for blended learning, and now also for the new normal. And as you can see, there are those 8 dimensions in an octagon, which need to be addressed, because quality is not as strong as the weakest link. So we need to address all of those in this octagon. And in many other quality models, I have myself worked quite a lot with that, and also looked at quality models and frameworks around the globe. And more or less all of them are addressing those 8 dimensions. They are maybe addressed in some kind of different way, but it is the holistic process and the ecosystem. Another one is about open education by the European Joint Research Center. They are addressing 10 dimensions for quality. It is about leadership. Maybe you can't see it, but this is the wheel, the blue field here. It is about leadership, it is about quality, it is about technology, it is about strategy in the four corners. And in the middle, they're talking about content, recognition, pedagogy, of course. So they emphasize again that all those dimensions have to be addressed because they are interrelated. And what has also been very explicit during the pandemic and what is needed for sustainability and for change is the open principles. And as many of you know, they are quite a number, for example, and they are really addressed for the SDGs, because that is the only way to reach the SDG 4, to opening up education, because it is not desirable, neither possible to build one university a day, which is needed if all people around the globe should have access to higher education. So the only way to do that and to reach that is to opening up education. And that is not just open education, but it's also to align with all the open movements. For example, we have the recommendation from UNESCO about OER. We are also soon getting the one now it was in November. I think it was really adopted some last week about open science. And we have already about open access, and there are open movement about open pedagogy, etc. It is also important to talk more about seamless learning and seamless education, to merge formal, informal, and informal learning. And that is what we see very much with the micro-credentials, which is a very hot topic for the moment. And that is, by the way, one reason why I'm here in Berlin, because we had a conference about that yesterday. So I have also put here in red about the ecosystem, empathy, about impact for the individual, for the society, for the global dimension, about leadership with courage, which I have mentioned several times, about open leadership, partnership, personal versus collaboration, which was mentioned also in the video from UNESCO. And quality is also about satisfaction and about well-being. So those are maybe some quality dimensions which are needed to be addressed. So by that I will end, and I would like to take questions or reflections. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eva. And now we are waiting questions from audience. Of course, it's early in the morning, maybe it's a little bit complicated to concentrate. First of all, really, I would like to thank Eva for fantastic presentation. Really, we had a chance to see some overview of what is going on. And I would like to underline, because I'm a mathematician, I mentioned that all information are very fresh, very new. Thank you for that, Eva. And what about audience, about questions? Really, we have great experts in this areas. Please use this chance. No. Okay. And now I would like to share again. And I would like to introduce another professor, Diana Andoni. And as you see, really very experienced person. Sorry, it's only ladies that are doing presentation, but of course today we will have some men as experts in distance education. This is accidentally. And as I mentioned, Vladimir Uskov, he will make presentation a little bit later, 3 p.m. Lithuanian time, because of differences in time of Brege University and Lithuania. And coming back to Diana, it's very high-level experts, not only in Romania. I know Diana a long time ago, but she's expert in Eden and ADTU. And Diana, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much for this. It's my pleasure to join you now. Please let me go directly to share my screen, because time is very limited at this moment. And if you will allow, I will spotlight myself. So like that, it's going to be much more easier to see me and to have this information. So first of all, this is, I will speak about a lot of things today, but mainly I will try to focus on two things about digital education and how you build up that into a university and how you create that ecosystem towards digital transformation, which are quite trendy, but maybe you already have done it and maybe you just want some reassurance on how to do it. And I will try to present that from our experience. And also I will try to speak something about the students as co-creator. And thank you very much, Danga, for inviting me to the ALTA 2021 conference. First of all, please let me say that today is the National Day of Romania. So I will just want to say happy birthday, Romania. I'm wearing a Romanian blouse, which probably some of you already know or have seen because it's quite famous, and I'm quite proud to present on this day. Also, my university is Polytechnica University of Timișoara, Romania. It's in the west corner of Romania at the border of Transylvania, and it celebrated last year, and in fact we finished with this year the centennial year, celebrating 100 years. In the same time, the center which I'm leading is the e-learning center, and we do a lot of activities, and we are the forecast of the digital education in my university. We celebrated 3 years ago, 20 years, and I was quite pleased to have guests from Lithuania, because we started this almost at the same time when the digital education and the distance education centers were started in Lithuania. So we are quite jointly together. Now let's get into business. So something about the education digital strategy. So I will briefly say something about that and something about how to build up that during pandemic and also post-pandemic time. First of all, obviously you needed to respond. For that, you needed to act and recover, and then obviously needed to think about renewing and restructuring. You needed to have digital education and a learning community, and that led to transformation. And obviously an entire environment to look after, which is also about all the stakeholders, students, professors, and the external support and the digital system. And that also leads to a lot of institutional change. How we have done this in my university, we started with 3 phases. We started about 12, 13 years ago with digitization, as we call it, which I will just go briefly over it. Then we moved to digitalization, and now we are calling that we are in the middle of digital transformation. So we started with some early adopters, we moved to enablers, and now we hope we are going to build up the new generation of the digital leaders. Apologies for this, my mouse is very sensitive. So if we are looking at the digital tools and digitization, the first bit which you need to do is to build up the core, which is for us, the university virtual campus, which is the unique access point to the digital education, which is highly customized and highly scalable, and obviously built on open source. All we are having at the core of our development, open education and open source software. And obviously it's built on Moodle, and you will be able to see quite a lot about this soon. In the last year, in the pandemic time, we made a huge jump, not so huge in terms of users and courses, but a huge jump in terms of resources. A lot of resources have been developed by professors, but also by students, and have been integrated into the virtual campus. And this is what I'm going to focus a tiny bit later. We also built up this entire community of digital education with our partners and external influences. In the same time, starting with 2015, we initiated the MOOC movement, the Massive Open Online Course movement in Romania, and we built up Unicampus, which is a Romanian version of MOOCs, where we have courses which are free and open, and where we also put a lot of workshops and information from seminars as courses after that. So we use it will be this conference. We use all the recordings and everything from anything which we do publicly, and we put them after that with some extra information and some assessment and evaluation as a course in Unicampus. So that might be an idea for you to do it. In the same time, in the Unicampus, you will find very recently about 96 courses. And why I'm specifying this, because they're also in Lithuanian, is a project where also Dangole and the association was partner. And you will be able to find DigiCulture courses about basic digital competencies, which are either for education or for culture, for anything. And at the end, after you will finish these courses, which, as I mentioned, they are also in Lithuanian, so it's easier for you to follow and to do it. You will gain badges, open badges, which are the new microcredits and the certification for different courses. The courses have a value because you get a badge and also a certificate because they're delivered by top universities in Europe. Other places where you can gain some more knowledge and experience is the website Open Virtual Mobility, where we have created a hub with 24 courses to get ready for virtual mobilities, which are a hot topic nowadays in Europe, and especially in the Erasmus. And these are dedicated for higher education, and you will be able to learn by yourself, by your international officers, and also by your students, how to build up the skills and abilities to build up open virtual mobilities. And at the end, again, you will get skills recognition on how you've done it based on different skills at different levels. There are basic level, intermediate level, and advanced level in these 24 courses. We have built everything almost around in the last 4 or 5 years in our university based on the principles which we learned from ABC to LD Learning Design, initiated by University College of London, and which we further developed in the ABC to VLE Erasmus Plus project. And we created a lot of resources also about our campus, but also the external resources which we are using, but also about how to use open educational tools and resources interactively, and also even between assessment and evaluation in our campus and in our university. And also we trained a lot of our colleagues from different Romanian universities on how to use this ABC to LD learning design model. Now we move to digitalization. So you needed to create the core, then you needed to create the resources, and then obviously training and support, which is very important when you are building up the digitization. If you move to digitalization, you need to look a tiny bit more at about an ecosystem and how you create collaboration and how you create co-creation, and obviously more to virtual mobilities. And this has come from a future, from a core belief of ourselves, which I think we wrote about this first time in 2012, where we mentioned that we need to build up a higher education system developed for the open lifelong learning student, which learns digitally and which needs to learn independently and build up those 21st century skills and future skills, which are quite famous. Our colleague Ulf Daniel Ehlers have mentioned these future skills, which are somehow coming on top of the 21st century skills. And you already heard Ebba mentioning about the importance of those from the ICD, United Nations, UNESCO, and also other organization perspective. So we started with this idea from 2012, and we tried to design some education systems and some paths in our university to build up this open lifelong learning students. So we focused on 4 areas. First, the MOOCs, the open online courses, trying to integrate those into our curricula and trying to do this also with the students, then obviously strengthening the virtual campus and the use of open educational resources, and enabling students to become co-creators of open educational resources, encouraging them to take virtual mobilities and having different small projects across the university with different partner universities from Europe. And we are inviting you, if you have an idea and you have a subject which is close to us, join us, and we might find a way to build up a small project inside a curricula, which is going to reinforce virtual mobilities, and obviously the micro-credentials, which we are developing now. The digitalization in our university has also been funded through a lot of European Union projects, obviously the European University projects, Mode IT, and a lot of others, which are, for example, EPSI, which is building blockchain diplomas and degrees inside of the European blockchain system. And we are the only university in Romania which is doing this at this moment. So I will say something about the Mode IT project again, because this has a lot of information for the Lithuanian market, educational market, because Kaunas University of Technology is part of this project, and they also host the training tools and the training courses which we have developed on openktu.lt. So in this project, where we are trying to focus how to use the abilities and the experiences of the MOOCs into higher education, into traditional higher education, we design an online training, and now we are in the middle of redesigning MOOCs and curricula of higher education based on that training. So you can find the training, as I said, on Kaunas University open online system, and there are 5 learning modules, and we encourage you to take them because they are quite valuable, has a lot of good information developed by the partnership of this Erasmus project, and where you can learn about how to improve your abilities in building up an innovative and digital education. We are now in the process of adapting and changing this in universities, and I hope that some of the professors which are working from Lithuanian partners are now attending this conference. Now let's move something about how to build up this co-creation with students. Our core belief started even when I was a student in my university. We used to do this, like this renewable assignments, so assignments which after that can be used either in a lab in the university, by a company, or anything like that. What we added in the last 10 years is this idea of Creative Commons licenses and how the students are delivering this in the part of their assessment and assignment, where they need to deliver also, how to say, the editable version of the documents or of the videos or anything like that, so it can be reused and readapted in the following years by other students or by the professors or by a company or an NGO, if that is the case, if it is done with external things. And I will strongly encourage you to do that. So how we are doing this, there are 4 different methods and pathways. Obviously, the first one is to identify the ORs and to use them as example of the MOOCs in our courses, and to use them as individual activities or as project activities or as lab resources. So the students are already familiar with that sort of method and that sort of resources. And this also requires quite a lot of skills on curating and evaluating those ORs and MOOCs which you integrate into your curricula and course. Obviously, then you need to learn about the validation. You need to teach the students about how to identify the relevance, how to share about licenses, about Creative Commons licenses, and so on. And then you need to involve them into creation. And for that, you will need to ask them to create resources, create activities in your curricula for them to create either a resource as a project or as an activity or as even a full module of a course, and then embed into that the validation. So either as assessment or as external certification or presentation, and then how to publish that also inside your university, but also outside. So all of this is based on these principles. You create an OR. We usually use students in teams. This is our recommendation for the university, and a lot of our colleagues have used that. At least 2 students, they use them in teams. Some teams are even larger. I know teams of 5, 6. This is not used only by me. It's quite used in the entire university after we created models and also some guides. And obviously they use a multimedia creator tool. So they learn how to use tools, even students which are not digitally advanced, because they are quite simple tools, and we give them access to courses and guides and tutorials about how to use those tools, and they improve their digital competencies. So it's not only that they improve how to do things and their learning and co-creation and their creativity, but they learn also a lot of digital competency skills in the way. And then they understand the principles of sharing and licensing much better, and then they publish either inside the university or outside. So obviously we evaluate this. We've done this first time with as open education resources in 2013. We published extensively about this, so you can find a lot of information, scientific and research-based information, how to do that and why do we do that. And as you see, the models varies from different interfaces like for example, even a simple blog which a student held to virtual reality or augmented reality applications. And then they published quite a lot of our students. They publish as even as scholar articles, but they present at workshops or at different student conferences or our university conferences, but also outside. So this encourages, validate them, and encourage the future generation to do it better, and it gives recognition for what they have done. And some of them have published them in open education resources commons. For example, this is in French, just to show you that we don't do it only in English or Romanian. Romanian is the main language in which these resources are created, and this is why we are doing it, because a lot of them are not existing in Romanian, and we encourage them to be created into Romanian. But this is, for example, done in French by an Erasmus exchange student last year. And as you see, they are also quite technical, some of them. There are different interfaces and images. And as I said, the difference is the license attached to them and how the student is delivering this result, is delivering it as an editable format, or it can be reused somehow. Some of them are done in cooperation with other universities, like, for example, this from the medical university on a virtual reality module about the anatomy of bones. And quite a lot of them have been integrated in the virtual campus. And this is something which I do, for example, with my students. They need to develop tutorials and guides about the virtual campus, and they integrate them after that, we integrate them into the campus with the validation and recognition of the student name over everything what is done and so on. Well, obviously, as I said, we evaluate this quite a lot. And as you see, we quite like how the evaluation is coming. So, for example, if we ask them about how it is, you can see that if in 2018 they said it was difficult to create, in 2019 they already seen this. Why? Because we change a bit the approach. At the beginning of the course, we indicated to them that they need to have we showed them some ideas about what other students have done, where it was published. So we rely on the things which other students have done to encourage new generation to do it even better. And this improved their feeling of taking part and their confidence. And also, as you can see also from the evaluation, I haven't put up the 2020 evaluation because that's quite good, especially because it was a pandemic year and the students felt that being able to produce something for the university use has really empowered them quite a lot and give them recognition. Some of them, so here I'm putting all of this, how it is. We use new digital tools, new concept skills. They need to analyze, synthesize, create, and then present. They need obviously to learn how to publish in using open licenses, integrate them in courses and in the education system, and obviously create for them a sort of, beside their grading or something like that, because all of these are graded. That's part of the deal to make it like that with the students, that they get a grade, even that a small part of the grade of their final grade for a course, but it's still graded. So they feel that's the first evaluation which a student needs, that it's graded. And then we have badges for them, publishing newsletter on university news, letters or on website and on different publication and so on. And you can see, for example, some of them are simple infographics which are used after that. Something about virtual mobility and also student as co-creator, so a mixer of this. And this is a project which I initiated in 2008 with my colleague Mark Freudenberg from Bentley University in Boston. And here we create, using virtual reality and augmented reality, different things. And just briefly, I will show you, for example, this is from 2019 about VR in entertainment. And this is only a video which shows my university, and they created like a Christmas campus, Christmas park in my university area, and with a game. So you need to have questions from different parts. I will not different information so you can move towards the next step and so on. But I will not go over this. And some of them are about the city. And this is somehow related with our culture and touristic city, which in 2023 is going to be European Capital of Culture. I know Kaunas is next year. We were supposed to be this year in 2021, but because of the pandemic, this was postponed to 2023. And I will say something about this later. But we created, for example, with students, information about the city in augmented reality, like in this case, and also in virtual reality. So using different tools and so on. And last year, we created information about how to give a first aid and about COVID-19 and so on with the students, and they were used automatically by the Students' Union and by other entities in the Romania to showcase how you can do it and what's the effects of COVID-19. So we are now in the middle of digital transformation. What this means, and Danga asked me to mention something about this. Initially, my idea was to stop here, and I will go very fast because I'm already a tiny bit over my time, is how you change the academic culture and how you create these communities for academic and digital transformation. You rely a lot on your partners, exactly what now it's happening in Lithuania. You are inviting your partners from different other institutions, association, organization, and you encourage them to learn from each other. For example, for us, it was also the Together Online webinars. We ran 29 editions of this webinar over a year. In fact, we ended up with 32 by July 2021, but with a huge number of participants and with, as you see, more than 30 partner institutions joining us together. And these are webinars for the Romanian market, but we had Romanians from entire Europe, even from United States. And so in fact, from 4 continents, if I can say that, which were following this to create this learning community and to encourage them to do this. We obviously validated again them with open badges because all of these webinars had also a lot of information and courses and presentation which were delivered to the participants, and an evaluation and assessment at the end, which was done online. And if you do that, then you gain this open badge of Together Online. And now we are doing this also for a lot of our work which is done. So for example, these are from our workshops, which they get open badges because our workshops are like this conference for 4, 6, 7 hours, and they learn a lot of new information. We validate that new information, but it's also, for example, this one in the middle, part of a collaboration which we have done with the County School Inspectorate, which is from higher colleges and high schools education, where those professors which have created with their students and pupils resources and information last year have gained this contributor badge from the School County Inspectorate, which was a novelty for Romania to give an open badge by a Romanian entity representing the government. I'm inviting you for our 6th edition of our workshop on digital skills in education and culture, which is this Friday. I apologize, it's not December 2nd like it is there, December 3rd. And it's going to be Romanian and English. We will have also live translation. It's going to be Zoom as this one, but also live broadcasted in YouTube and Facebook, so you will be able to see it. And please join us if you want. So something about our partner. First, we are partnership with Open Education Technologies. This is a large association led by Moodle, but with more than 56 open edtech companies and small and medium enterprises and universities and units, which are really fighting for these guiding principles of the open edtech. Then it's Eden. Also myself and Ebba, we are part of Eden. We've been a part of the committee until recently, but through Eden, you will find a lot of resources from where you can learn, and you can find that feeling that you're part of a community and what you're doing is not wrong, and you find new ideas on how to do it better. So obviously in pandemic times, Eden had the initiative of these online together webinars, and then they followed also after the end of pandemic times. I don't know if we are outside of the pandemic or not, but we choose to say that this is the new normal, where we have hybrid education and face-to-face education mixed with online education, and how you deal that. There are a lot of webinars which will be created. Also, in the same time, Eden is very active during the Open Education Week. You can have a lot of information and a lot of videos and resources available on the Eden website. And for example, the last one was a virtual event with a lot of participants. I can see also the Lithuanian flag quite often appearing in the reports from the Open Online and Distance Learning Week organized by Eden. The other association which I'm part of, and I'm proud of this, which is somehow more technical, and this is because I know also Kaunas Technical University is part here, is the IEEE Education Society, where you find a lot of resources, a lot of them free, some of them obviously only for the members of IEEE, but please try to see them. And I will strongly encourage you to have a look at the IEEE Learning Network and of the IEEE Try Engineering, which are a lot of resources and videos and materials, even open lessons and so on, which are even dedicated for high schools. So you can find resources on how to build up that STEM, and science and engineering and math and technology encouragement towards your pupils. And the new one is teaching@ieee.org, where you will be able to find a lot of examples shared by the community on how to improve your teaching skills if you are teaching in a technical university. And this is the last bit, which is somehow just to show that we hope that to be able to work with Kaunas much more closely during the European Capital of Culture, because we initiated in 2019 the Spotlight Heritage Timișoara project, which is a digital storytelling of the history and of the stories of Timișoara. And it's a website, a mobile application with augmented reality. We are building now a game in virtual reality about Spotlight Heritage Timișoara, and it's also a museography exhibition in the National Museum and a street exhibition also in all the places. And we focus a lot on the young people's active engagement during this project, and they are part of this. So we hope that we try to do this similar with Kaunas. Hopefully, we'll have some funding available, so you will be able to see several ideas like that jointly from Timișoara to Kaunas in 2022. This is the team. I'm not doing anything alone. I'm probably the top of the iceberg, as I keep calling it, but it's what everybody is doing is it's the big part of it. You will be able to find this presentation on SlideShare, and I'm pretty sure that Danka will follow soon with a lot of information. Thank you very much for this, and please let me know if you have any questions or anything about that.
Thank you. Thank you, Diana. Really, it was fantastic presentation. And maybe first time you are number one when I see presenter in our conference in national dresses. Thank you, Oleg. Applauding. It's fantastic. Of course, I know about this special day in Romania, but anyway, it's fantastic. And really, I would like to thank, it was really, again, I would like to repeat, fantastic presentation. Not only you fantastic, but fantastic presentation of the content. And really thank you that you presented not only your institution, but Eden and another association. And maybe, do we have some questions?
Can I ask? Okay. So thank you, Diana. Really impressive how many activities you are involved in and how many different projects you are participating, and it was really very interesting to see your experience in different aspects, including the co-creation of educational resources, and you explained about the students' involvement in this. Do you have any also experience in trying to engage teachers in co-creating different open educational resources, and how to facilitate their involvement and motivation to do this? Because from our experience, it's sometimes very difficult. So if you could share
Yeah, I need to say that this doesn't come easy. As I said, for us it took years to do that, and it's the only, how to say, and this is, I will give you this from my experience, and I will also tell you what our research have proved. But I will say first what is the most important. I strongly believe that if you start from grassroots, so from the power of examples, professors are they are somehow they want to do what they know best, and they are so afraid of being exposed in front of the students with something new which they don't know how to do that best. But if they try it first in a safe environment, so if, for example, this is why we had projects where we, like the ABC to LD, where we had a lot of professors coming jointly with us, creating resources. Then since 2008, when we built up this strong Moodle platform for virtual campus, and we make it somehow a combination of regulation, guiding, and training. So we created the regulation that you need to have resources on virtual campus in the university. So they needed to have them. Obviously, initially it was simple PDFs with the files, the presentation, and so on, and and the forum. That was back 10 years ago, something like that, and even later. And then you create examples for a lot of training and support how they can do it better. And if one professor from the department or from that curricula is doing it, because you always have these early adopters everywhere, then the student pressure is coming. That why I have that in that course and why I don't have this in other courses. And then the professor feels somehow obliged. Come on, I cannot be, the most useless professor here. If the student is putting pressure on you, for us, the evaluation at the end of the semester and of the academic year is quite important as in the university. So if you get comments from there that why we don't have interactive resources, why we don't have movies or something like that, and why we don't have other resources from MOOCs or something like that, including in our courses, then the professors start doing it. But it takes time and a lot of perseverance. You need to have the leaders which believes on that and push it all the time. Immediately when you stop doing the training, the support and the encouragement, then it's not happening. And then it's coming validation also for professors. Everywhere in the entire Europe, but and I'm pretty sure also in Lithuania, I don't know exactly how it is in Lithuania, but in Romania, you have a point system to go from assistant to lecturer, and then associate professor, and then to have habilitated and to have the PhD. So part of that is not only research. It's not that huge as it is in other countries, for example, like, Netherlands, for example, or Germany. But you still have a lot of points, and it's compulsory. So you cannot have zero there, which is based on how digital is your course and how many resources you created and your evaluation with the students. So you need to be able to do that and have this if you want to get better recognition in your career. So as I said, it's a combination of regulation, support and training, and validation at the end.
Thank you, Diana. And I see one question from Rhiannon Williams from Bremen. Maybe you can read in chat, or maybe Rhiannon can ask. It's two ways.
Yes, this is something which comes from the research. Honestly, I believe that, yes, because when we ask the professor, yes, they love the badges. In fact, they put them outside on LinkedIn and everywhere. And sometimes I see them even on Facebook, that some of my professors showcase that, okay, I got the contributor badge, or I was at this workshop or this webinar and so on. And they put them in their CV. So it's certainly a validation. Personally, I believe in this. I believe that you need to have this intrinsic validation part of the regulation of the university. If you don't have that, I believe that it doesn't matter how many badges you give them, they will still not do it properly. But if you combine this informal with formal validation, that's the best solution which you can get. Because with the informal validation, they can go outside to the public, With the formal validation, they get the validation to get a better salary and a better position. So you need to have a combination of both.
Thank you, Diana.
Thanks.
And again, Thank you very much for your presentation, and greetings to your team, Radu, Vlad, and all your team. Okay.
Thank you very much, Danga.
Okay, and now I would like to invite our next speaker, Professor Eglė Butkevičienė. Please, Eglė, floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. It's my great honor to speak after such a great experts as Ebos and Diana. So actually, let me share my screen. Hope you see my screen. Okay, so I will speak just from the other experts have been presenting an overview from the bird's flight view and speaking about like general systems and perspectives on country level. I will present my own experience and what are the lessons learned from the contemporary teaching activities and actually especially lessons learned during the pandemic time. So my presentation will focus on organizing virtual assignments, but just not on that, also presenting a little bit wider view how my students and I perceive for virtual learning in COVID era. So I would like to start from maybe a very simple question saying or asking everybody, do you think that online teaching and learning is a new phenomenon? And we might answer differently this question. Actually, we might say that it is a new phenomenon if we consider this as in the perspective of development of humanity, right? So online teaching and learning just emerged with the new technologies, with new communication information technologies. And it is a tiny dot in the history of humanity. But on the other hand, from the human perspective, from the perspective of teachers, it is not new phenomena already, because we are in e-learning quite a long time. But thinking about this perspective and this phenomena, I would say that we might interpret this through the lenses of theory of innovation diffusion. Still, we can do this because, like, if we think about some innovation, we just not focus on the start of the innovation. We observe the whole period, how this innovation is evolving. And even it is not already a start of innovation, it's interesting to see e-learning from this perspective. Innovation theory says that 4 major elements are important here. First of all, innovation, the issue itself. Then how we communicate about this, how we promote, and what are the environment favorable or maybe not favorable environments for diffusion of this innovation. Also, we have to take into account system. Is a social system ready to accept, ready to adopt this innovation? And finally, nothing is happening just in one blink, right? Actually, innovation is diffused over the time. So thinking about how some of the innovation is evolving, we can apply the idea of the curve that, first of all, innovation usually is used just by innovators or opinion leaders, those who are leaders in adopting this innovation. Later on, early majority joins, and here we have a substantial number of people already using this innovation. But then we may speak about late majority. And I think that thinking about the e-learning, we already had an opportunity to reach late majority stage here. And one of the major events, I would say, that encouraged the late majority to join this innovation was, unfortunately, of course, but was the pandemic. COVID-19 pandemic changed the world, and we speak that we live in a different normal now. And maybe these changes are not just contemporary ones. These changes influence our lives, and it's not so easy to kind of neglect what has happened, right? So in that perspective, I would say that during the pandemic, e-learning reached the different stage, and now we have for late majority joined this innovation. Why it is important, and why this crisis is important for the adoption of e-learning. First of all, crisis is the situation that frames a lot of events. During the crisis, we have to think how to act differently. What are the changes in our daily lives, in our work, in our learning experiences? And speaking about e-learning, I would say that COVID-19 pandemic framed differently the learning processes itself. Crisis might affect major part of society, or it might affect just some specific segment. And in our case, it was affected the society in a whole, not just one society. World societies have been affected, and all these transformation has happened not just in Lithuania, they happened in all countries. The rapid shift to the e-learning practices has happened, and it was inevitable. And usually this is the reaction to the events that happened recently, right? So we have this kind of fresh view on what has happened and what are the experiences. And I think it is a right time to speak about this when we remember and we can evaluate the impact. And also perceptions about the event might change dramatically. And speaking about e-learning, it's not a kind of something that is still terra incognita. A lot of people joined, a lot of people practiced. Students already know how to act. Teachers already know how to act in virtual environments. And the perception of what is e-learning, I think, changed dramatically. So what was my experience, and how I took a look into the situation? So first of all, thinking about organizing assignments in a different way, because different environments require different tools, and all the rules does not work anymore. You as a teacher have to rethink how you work. And you have to pilot changes because you can create theoretically a very nice frame, but you have to pilot and see, is this frame suitable for your students? Does it fit students' expectations? And of course, there is no another way how to get this evaluation rather than feedback from your students. So I have approached this through the 5-step, I think, framework. First of all, identifying the problem, what has to be changed, what is not working with my previous assignments, right? And here, the next stage is analyzing contextual information. What are new normal? What are new rules? What are new technologies? What technologies allow us to do? What are limitations of the organizing assignments? Because thinking about the previous learning experiences or assignment organizing experiences, where some some tasks that asked students just to remember what was during the lectures, right? And reproduce knowledge. Does this fit to the contemporary situation? I think no. We need different methods. We need different tools to assess students' knowledge. And it's not good that teacher kind of acts as a controller. It's better for teacher to be a mentor to help students to go this learning path. And virtual technologies, they help, and how they help to do this for the teacher. And then the third step was searching for alternative solutions. What methods might be used, and how like virtual environment, technological environment might be used to find these alternative solutions. Then the fourth step is decision, the assignment itself. And then I moved to the fifth stage, monitoring, feedback from students. Do they like these types of assignments, or there are some gaps and challenges in implementation of these assignments? So just briefly connecting my findings to the theory of innovations, because if we look at the e-learning itself as an innovation, so e-learning in that perspective should address like 5 major aspects. Relative advantage, which is a degree to which an innovation is perceived as better than the idea it supersedes. And from the students' perspective, from the discussions with students after the course has been taken, I would say the general feeling, the general temperature is yes. Students perceive the distant learning, learning in virtual environment as a relative advantage for them, because they identify no travel costs. They emphasize accessibility as a favorable thing, as a benefit, because like they say that actually some of them could not participate in lectures due to the other tasks, because like the feedback from students was these were master students, master level students, and they all had, or almost all had their own jobs, and having lectures after the job in virtual environment was an advantage for them, not to kind of go waste time for traveling, because some of them do not live in the same city as studies are given, and they perceive this as advantage. Also, we emphasized good quality, because then you are in virtual environment, the sound, the sound, the visuals are good, and we were happy about that. Of course, they emphasized also some challenges, that there was no choice in meaning that they could not choose. That was a situation that everyone should go transfer to this, and that was the only challenge emphasized by them, this coerciveness of the implementation of e-learning. The second element is compatibility. It is a degree to which an innovation is perceived as being consistent with the existing values, past experiences, and needs of potential adopters. So I would say from the students' perspective, again, yes, because they emphasized that there was nothing new for them to join e-learning environment, because like this environment was in their work as well. They say that it is nothing too specific. The third element is complexity, and complexity is perceived as a degree to which an innovation is perceived as not difficult to understand and use. So the same, yes, here. Because like one of the students said, I know how to use Zoom. I do this every day at my work now. And it was difficult to transfer to absolutely virtual life, but now it's okay. So actually all this knowledge is already there. So complexity is not an issue anymore for students. Triability as a fourth element is a degree to which the innovation may be experimented with or on a limited basis. And I would say here, yes, because everyone, teachers and students experiment. We experiment with something what is new, right? And the final feature is observability. It is a degree to which the results of an innovation are visible to others. And I would say, again, yes, because it's happening and everywhere. It's not just universities have been transformed. Work market has been transformed. The public sector has been transformed. So all these changes are affecting the whole society, all spheres of society. So it is really observable as a feature. And the same features I evaluate from my perspective. And I have identified also that relative advantage was yes, because like I had a lot of students participating in my lectures. It was like a really noticeable change that usually all students participate. That was not the case in in-person classes. Compatibility, yes, because having a previous experience with e-learning was nothing too new. And I would as it was my reflection, for me, it was not new thing, but actually consistent with my past experiences. Then complexity, what has helped? The help was there. University really provided help in the initial stages of e-learning process. And it was a good decision in the start of the pandemic, in the start of quarantine, to have a break and just to use this break for teachers to adapt to newer environments, to change assignment, to change activities. And that was a good decision to do because that was a period then teachers had time to contemplate how to work in a new normal. And of course, a lot of trainings, because sometimes you don't have enough knowledge of some technologies, but you can gain this knowledge through trainings, through use of these technologies. Triability, yes, a lot of experimentations, and experimentations still are going on. So I would say that's a very important aspect. And observability, yes, I see that the results are better because the students are more happy with these lectures. So what was used, for example, I introduced as an assignment, I introduced a live action role play game, LARP, which is a role play like type of the assignment which based on role play and co-creative activities together with students. Also, I changed examination assignments using case analysis rather than reproduction of knowledge. And just finally, for kind of summing up what was said and how I see the future scenarios and what kind of transformations I think will follow these changes. So I would emphasize a journey here, meaning the disembeddedness from the place. E-learning or technologies make us be able to travel in all meanings, right? As you see here, Ho's moving castle. E-learning is some kind of a separate republic or a moving castle, a living and life, evolving and traveling. For example, you can take lectures from different places of the world, and you can teach from the different places of the world. Distance is not anymore a case. Then I think the path is to hybridity. Hybrid forms will emerge. We won't be back to like just in-person classes. I think this pandemic situation learned or taught us to have different perspectives of including e-learning elements into our classes. So I think as Bruno Latour was emphasizing about hybridity of our contemporary world. So I think that's the good example to think about e-learning as hybrid event, because place, it's real and virtual at the same time. And we have a lot of opportunities here, like augmented reality, gamification. And this is covering not just the IT study area, but also other study areas. Networks and multiple sources of learning, because university is just one of the actors. And now we are speaking about micro-credentials. We are speaking about portfolio of competencies. We are speaking about open science, which opens opportunities to learn from different sources, not just from our formal programs. Creativity, I think, will be a major keyword in our future journey, because it's not anymore about reproduction of knowledge. It's more about creating new knowledge. And like I would expand more. Co-existing practices will be evident. Co-creative worlds with students will be the future path to go. Then assignments is not just produced by the teacher. Assignments will be, I believe, produced with students together, and that will facilitate their learning. And just finally, finishing my presentation, I would say in all these optimistic way, we should be cautious, because we still have this digital exclusion. And we have to think strategies that no one is left behind. And how to do this, it's not easy, but this is one of the future steps we have to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Egle. Questions from the audience? Okay. No.
Hi, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Thank you so much. It was really amazing. I'm so pleased that I've been able to see this presentation, and I like everything about your research and how you question the e-learning from the innovation point of view, because we consider e-learning not innovative, quite a lot of us. And in fact, it is innovative for everybody, because for us, which we are doing this for 25 years or something like that, we consider we know everything. But the students, they don't. For them, it's a new thing. And I like it a lot. Congratulations on that. My question is that when you look at the e-learning from the innovation point of view, have you, this is probably not based on your research, more on your, ad hoc feelings and understanding. Have you felt that the students are more motivated because they know something before, or they don't? Do you think that this has improved their motivation? Because, for example, I personally struggle a lot to put my students to open their cameras in Zoom. 2 years ago, they were doing it without any problems, because we still used to have in Zoom, in fact, because we are using Zoom since 2016 and Big Blue Button and so on. They used to open their cameras during consultation and projects if we were doing it online. Immediately after the pandemic, not immediately, but a month after that, they completely stopped the cameras. Now, they don't even open them for 1 minute. So I don't know what to do. So help me.
Thank you for the question. Actually, I really appreciate this question, and I think it's a very relevant question. Let me a little bit reflect. Actually, that was one of the questions that I had in the discussion with my students, and so I can reflect their opinion. First of all, I would say same happening here. No cameras, and sometimes you will feel as speaking to the I don't know, to yourself, because you see yourself and that's it, right, and your slides. But I also asked the students why it's happening so. Actually, what was the answer that and what is my feeling about this? But people are a little bit fed up with being online. People are struggling to be online. Even they see this is as a relevant advantage. They see this as compatible and kind of not too complex to use, etc. But our whole life is actually now virtual, or major part of our life is virtual, because we have virtual meetings at our work. We also have, like, students have virtual lectures, so they are tired. And why they see this relative advantage? Because also this is one of the features that they kind of, in not turning the camera on, they see relevant advantage. They can relax during lectures. Maybe it's not good, but what I understood from them, that they are usually, because like my students were master students, so lectures are starting at 5 or 6 o'clock after they finish work. So they see learning as a relaxing activity. They do not turn cameras because, like, maybe they are doing something else, maybe cooking dinner for their families. Maybe they are relaxing on sofa and they don't want the teacher to see the environment, etc. And that's, I think, the reason why they are not motivated. They are not motivated not to participate, because like the participation is quite good. I never had so good participation in my in-person classes, because like maybe there were some decisions, okay, I'm too tired to go to the lecture, so I will skip it. But now it's easy to turn on the button, right? So that's my prediction and how I see the situation. I don't know if this is a way to go and how to solve the situation, because like, we have the same students are not turning cameras on, but it's not about, I think it's not about they are not motivated to learn. They just are not motivated to show up.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Now I'm happy because
Danka,
yeah. Okay,
just
Jana.
one small comment, if I can, is just
Yeah.
because look here,
Yeah.
we are 120 participants, and only 2 or 3 of us we have the camera on, so we are the same. So it's not only the students. And I have a bit of theory that we are sick of seeing ourselves. That's probably, I don't have any research. It's just, as I said, my ad hoc feeling. And also because in a lot of like conference rooms and so on, you will be seeing the presenter, but you will not seeing the others so much, because you will be in this, even if you are in a new format or something like that, you still don't see maybe some of yours, but not everybody. And here, because you see everybody, it's way too much for you. And probably that's just my feeling. I would love to have some research to base this, but it's just my feeling. And I like Ramuna's question from the chat.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah, very good point. Maybe
Diana and Agle, Ramunas wrote some questions. Could you read, and maybe very short answers, because we are waiting for the next presenter. But we have some time. Please relax while, because Eva Silina from Latvia, she will not do presentation. It means we have some 10-15 minutes more. Please, Agle, it's your time.
Okay, so thank you, Ramunas, for your question. Actually, from my, it was, I would say that this research, I would say it's based on a very small sample. I cannot say that it is the universal, right? And all students. I never said this in my presentation. I just said that it is my personal reflection of my teaching perspective, my teaching practice, right? So I did this this discussion with master degree students. That might be changes in, for example, if we do research with bachelor degree students, that might be different, right? Because master degree students, they are a little bit different from the like bachelor degree students because of their home obligations and so on. Also, these students were from this regional studies. So they are practitioners, they work and studies is an additional activity for them. So that might be specifics for the audience itself, because it's a specific audience that I was talking about. And so it is a rhetoric question, Ramunas, I think, right? I cannot answer why, right? So, but from my own experience with master degree students, the distance education was evaluated as very well. So as good practice, especially as I say, this regional master degree students, regional studies master degree students.
Okay, thank you, Egle. Virtual words is very nice. Ramunas, you are happy about answer because as I understood, you are somewhere in Rovaniemi, maybe in Kitila, because it's snowing, because in Kaunas it's sun, and it's totally different. Thank you, Egle, and really, now it's time to tell that usually we are telling it's breakout, we can go to drink coffee, and etc. But now, as I mentioned, we try to do this, our today conference, much more attractive, and we decided to organize some creative workshop. And now I would like to invite Antanas Rakauskas from Lantel, because as you know, in our conference we have some motto, and in this year we have a motto from distance to hybrid learning. What about hybrid technologies? And Antanas, please, floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I hope you hear me well.
Yes.
Let me share my slides. So, dear Mrs. Danguola, thank you for having me here today. I'm happy to see so many people interested to learn more about hybrid learning hardware here today. I hope you all hear me loud and clear. My name is Antanas, and I am a representative of Audio, Video, and Conferencing Solutions Department at company Lantel. One of solutions we provided audiovisual department is hybrid learning solutions. Nowadays, we receive more and more inquiries regarding hybrid learning and working not only from our corporate customers, but also educational customers. And to this day, we have a great expertise in this field with over 1,000 hybrid classrooms and auditoriums installed all around Lithuania since the start of the pandemic. So today, I will share with you some of the best hybrid learning solutions available on the market, which can be used in majority of classrooms and auditoriums to have great learning results. First of all, we should make clear that there is a significant difference hardware-wise between distance learning and hybrid learning solutions. And most of the times, what is good for distance learning does not fit for hybrid learning at all. Distance learning is the process which could be so-called one-to-many from the perspective of communication. Nowadays, it is still the solution which is used most of the time in remote education process, and most of the time the teacher just using the laptop with some regular video conferencing hardware like a webcam or extra speakerphone does the job. So it all works great once everyone is connected remotely on their computers. But when it comes to hybrid learning, part of the students are learning in the class and only the rest of them remotely. In this case, it is a real challenge to make everyone hear and to be heard by each other. Not to mention some high-tech stuff for teachers to deal with while juggling between content sharing and audio-video hardware, while operating cameras and etc. So the key point in this case is to make hybrid learning process as high quality as possible in regards of two-way communication, while keeping the system as simple as possible so that teachers could aim on their main mission, teaching, not operating the system. So to start talking about the hybrid learning hardware, I would like to point out that the main idea in hybrid learning is to ensure a good quality audio, because it is the main component in any remote communication. It is not the worst thing when our video or content is not very detailed or has some glitches, but audio must be clear and not dropping, because then the content you teach is not worth much while students do not hear it clear, and it is hard for them to focus on bad audio. In this case, I mean that, of course, a laptop with an integrated microphone and camera is still better than nothing, but the hardware for personal communication and also regular video conferencing hardware are not the options to be used for hybrid learning. As in most scenarios, only the teacher will be heard and will hear the students answering from remote. But the students in the auditorium will not be involved and have poor response with the distant students. So in the light of this, I would like to introduce you two types of hybrid learning systems. The first type is when everyone in the auditorium hear everyone from remote, both the teacher and the students, and also everyone in the auditorium, both the teacher and the students, is heard for students connected remotely. Allow me to introduce you to a product by company Tyden, which is a revolutionary product in hybrid learning field. Let me switch my microphone to this solution and tell you more about it while showing you live how it works. So now you hear me through this unit. As you can see, it is a pyramid-shaped device which has speakers integrated on 4 of its sides, so that everyone in the auditorium can hear speakers answering from remote. And the most important part is that this unit has an integrated array of 12 microphones which cover the whole auditorium, so that everyone in the distance of around 8 meters in 360 degrees can be heard talking. In addition to this system, a wireless microphone for the teacher can be used, so that the teacher could be heard loud and clear at all times. Regarding video, you can use any type of camera together with this solution, depending on whether you need some static view of the teacher and the board or some moving camera. Another, much simpler solution of the same type, when everyone here and everyone is heard, also, I would like to introduce the OL, made by O Labs. Let me switch to this camera so you can hear and see me through this solution. As you can see, it is an all-in-one solution which has a 360 camera, and please notice the top bar, where you can see a full 60 angle view of our nice showroom, and the camera tracking me as a primary speaker whenever I move around the room. As well as the previous solution, it also has speakers and microphones working in 360 degrees. So it ensures that everyone in the distance of around 5.5 meters around the hall can hear and are heard. I must mention that it is a super nice and easy solution once a mobile and plug-and-play solution is needed. As you just place it on the table or the tripod. Just plug and play the signal cable and you are ready to go. So I just switched back to another microphone and camera. So It is not always easy to have everyone silent in the auditorium, or sometimes it is not always a good idea to have everyone heard by microphones to remote students. So at some situations, it is due to a big room and bad acoustics. In another case, it is hard to moderate multiple speakers. So a great solution we can recommend for bigger auditorium is the product called Catchbox. It consists of two types of microphones. The first one is the microphone for the teacher. It is a wireless microphone which hangs up on the neck as I'm wearing it now. In this case, the presenter or teacher is absolutely free to move and has free hands to write on the board and etc. The solution also includes a docking station, which also is a charging station to ensure that the microphone is always ready to be used and fully charged. The main and the funniest part of this solution is the Catchbox, a fully wireless square-shaped microphone, which is a soft and can be thrown to anyone you want to speak. This is a great product to be used in multiple types of events and also in hybrid learning. You can use it together with any type of camera and speakers to have a full hybrid learning set. So main features of this microphone are: it is a really cost-effective solution when only a dedicated student in auditorium together with the teacher should be heard speaking. A lot of people are scared of public speaking, and this microphone solves this problem in a very easygoing way. You should just ask a question and throw the microphone to the student, then the student just answers and throws the microphone back to you or to another student. In this case, you not only solve the problem of everyone to be heard during hybrid learning, but also the learning process becomes more attractive and playful to the students, as throwing microphone always cheers everyone up. And also this solution greatly adds to forming the habit that there is only one speaker at a time. Physically, this microphone is mounted into soft cushion, so nobody can be hurt, and it does not generate any noise while it flies or being catched, because some special algorithms inside mute the microphone while it is not stable. In addition to this, the microphone can be branded with your logo and colors, and you can have a wireless charging station for the microphone to be fully charged while it is not used. I have described few super easy and working out of the box solutions targeted mainly on audio communication, but there is one more detail in the class, which is hard to get to be easy seen for remote students. And yes, it is the board. Now, not always the interactive display or projector can replace the whiteboard. And to solve this problem, I would like you to have a look at the Logitech Scribe camera. It is a wall-mounted camera, which is dedicated for filming the board and making it clearly visible to remote students. Let me switch the camera so you could see what great things it can make. And I will ask my colleague to switch off the lights in the room. So, with the help of artificial intelligence installed on the camera, you can clearly see the content I am drawing. And it is clearly visible in the bad lighting situation. And as you can see, it is also clearly seen while I'm disturbing the direct view of it, and makes me get some superpowers of transparency. In addition to this, it recognizes some sticky notes and other material used on the board. So it proves to be a very versatile solution for any auditorium with a whiteboard used for hybrid learning. The last but not least thing to think about the hybrid learning hardware is how the teacher is supposed to connect and use the system. As I mentioned earlier, it is very important, whatever the type of the hybrid system it is, it must be easy to connect and use the system so that the teacher cannot be distracted by operating the system, but focuses on their teaching mission. In all of the mentioned solutions, the teacher just has to connect one cable to their computer to use the whole system, whatever platform you use for hybrid learning. So these are simple rules when choosing the right hybrid learning hardware for simplicity is perfection. Thank you all for your time. I hope this information I have provided to you today was helpful and you can use it in your applications. In case you have any questions or you are interested to try or purchase audiovisual solutions I have introduced today, or maybe you even have some the need for more complex solutions, you can always contact us on the email av@lentil.lt, and we will advise and help you with the right solution for your organization. Thank you, everyone, and have a nice day.
Thank you, Antanas. But maybe some of our audience have some questions, because as I mentioned, Eva Selina, will not do presentation. This means we have few minutes for the questions. Really, I'm so happy that I met Antanas only a few days ago, and really I was very much impressed. And my idea was maybe really be speaking about hybrid learning in our conference, and it was 100% on the top of what Antanas presented in another conference. And maybe some questions, please, you can ask practical questions, because Antanas is one of the best. Okay, Gytis, you can ask.
Okay, sorry. Can you help or to understand and to make the right solution for everyone who is trying to install this kind of equipment? You know, teachers, of course, they don't want to have any devices mounted on them. So for them, it's better when there is a microphone and camera which is tracking, and they don't need to take care of the sound issues and sound quality. But it's not a secret that not every device suitable for every room, and especially the room acoustic characteristics are very different. And those devices that are, how to decide before purchasing which device is better for my room. Would you advise to go for consultations with the providers? Do you have any recommendations how to choose the right device and how to understand your room acoustics before deciding which solution is best for you without trying in advance? Because when you can get different devices and test in the room, that's fine. But not every school, not every educational institution has these opportunities. So what would be your advice how to deal with this situation, how not to get the wrong solution for your room?
Dear Gytis, thank you for your question. It is a very good question. So first of all, if your organization is capable to decide whether they need SAR, so depending on the room size, if it is a small room, it is quite easy to go with some smaller solutions, like it was all in my presentation. If you have some bigger auditoriums with some very bad acoustics, or the need to make heard only some specific students, then some bigger and complex solutions might be needed. So in this case, I would advise to contact us to choose the solution for you. And in any case, if you have very bad acoustics in your room, it is not a stop to purchase any kind of solution. because there are some really affordable solutions to add to your room on the walls and whatever to make acoustics in the room better. So it would help also both for the communication with remote students and also the feeling inside the room to ease the ears of the students inside. And also, in case you have any doubts about choosing the right product, you can always contact us, and we have some demo units for you to test without any purchase. You just place it in your room, in your real environment, and decide which product is suitable for you.
Okay, excellent. And the last question, you're speaking through which microphone? Can you point? Is it the one which on the neck? Okay.
This is the one on my neck. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. More questions? If not,
I have a question. May I?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just, so thank you for the presentation. That was really awesome. I'm just wondering, hybrid learning is hybrid learning and it's still kind of coming thing, but distance learning is a distance learning and it's still ongoing thing. So I was just wondering about the presentation on the of the drawings and etc. Like you showed the board. Is there a system or something where you can, like, for teachers when they are at home and sitting next to their computer, the easier solution to present graphs and something, for example, from the tablet to draw with the pen and present it on the desktop for the whole class? Is there a solution for this one? Do you have that?
Yes, there are. Yeah, this. Thank you for the question. First of all, in this case, I see two types of solutions. It can be the hardware solution and the software solution. In hardware solution, it could be quite an expensive way to go, especially if it is only personal use for each of the teachers. And you can contact us for these units. But for the software solution, it really depends on the platform you are using. So, for example, if it is the Zoom or Teams, you know, these features, you can share the content from any tablet and so on to have this result. Also, do not forget that if you have any type of device which has a video output like HDMI, you can always use some hardware adapters to integrate them into your platform as a camera. So then, in case you are using your computer or not the computer, maybe some kind of device which is not compatible with the video conferencing software or whatever, then you just plug some adapter and it can be seen by any other. Either it is some interactive display, either it is, I don't know, maybe DVR player or something like this, you know.
Thank you, Antanas. And if you, some of you will have more questions, I put in the chat email address of Antanas Rakauskas. Somehow I became as a manager and doing some interesting activity in this conference, because I think really sometimes we need some information, but we don't know to whom we have to address these questions. And now I found Antanas, and maybe it will be useful for all our participants in our conference. Thank you, Antanas, for your presentation, and your room looks very nice.
Thank you.
Working areas, we are sitting in offices, and now we continue our presentations, official presentations. As you know, Eva will not do presentation, and now with a little bit delay, I would like to invite one of our friends, Rhiannon from Bremen. Fantastic logo on your picture. You know this, and please, time it's yours.
Thank you very much, Danga, and thank you for the invitation to join ALTA 2021. I am absolutely in awe of the previous speakers, and I feel I might be singularly out of my depth at this conference because what you guys are doing is really amazing, and in the world that I work in, it simply hasn't come this far. So I would like to exercise before I start my slides, a moment of imagination where you put yourselves in my situation, which is working with prisons and prisoners, where digital and hybrid learning, like we've just seen, methodologically and also technologically presented, simply doesn't exist, not in the prison classroom. In fact, last week I was in a discussion with some prison educators who are tasked with taking the prisoners up to high school level education, which normally hasn't been reached by the time they've been chucked in prison. And the most useful digital tool they collectively thought about was a database of downloadable bits of PDF and Word documents that they could use to teach soft skills in different situations. So this is the level at which we're talking about, but also not just in terms of prison education. We have struggled extremely with trying to bring any kind of digital technologies into our prisons during the pandemic, when prisoners were often put in their cells for 23 hours a day to keep themselves safe, as well as to keep the staff safe from infection with the virus. And consequently, the kind of breakthroughs that you might have had in other areas haven't taken place. We haven't been able to, for example, solve the massive problem of not having internet or even intranet or even whitelisted sites in our prisons. We have not been able to introduce prisoners to digital devices for the most part, although there have been experiments taking place on giving them mobile phones. And this doesn't just affect the prisoners themselves, it also affects the staff who also work in non-digital environments. And the staff, in turn, are not able to then support the prisoners to return to their real life on the outside with the knowledge that they need to be a citizen in this new world. So, for example, if you've been away in prison for 3 or 4 years and somebody hands you a phone and tells you, okay, now sign up to vote now at your local community elections, then you might not have the capacity to even operate the system you've been given. The staff themselves need to be advocates of digital integration. Okay, now I start my slides, because otherwise I will talk on this all day and we won't actually get through the presentation which I had, which is equally as interesting. So. Do you see my slides?
Yes, everything is okay.
Wonderful, thank you very much. So my name is Rhiannon and I work in the Ministry of Justice and Constitution in Bremen in Germany. And I work on this project, which is designed to align these goals that I was just talking about of rehabilitation, successful reintegration in society with the recruitment of prison staff. So are we recruiting the right people to take the prisoners through the gate, and are we giving them the kind of training and career advice during the time that they work in the prison to keep updating them on the dynamic social situation and also changing needs such as digital needs. And we're working this project with a whole range of partners, one of whom you'll see is Betty, and hence I think the reason why I'm here today. So we are a lot of different types of partners, and that makes things very dynamic in terms of what goes into the project, but also it creates the usual issues of anything in prison, where if you try to get partners from areas outside of prison involved, then there are normally access issues to the target group. It's difficult to open the prison door unless you're in administration, and there are difficulties with policy dissemination and all the other ongoing issues which can come from working with public office. So that's the context in which we are working. But in this project, we try to adapt the education initiative to what is going on in other professional development communities on the outside. So, for example, we are comparing what prison officers have in terms of consultation on career guidance to that of teachers, to that of policemen, to that of nurses, and to see if we can look to systems on the outside to professionalize career management on the inside. Okay, we have defined career guidance, and I'm also not an expert in this. This is another area where I'm slightly out of my depth. As a way for prison officers to manage their career, we've noted in our research that at year 6 and when the officers are over 50 years of age, these are the two huge points at which they either start to get disillusioned with their institution, or they lose interest in helping and supporting their target group. And we want to know how we can support them through this, because everybody knows that the longer someone stays in their job and works successfully in it, the more of a resource they are to the institution and people working with them. So we want to develop a sort of work identity which embraces this training and professionalization and through the whole of their professional lives. And we are supporting them in order to rise to the challenge of the dynamic rehabilitation, but also to help staff themselves on a personal level to be satisfied and deal with their workplace issues. So the two things go together. Digital transformation, as I've said, is a really integral part of this. And Betty are supporting us with an online guidance mentoring system, which will be developed at the end of the project. But now we're only a part of the way through, and I'm going to talk to you about our first activity on the project, which was designed to be a literature review, first of all, and then a stakeholder consultation, which had been set up as a wonderful face-to-face event, going into prisons and having a diverse group of people in front of you and asking them what do they need in terms of training, what do they need in terms of personal development, and seeing if we could make recommendations based on that. So just as a quick view of the life of a prison officer, this is the kind of comment that we get every single day. The diversity of their role is something which doesn't happen, and even in every other public service career, never mind in all of our jobs. They have to be all things to all people all the time. And so bearing this in mind throughout this discussion would be really useful, I think. So we weren't able to do this face-to-face interaction. We weren't able to go straight to our users of the end product of the online counselling service and mentoring service and ask them what it is that you need. So we developed this questionnaire, which I alternately call questionnaire and survey. I do apologise for I see you're very strict with your terminology. This is also not my field. So we developed this as an alternative digital tool to see if we could get their voice reflected in some data before we move along to making policy recommendations. It's very important to us. And each category of the survey was developed thematically, and it was developed by the partners in our partnership, which were experts in that field. So the trade unions worked, for example, on the training and counselling side of things, whereas the more prison administration and adult learning ones developed the guidance and rehabilitation philosophy questions. We developed it in July 2020, and it supported us to bridge this gap. And we developed, we developed it in a Zoom session with all of us present. We had a subsequent work over teamwork, and then it was each time, each institute gave us a native speaker. They translated it into their own language, and it was delivered via Google Forms and remained live for a few months. These are the sections of the survey that we had. which was very short, and the results that we aim to achieve, I think I've gone through. We want to have their voice. We wanted to be able for each partner, or even though they come from a different area of work, to be able to use them and to use the user voice, and to be able to inform our policy results on the other side of the questionnaire. And these are the types of questions that we use, mostly yes, no, and where we couldn't, we used a 5-point Likert scale. And 5 countries were able to implement this, both the breakdown of the responses from each of the 5 countries, and we had 749 responses in total. So because there was a little bit of a difference, well, quite a big difference between the number of responses from each country, the first question was, okay, so are these differences significant? Were there questions which were answered similarly by all the regions in which the questionnaire was implemented? So we did, first of all, a couple of cluster analyses, which bunched together thematically questions in terms of time and experience in the role. And we saw that there was very little distance between these the responses from our regions represented, and therefore a pretty high similarity in those people that responded similarly to each question. There were no outliers in that sense. And also the 2D plotting of this distance shows us similar to 85%, which is really interesting generally, but also for the project, a good place for us to start to analyze the data as a data set. And we had a second, we did this just in case it was different for the training and mentoring questions. We bunched these together as well and looked at those types of questions that we'd asked in the survey and said, okay, do people get more training and counselling in some countries than others? And again, there was not a huge distance between the countries that we'd had implemented the survey, and the 2D mapping shows us an even higher similarity of 87%. So we felt vaguely confident to move on and analyse this 749 responses as a set. However, I am very quickly going to whiz through a few examples of where these responses differed quite significantly between the countries. I can see that I'm already running out of time, so I will only do a couple of them and speed through them later on. So the German, these pie charts represent the responses from each country. As I said before, there are different numbers of responses from each country, so you have to bear that in mind when you look at it. But on each slide, it goes from the top level, German, Portuguese, Italian respondees, and then the international responses, which were only 17. And then in the middle, Romanian respondees, and on the bottom right-hand side, there were the Turkish responses. So looking at these, at this question, we had asked them, how long have you been in your current position? And what was the reason why we asked this bunch of questions on the characteristics of the person or the demographic of the person to begin with, was so that we could see afterwards, fine, if someone feels, if somebody has been going out and looking for career counselling and training by themselves, are they more likely to have come from a country where people are new in the system, or are they old in the system? What's difference does length of service make to their other responses? So there are significant differences here, which I won't go through. And just as another example of this, we asked if the prison officer role had been their only career. The green is the yes, the blue is the no. And we again wanted to see if they had been in other careers. Are they more likely or less likely to engage in training? Are they more likely or less likely to see their institution as enthusiastic about lifelong learning and engage with the different initiatives that are already available? Okay, let me see. So we have a number of questions, which I won't go through all of them, but we have similar breakdowns of responses for career guidance and mentoring. And we asked, do you have a career mentor or counselor that you can visit who isn't your direct boss? Is there any kind of separation between your line manager who acts as the gateway to your educational training opportunities within the very hierarchical environment of the prison? Is there somebody on the outside who's external to this that you can say, look, I really think that my listening abilities or my soft skills need to be improved in this area. Help me to access that, please. And we can see that certain countries, such as Italy and the international respondents, were more likely to have somebody who was an external mentor, whereas Germany and Turkey were pretty much exclusively, this was not an option for them in their careers. Right. Do they feel like they were given educational opportunities to better understand the philosophy of corrections? Well, this was for us a more homogeneous response, and something we'd also seen in literature. So this really backs up and reflects what we'd said. There is no data, unfortunately, for Italy. They weren't able to. They were an NGO and unable to implement this specific question to prison authorities. This was not deemed the correct question to ask. So the blue is the false, and if the green represents where people said yes, they are given guidance to better understand the philosophy of corrections, and this relates to the idea that the staff are the ones who are the first person, the frontline officers, to connect with prisoners to make sure they have what they need to get out of prison, stay away from crime, and not return because they have no other options. And you'll see that there is a long way to go. We knew there was a long way to go, but there really is a long way to go to giving officers even access to the kind of education they need. And this is also reflected in how they feel about their role as a public servant and the kind of stigma that they experience in that role. So people, if they are less likely to understand what their role is in stopping people from returning to crime, then they are less likely to be able to act as an advocate for good rehabilitative presence, for proper correctional services. And in turn, people will see them in a light that's very punitive and very traditional, as in custodial, lock them up, put them in a jail cell, and forget about the prisoners, and then remember them 5 years later when they need to be released, which is exactly what we're moving away from. So you'll see this. It is actually fairly homogenous between all the countries, and there are, from the blue responses, quite a lot of people that don't avoid telling people that they work in prison, but from the green responses, we see there are significant amount of people that wouldn't say this to new people in their circle. There was an option to tell people more, for the respondents to tell us more about why they had responded in this way for every question. And this is the only question in which people did respond in their own words and say why they had answered how they did. And we saw that especially in some regions, it's because of threat either to life or to their families' lives. If they tell people they work in prison, then that person might have a connection with somebody in prison, and then they would be vulnerable to different types of behavior they didn't want to be. So there are different reasons why people said this. It isn't just because they feel the stigma, but this is something that we really need to work on. Right. I'm going to blind you with this and then move very quickly on. We were really interested, as I said, in what happens when somebody had said yes to one question and also yes to another question. So, for example, if they felt their salary was not enough, are they less likely to feel they don't get access to training? Or if they said their salary isn't enough, are they less likely to understand rehabilitation? Do the different circumstances that we had asked about affect how you approach learning and development in your own life and your own personal career? We found, I will put this data is online, and we will be developing it in different ways, but just for now I'll very quickly review the positive correlations that we found, that whenever respondents were guided towards training opportunities, they felt they had better understood the policy of corrections. That is true. And where prisons provide good motivation, it isn't just good salary, but it's also to do with access to training, it's to do with good holidays, it's to do with getting sick pay, maternity pay, all of those other things. Then they are also more likely to feel they get enough training. Doesn't matter what the training is. And if respondents were given career advice in their basic training, which can be 3 months or it can be 2 years, depending on which country in Europe you are in, then they are more likely to identify leadership opportunities for themselves in their institution and to feel that they have the right knowledge, capacities and skills to do their job better. And where managerial staff are identified as open to learning and training, where these gatekeepers are welcoming people into their offices, bearing in mind they don't have access to mentors, it is the case that that institution is more likely to be promoting what's jobs and training outside of the prison, or could that be right? There were some small negative correlations. People who said their salary was not enough. The correctional officers are less likely to think about their prison as a public mission, but a career. The line managers, of correctional officers, and respondents who said their salary was not enough were slightly less likely to think of the prison as a job rather than a public mission. Respondents who had recently joined the prison were less likely to basically know if their prison had supplied career opportunities. This is something that we could very easily fix. And respondents who were less likely to tell people they work in prison if they didn't feel they received enough training, they didn't have good salaries or good holidays, good motivation, and if their prison doesn't promote work opportunities outside their doors. So these are points where we can better align how we recruit and retain staff, these excellent staff, in order to improve a person's chances of staying out of prison. And there are really good learning points for where and when to deliver career development. There are excellent learning points in how we can think holistically about how being proud of what you do and the achievements that you have on a societal level help motivate and keep you open to learning and development in your job, and to make sure that everybody in the prison understands that each of us has our role in motivating correctional officers to do the kinds of training and development that we need them to do to understand the target group. Our next steps we can go through later, and that's it for me. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope that was too much. I do apologize if I went a bit over.
No, fantastic. Usually when you see your presentation, it was before your presentation, it was presentations of expert in distance education. Now you are touch distance education in some specific areas. For prison, in the prison, really, I think it's very, very interesting for us. And I try to look into your graphics. I try to compare situation in different countries. Thank you. It was fantastic presentation. Maybe some of our audience, maybe somebody have some questions.
Yeah, don't go easy on me. We really need the kind of interaction which we have here. We need more meetings of digital technologies in prisons. I can't tell you how important that is for us.
No, it's okay. Okay, you can close your sharing your files.
Thank you.
What about questions? No. Okay. If not, now I would like to invite our next speaker, Andrius Paulauskas, and Andrius Paulauskas will continue a presentation more or less close to ICT in distance education and hybrid education. I like this icon, fantastic.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I'll prepare the presentation and I'll start shortly.
Oh God. It's over.
Right, then here, I think you should be able to see the slides.
Yes, we can share slides.
Yeah. The right ones, probably.
I'll turn my video off.
All right. So, hello. I'm already introduced. I'm Andrius Paulauskas, and today I'll present a serious game for post-stroke rehabilitation. It's the game itself. The education game is a part of the iTrain project that is developed and worked on by partners from over 5 countries, and well, we are the one in the university. We are the ones in the Kaunas University of Technology. We are responsible for implementing the game itself, which is one of the intellectual outputs. Right. So what is it all about? So the problem is that the ordinary direct care workers that have to work with and assist the people that have survived the stroke, they well come with tasks that are very demanding. Demanding of time and resources and so on. And there's another problem is that even though the work is demanding, it does not have enough vocational training, which would allow them to be engaged in lifelong training activities that would be able to stimulate them and keep them, well, we can say, sharp on how they're supposed to do their work. And the analysis that was done by the stroke experts and our partners, they found that if these direct care workers that have demanding tasks would be trained adequately, not only does the general quality of life of the patients, the post-stroke survivors increases, but so does the working conditions of the direct care workers themselves. It also improves, and with that, of course, if the direct care workers are better trained, they can benefit from, well, work-related stress, from the overall perhaps burden that they feel, and injuries might be avoided if the workers know how to handle all the possible situations of their everyday assistance of post-stroke patients. So in our part, we tried to look at innovative ideas on how we can educate people with the idea of, well, increasing the ability to educate the direct care workers. And we looked into serious games, which perhaps some people already know what they are and what they're special, but it's quite an effective way to teach people various tasks and skills. So if you look at well, simple games, their primary what their prime aim is to simply become a source of some sort of entertainment, a source of entertainment basically. And the serious games, they're designed around entertainment that has some inherent purpose. In this table here, we can see that the serious games and the purely entertaining games are split in different well, parts where we can split them between what is important to the game. So for the serious games, what's mainly in focus is the actual problem solving of various tasks, while usually in entertainment games, what the developers hold as their prime goal is to create as rich of an experience to the user as possible. And well, that skips all those ideas behind possible problem solving education. And well, because usually what the game designers have to think about is not how to provide the problem that the player has to solve in a way that they would learn. They would have to, or they only think about how should that problem solving process be fun. And of course, also what they focus on with serious games, it's well, the main focus is on the actual gameplay elements that elevate the learning process itself, while again, entertainment games is purely entertainment. If we have simulations, some sort of simulations in the games, we have to make assumptions when developing the game. We have to make assumptions that these simulations would be accurate to the actual well, things that are simulated, the processes, the possibilities, the real possibilities of what might happen, perhaps in our case, scenarios of what might happen in a typical day of a direct care worker, if what they have to do as a direct care worker, what are the possibilities of the person of the post-stroke person hurting themselves, and so on and so forth. While in entertainment games, those processes, those simulated processes, are usually simplified to not overburden, well, to keep what is only the fun part, for example. And again, with communication is the same. It's like two ends of the same spectrum, where within serious games, we have to provide natural communication, which would reflect the realities of communications, because it's usually not perfect, right? People, when they talk, they might miss some information and so on. So that's important to look into. And while in the games that are purely for entertainment, all communication is provided perfectly, as if every piece of communication is well, choreographed, right? Like professional actors and such communicate with the player. Then we have the for the serious game, we have the game and game experiences that can be split by various design intents. So if we have within our any kind of medium, right? If you have any game thinking, right? We try to add the ideas of games. We have what is called the game inspired design, right? So that's our first stage. If we add game elements to our design, we get gamification, which again is some sort of ways to promote learning tasks and or motivation through various rewards, progression systems, and so on. And typically they include various methods from game design. Then if we add a virtual world to our medium, right, we have a simulation, which well, it works uninteractive. Well, you can say that it's interactive, or it's simulating a living world with all these elements, but it's not quite interactive because we have no gameplay, no way for the user to interact with the world. So it's usually simply a simulation that we can observe and well, and evaluate. If we add finally, if we add the gameplay elements, we already have a serious game where, well, these gameplay elements, they can be used as educational tools and well, create tasks, objectives to the player that they learn from and can apply in real life. And finally, if the whole game idea is non-purposeful, we have a simple entertainment-based game. There's also where serious games are quite useful is in the way that they presented information. So there are ideas of the cone of experience where we can split the way that people learn in a more effective manner through different well, activities. So if we have, we can split it into 4 main parts, where we have verbal learning or receiving, right? Visual receiving, and seeing or doing something, right? So if we can basically split this whole idea into more primitive parts, we can imagine that people that are not as engaged into the actual activity, they do not learn as effectively. So, for example, if we only read about even in this case, taking care of a post-stroke survivor, there would still be differences between the theoretical information and with the actual practical part, where we have to take care of the person, right? So the knowledge that we get from well, some other parties would not match directly to what we actually have to experience when actually taking care of a person. And through this, we can, well, with the serious games, they create these simulated areas where we can, well, turn this, well, basic information into put it into a practical situation where the simulated scenarios, they provide also the practical part of what the direct care workers have to learn. And finally, about the games, about the differences between the games. So between the entertainment games and between serious games, is again, they have all the same parts. They have various rules for gameplay. They have some sort of challenges for the players that they would be engaged within the game. The players can interact with the game, and they have some explicit objectives, which are basically telling the player what to do within the game. But what the serious game also contains are implicit objectives that when the user completes an explicit objective, they implicitly, or in general, they play the game, they gain or complete implicit objectives and gain various, properties. Well, they can improve their skill in some activity. In this case, in the caring of the post-stroke patients, they might get a knowledge, gain experience through the simulations, and in general, they can be more effective when after playing the game. They can be more effective in the actual field where they have to work. Right. So the whole development of the game, it's being worked on by looking at the actual requirements of the direct care workers and the experts in the field. Our partners help us with polishing the actual game and making sure that the scenarios, the simulated scenarios, are correct of and what the user is supposed to be doing while playing the game, and we get feedback from the actual users of the game. And the development, the game is still in, as I said, in development, but it's available for Android operating systems, for smartphones with the Android operating systems, for the browsers through the for most modern browsers, and for the Windows platform. And it's also multilingual, which is translated into the partner languages and also in English to provide a broader audience to the game. So how the game is designed. So the player controls, within the game, the player controls an avatar who is a direct care worker. Within the simulation, the player has to perform actions that are used to take care of the post-stroke survivor, or they have to react to various events that they come into contact with when something happens or to the stroke survivor, or maybe that the stroke survivor does something. And the main goal of the game is to keep the patient's or the stroke survivors' quality of life as high as possible, and keep all of their needs in check. So as an part of the idea that the player should have some sort of an identity tied to the player, the game provides a character customization option where the player can select the appearance of their care workers' appearance, and that adds an additional, a slight additional connection between the actual avatar and the player. The game itself is presented in a top-down view where the players can interact with all the available objects in the environment, in the simulated environment, and interacting with these objects, it creates an action, or creates a scenario where the player has to select a specific course of action to solve the whole scenario. So this is what the player sees when they perform an action, they get a description of the situation of what is supposed to be happening, or what's happening in this case, and they have to apply their knowledge to actually solve the whole situation. And the actions, they evaluate the selections of the player, and if they solve the problem correctly, or the actual scenario, if they solve it correctly, then the game awards the player with with the correct additions to the needs of the patient, and the quality of life, increases the quality of life of the patient. And if they do not choose correctly, they are informed of what might have been better, what would have been the better choice to select, that they would, that the game wouldn't only I guess punish the player, or not only punish the player, but also inform them of what they did wrong, so that they would learn in the process, so that it would add a feedback loop, where with mistakes that the player makes, they would improve over time. And the overall, the players, as the result of the game, the players accumulate points based on how high the quality of life of the stroke survivor is. It depends on that. So even if the player is playing for a longer time, but they do not care for their patient as well, they will not accumulate as much points. And at the end of the game, the player is rewarded with a set of stars, which the amount depends on how well the player did. And with this game, we're trying to establish some feedback loops that would allow the player, again, by playing the game, to learn how to take care of the direct care workers, and with the same game, we could track the learning outcomes of how well the players do, and how well the game works on educating the actual users. So right, thank you for your attention. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Andrews. I think really the thematic is very important and interesting. Maybe some questions. We have 1-2 minutes, because as I mentioned, Eva Shilina, she will not do presentation.
Can I ask?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, well, it's really, as I understand, quite a lot of work to design this game and to implement. What competences do you need? What people are involved in the team who is creating the game? So it's not only the programmers, game designers, and from the educational point of view also. So how many people are working usually in the team to create the game, and what competences do they cover?
The implementation of the game itself, it's there are not as many people working. We have a programmer, a designer, and people who work on some of those works, of course, overlap with various sound design and so on. But the more important thing is not the actual implementation of the game, but the the design over what our partners, right, the experts on the actual of the actual caring of the post-stroke survivors, their information is crucial to the game, so that they would be able to, well, provide us with necessary information on the state of what people have to actually come through with every day, taking caring of the people. Then we have to process this information and turn it into game elements that can actually be, well, that the situations would be able to be presented in a game. So that's, I guess, more important. The work that the experts are doing is more important than well, the actual implementations, where only, well, the programmers and the designers work and so on. So yeah.
Thank you. Could you close your sharing your files?
Yes.
Thank you, Andrews. Of course, it would be interesting to see, but we need some special areas. Thank you, and really we are exactly in time. A fantastic moderator. It's compliment to myself, and especially for the presenters, because they have feelings how they have to start and to finish. Now, thank you, Andrews. And now some very short practical information. Usually, if it would be a face-to-face conference, I would like to tell them, okay, welcome to the lunch, we can drink coffee, etc., etc. Now we are in virtual world, and as I mentioned, in this conference, we have some really innovative ideas during breaks to organize some creative workshops. And now really I'm happy to introduce, but please not now, Ausra will start our next speakers about Moodle news and about security emails. But all these presentations are very correlated with real situation in Lithuania. And we made decision to make this presentation only in Lithuanian language. It means I am asking our foreigners, because we are caring about you, we wake up much more early, 1 hour, 2 hours, and you can have a real break until 1:15. Of course, if you want to study Lithuanian language, you can stay in the same room, because Lithuanian language is one of more archaic languages in the world. It means now we have few ways. We will start session 2 in English language in the same room, 1:15, and session 3, it will be presentations in Lithuanian language, again, 1:15, but in another Zoom room. You can find the links to the Zoom room in our agenda. And now I would like to, first of all, thank to all our presenters. It was fantastic presentations. Really, I'm very impressed of our speakers. And I know that some of us, we are very busy, and maybe some of you, maybe you will join later, maybe you will skip participating in this conference. For today, of course, you will see a record. I would like to thank to all our team, especially designer, Laimutė Barkalaitė, our programmer, Jokubas, and especially great thanks to my right-hand assistant, Gerda Žvirblytė. They are fantastic. Really, I'm so happy. Of course, I would like to thank Thomas, Gytis, and all my team, because they organized this conference. I'm only sitting and talking. And now I would like to invite our speakers, Aušra Urbaitytė. Of course, we will continue in Lithuanian language about news of the Moodle. Prašau, Aušra.
Labą dieną. Tai kaip ir Danguolė minėjo, pabandysiu pristatyti Moodle naujoves. Tai pasidalinu ekranu. Ir truputį susitvarkau greitai dar langus. Taip. Ir pabandysiu pristatyti, tai yra Moodle naujovės, tos, kurios dar tik tai atsiras su Moodle 4 versija. Tai šiuo savo pranešimu ir demonstracija ir norėčiau pademonstruoti, taigi kas mūsų laukia, kai jau bus Moodle 4.0 versija. Ir ši versija yra ypatinga tuo, kad šiek tiek keičiasi visa Moodle architektūra, tai yra pagrindiniai keitimai atsiranda naršyme, tai yra kaip naviguoti, meniu pasikeitimai, paprastėja ir atsiranda paieška arba ją galima išjungti, vėlgi tai priklausomai nuo Moodle administratorių ir taip pat Moodle siekia supaprastinti ir palengvinti kurso kūrimą ir valdymą, kad tai būtų kuo aiškiau kiekvienam naudotojui, tiek dėstytojui, tiek besimokančiam jam mokytis. Taip pat atsiranda ir kitų naujų pataisimų, tai yra kažkokių tai įskiepių įdėjimas ar tam tikro interfeiso patobulinimai. Ir šis versija, nors ir buvo planuota, kad jinai atsiras jau lapkritį, tačiau kadangi tai yra perėjimas nuo 3 versijos iki 4, kas užima tiesiog yra didesni pakeitimai, tai ši versija Moodle 4 atsiras ir mes jau galėsime pradėti naudoti 2022 metų pradžioje. Ir šiuo savo pranešimu aš norėčiau galbūt pademonstruoti ne teoriškai, bet pabandyti prisijungti prie Moodle 4 versijos ir parodyti vis dėlto, kas laukia mūsų. Tai iškart, kaip matote, aš iškart prisijungiau prie mūsų testinės aplinkos ir čia jau yra įdiegta Moodle 4 versija. Tačiau žinoma, kadangi dar vis Moodle 4 versija tobulinama, tai visų galimybių dar nėra įdiegta ir mes dar išbandyti negalime, bet daugumą jų galime išbandyti. Ir kai prisijungiau, iškart galime pastebėti, kad tas naršymo meniu jis išlieka, tačiau atsiranda dar vienas meniu ir pagrindiniai meniu elementai taip pat bus ir viršuje. Kol kas aš matau tik tai pagrindinis, bet prisijungus matysime ir daugiau. Ir ką galime atkreipti dėmesį, tai yra, kad kalbos pasirinkimas. Iškart matome kalbos pasirinkimo, vieta šiek tiek pakinta ir jis atsiranda štai čia. Visa kita atrodo kaip ir įprasta Moodle aplinka, tai yra standartinė tema Boost, jeigu kartais pas kažkuriuos yra kita tema. Ir taip pat į ką reikėtų atkreipti dėmesį, tai yra Moodle 4 versija stengiasi visą savo dizainą elementus kuo paprasčiau supaprastinti ir susisteminti ir taip pat pritaikyti prie įvairių dydžių arba mobiliųjų ekranų. Ir galima pastebėti, kad išnyksta apatinė paraštė, tai yra footeris, ir čia visa informacija atsiranda tarsi tokiame klaustuke. Spustelėjus jį mes galime matyti atitinkamą, kas yra pateikiama apatinės paraštėje informacija. Spustelėjus prisijungti mes galime matyti įprastą mūsų prisijungimo langą, tačiau čia atkreipkime dėmesį, yra jų galimybė iškart pasikeisti kalbą, jeigu tarkim pagal naršyklę atpažįstama ir norite pakeisti. Tai aš įvedu savo testinius prisijungimus ir pabandysiu pademonstruoti ir kaip atrodo prisijungus. Kai taip prisijungiame, iškart galime matyti, kad aplinka yra personalizuota, iškart yra pasisveikinamas, sveiki dalyvi. Jeigu būčiau prisijungus pirmą kartą, atitinkamai pranešimas būtų sveiki prisijungę. Ir tai į kiekvieną naudotoją kreipiasi individualiai. Toliau, kaip jau minėjau, tai pagrindinis skirtumas ir yra tai, kad keitėsi šiek tiek architektūra ir naršymas. Tai kaip matome, naršymo meniu yra štai čia ir atsiranda viršuje pagrindiniai mums svarbiausi meniu. Tai yra pagrindinis mano kursai ir aš, kadangi esu kaip administratorius, galiu matyti ir svetainės administravimo meniu. Ir nors anksčiau būdavo kalbos pasirinkimas, tačiau mes jo nematome ir jį galime rasti naudotojo profilyje ir spustelėjus naudotojo profilį mes galime matyti kalbos pasirinkimą, kur kiekvienas dalyvis atėjęs gali ir pasirinkti jam norimą kalbą. Taip pat galiu matyti tuos pačius piktogramas, tai yra pranešimus, žinutės ir šiuo atveju yra aktyvuota globali paieška. Tai spustelėjus tą globalią paiešką matome, kad keičiasi šiek tiek atvaizdavimas, vėlgi supaprastintas vaizdas. Ir kalbant apie pagrindinį puslapį, jis labai nesikeitė, bet mums galbūt svarbiausias yra puslapis mano pagrindinis, kurį galiu pasiekti ir iš naršymo meniu bei ir iš viršaus. Ir čia jį spustelėjus mes galime matyti jo esminius pasikeitimus. Matome neseniai aplankytus kursus ir šiame puslapyje pagrindiniai pasikeitimai, ką reikėtų atkreipti dėmesį, tai yra laiko juosta. Kadangi Moodle 4 labai stengiasi į tai, kad būtų labai aiški informacija, ką besimokantysis turi atlikti ir kada tai ir atitinkamai pakeitimai ir yra laiko juostoje, kurioje mes galime iškart matyti, kad yra, tarkime, artėjantis testas ir iškart galiu matyti aiškiai nuorodą bandyti testą arba užduotis ar atitinkamai kitos tam tikros veiklos. Bei taip pat mes galime matyti ir pakeistą paiešką arba filtravimą ir čia netgi galėčiau atlikti paiešką pagal tam tikrą veiklą arba išteklių, tai šiuo atveju testas ir iškart matyčiau visus artėjančius man atlikti testukus. Jeigu kalbant apie kalendorių, tai čia taip pat yra stipriai tobulinama ir matome jo šiek tiek modernesnis pateikimas. Ir čia matau artėjančius įvykius ir šiek tiek kitokį vaizdą, kur aš galiu pereiti, matyti kalendorių svarbiausius įvykius arba, kaip ir įprastai, pereiti į visą kalendorių ir matyti jame tam tikrus įvykius. Grįžtant į pagrindinį puslapį, mes galime matyti, kad nebėra kursų apžvalgos bloko. Tačiau jis tikrai niekur nedingo, bet jis persikėlė į naują meniu, tai yra mano kursai. Spustelėjus mano kursai, kad besimokančiajam ar dėstytojui būtų lengva paprasta naršyti, tai mano kursai atsirado štai šiame meniu, kur mes, kaip ir įprastai, tą kursų apžvalgos bloką galime naršyti, keisti, valdyti ir panašiai. Ir kitas pasikeitimas labai aktualus ir svarbus, tai yra naršymas. Naršymas tiek kurse, tiek pačioje aplinkoje. Kaip jau minėjau, visas naršymas buvo šiek tiek supaprastintas ir susistemintas. Aš šiuo metu įėjau į administravimo meniu, bet pavyzdžiui, jeigu aš noriu pakeisti savo Moodle aplinkos išvaizdą ir norėčiau pakeisti temą, tai einu į išvaizdą ir tarkime temų išrinkiklis. Ir čia atkreipkime dėmesį, kad matome jau meniu šiek tiek kitaip. Tai yra tuos pagrindinius elementus, kas man yra susijęs administravimu, aš galiu matyti viršuje štai čia ir tiesiog iškart, kur noriu, galiu pereiti. Jeigu, tarkim, aš noriu keisti kursus ar juos, tarkim, įkelti naują kursą, perkelti į skirtingas kategorijas, aš keliauju įtvarkyti kursus ir kategorijas ir čia galime matyti, kad atsiranda atitinkamai su kursų tvarkymu ir valdymu tam tikri meniu, kuriuos aš galiu matyti viršuje. Tai yra redaguoti šią kategoriją, įtraukti kitas kategorijas ar tiesiog matyti šitos kategorijos kitus tam tikrus parametrus. Jeigu grįžčiau į pagrindinį puslapį ir dabar pabandyčiau nukeliauti į patį kursą, tai čia navigacija, naršymas išlieka labai panašus. Tai yra, mes viršuje galime matyti tabukuose, skiltyse pagrindinius meniu, tai yra, pavyzdžiui, kai mes norime redaguoti kursos parametrus, eidavom tai per krumpliaratį ir parametrai, redaguoti parametrus. Čia mes taip pat tai galime padaryti arba tiesiog spustelėjus atitinkamą tabuką, parametrai ir keliauti ir pakeisti mūsų kurso reikiamus nuostatus. Atitinkamai viršuje iš karto aš galiu matyti dalyvius, pereiti į įverčių knygelę, kur įverčiuose pasikeitė irgi tam tikras vaizdas, bet galbūt grįšiu prie jo vėliau. Ir toks naršymas, kai viršuje mes galime matyti pagrindinę mums reikalingą informaciją, jis išliko ir įėjus į veiklą arba išteklį. Tik jei noriu aš įeiti ir redaguoti tam tikrą išteklių arba veiklą, aš matau šiek tiek dešinėje atsiradusi ir išryškinta redagavimo režimų aktyvavimą mygtuką. Tai štai čia spustelėjus mes galime įjungti tiesiog kurse redagavimą ir redaguoti. Redagavimas kaip ir nepasikeitė, mes galime įtraukti veiklas arba išteklių, pereiti prie tam tikros veiklos, ją redaguoti. Ir jeigu, tarkime, įeičiau, kad ir į šį puslapį, ir šiame puslapyje mes matytumėm vėlgi viršuje, kaip tabukuose išskaidytus pagrindinius meniu, kur mums paprasta rasti tam tikrus parametrus. Jeigu kalbant apie kurso valdymą, tai kaip jau minėjau, jis yra visiškai tas pats, tik pats kursas mūsų atrodo šiek tiek kitaip, nes mes jau nors ir naudojam standartinę temą, tai yra temų formatas, tačiau mes čia turime galimybę visas temas išskleisti arba sutraukti. Ir atitinkamai šiuo atveju galime matyti, kad mes tų temų kaip ir negalime kilnoti. Tai visa tai pasislėpia ir mes galėtumėm temas perkelnoti, tai tiesiog turime mygtuką perkelti ir galėtumėm perkelti į atitinkamą norimą vietą. Pavyzdžiui, štai čia. Ir kas dar kalbant apie naršymą, tai reikėtų atkreipti dėmesį į keletą dalykų. Tai yra blokus. Blokai pas mane šiuo atveju buvau iššokę, bet blokai pagal numatymą jie yra taip pat paslėpti ir tie blokai yra paslėpti tokiam simbolį. Tai yra blokiukai kaip kubeliai. Spustelėjus į mes galime matyti iššokančius blokus ir tuos blokus matyti, kas mums aktualus arba ką dėstytojas mums pateikė. Jeigu aš nukeliaučiau į knygą, kurioje mes ir turime tam tikrą informaciją, tai yra meniu pateikiamas tarsi blokė. Ir galime atkreipti dėmesį, kad mums iškart iššoko blokas, parodantis, kad čia yra meniu, aš galiu naršyti ir knygoje, jeigu tarkim pereičiau ar viršą ir pirmin spausčiau kitas į kitą puslapį, galėtumėm pastebėti, kad tie blokiukai susiskleidė ir mes galime toliau po knygą naršyti tiesiog perėjimu vis pirmin. O jeigu norime, galime atskleisti. Atitinkamai tai būtų, jeigu aš atlikinėčiau testą, pavyzdžiui, dabar ir pabandysiu nukeliauti į testą, kur teste taip pat mes galime, bandant atlikti testą, galime matyti, kad yra tam tikras blokas. Vėlgi besimokančiam jis iššoka, gali matyti ir, tarkime, atsakius į klausimą, pereinam, jis vėlgi pasislėptų. Ir kitas pagrindinis pakitimas, kuo yra naudinga tiek dėstytojo, tiek besimokančiam, tai yra, jeigu aš suskleisčiau naršymo meniu, mes turime dar ir kitą meniu, kuris vadinasi kurso rodyklė. Tai jeigu aš jį išskleisčiau, iškart galėčiau matyti ne tik pagrindinės temas, bet ir kas tose temose yra. Tai pavyzdžiui, galiu iškart matyti, kad yra kursų kūrimas ir pagrindiniai nustatymai knyga, į ją iškart galiu pereiti ir atitinkamai galiu matyti ir visas kitas veiklas ir išteklius, kas yra įdėta į tas temas ir pereiti į tą dalį. O pilkai yra rodoma tos veiklos, kas yra paslėpta nuo besimokančiųjų. Tai supaprastina mums naršymą ir navigaciją po kursą. Toliau, į ką reikėtų atkreipti dėmesį, tai yra į vaidmens pasikeitimą. Dažnai susidurime su ta problema, jog per naudotojo meniu mes galime perjungti vaidmenį ir, tarkime, kursą patikrinti, kaip atrodo besimokančiojo vaidmeniu. Ir pamirštame, kad mes juo jau pasikeitėme. Tai štai čia iškart galime matyti, kad rolė vaidmuo yra matomas ir dėstytojas pasikeitęs vaidmenį iškart gali viršuje matyti, kad jis yra kaip besimokantysis. Taip, ir esu kaip besimokantysis ir galbūt nukeliausiu į dar vieną temą, tai yra trečią temą, kur yra veikla užduotis. Ir atkreipkime dėmesį čia, nors su 3.11 atsirado nauji veiklos užbaigimo sekimo parametrai, tai yra pažymėti kaip atlikta, taip pat rodomos baigimo sąlygos ir taip pat galima valdyti, ar turėtų būti rodoma datos, tai yra nuo kada iki kada reikėtų vieną ar kitą veiklą atlikti. Tai MUL ketvirtoje versijoje jau šitos datos bus rodomos kurso pagrindinėme puslapyje ir besimokantysis iškart matys, kad atkreipdėmėsi, kad vieną ar kitą veiklą jau reikia atlikti arba kada yra terminas. Ir jeigu nukeliaučiau aš į veiklą užduotis ir galime matyti čia tam tikrą pasikeitimą, ne tik matomos datos, veiklų atitikimo sąlygos, bet taip pat ir pasikeitęs vaizdas, supaprastintas ir palengvintas besimokančiojo darbų įkėlimui. Tai besimokantysis ir galėtų spustelti ir įkelti patį pateikimą. Galbūt grįžtu į savo įprastą vaidmenį ir ką dar norėčiau pademonstruoti, tai yra nukeliauti į klausimų banką. Šiuo atveju klausimų bankas taip pat buvo šiek tiek patobulintas, įdiegtas papildomas įskiepis, kas palengvintų valdyti ir kurti pačius klausimus, matyti, kur tie klausimai buvo panaudoti. Tai pavyzdžiui, štai čia yra naudojamumas ir matau, kad mano blokų klausimas yra panaudotas 2 kartus. Spustelėjus skaičiuką 2 kartus ir mes galime matyti, kur tas klausimas buvo panaudotas. Tai šiuo atveju veikloje, kuris vadinasi testas, ir antras temos savikontrolės testas. Ir netgi mes čia galime iškart matyti ne tik kurso pavadinimą, bet taip pat matyti ir kiek bandymų buvo atlikta tame teste ir kiek besimokančiam, tarkim, tas klausimas buvo patekęs, jeigu naudojame atsitiktiniai klausimai. Ir taip pat mes galime matyti iškart iš klausimų banko tam tikrą statistiką, tai yra procentiškai kiek pataikyti atsakyti į tą klausimą. Taip pat mes galime paimti, pridėti tam tikrus komentarus, kurį matytų tik tai kurso dėstytojas. Tai štai pavyzdžiui, štai čia yra tam tikras klausimas ir mes matome, reikia taisymo, tarkime, dirbame keliese dėstytojas ir galėčiau parašyti, kad tarkime pataisyti ir panašiai pasirašyti tam tikrus komentarus ir taip paprasčiau valdyti savo klausimus. Žinoma, nereikėtų nepamiršti, kad mes juos galime redaguoti, naikinti, matyti istoriją, kas redagavo ir panašiai. Tai galbūt ir būtų tiek. Dar gal grįšiu prie įvertinimų, kad įvertinimų langas taip pat šiek tiek pasikeitęs ir čia jūs galėtumėte iškart atitinkamai, jeigu yra įjungtas redagavimo režimas, tai iškart galėtumėte matyti, bet štai čia, kad atsiranda galimybė iškart įrašyti tam tikrą įvertinimą. Matau, gautas įvertinimas automatiškas, bet redagavimo režimu aš galėčiau iškart besimokančiam įrašyti tam tikrą įvertinimą. Ir štai įvertinimas įrašytas. Tai vėlgi supaprastina, nereikia papildomai pažymėti, kad noriu keisti ir panašiai. Tai galbūt tiek būtų iš demonstracijos aplinkos. Grįžtu prie savo pateikčių ir norėčiau šiek tiek apibendrinti. Tai kaip minėjau, pagrindiniai keitimai buvo tarp naršymo, tai atsiranda ne tik pagrindiniai meniu, bet taip pat ir kurso rodiklė. Galime matyti veiklų tam tikrus užbaigimus ir paprastesnį pateikimą. Ko nepaminėjau ir nepademonstravau, tai yra taip pat patobulinta dalyvių, tarkim, administravimo sąsaja. Tarkime, mes, kai tvarkome svetainės administratorius, tai yra suteikiama administravimo tam tikras teisės, mes čia galime matyti tam tikrus naudotojus, juos jau iškart grupuojamus ir grupuojamus pagal elektroninio pašto tam tikrą plėtinį, pavyzdžiui, kas yra su eta.ALTA ar eta.gmail.com. Tai vėlgi paprastina mums visą svetainės administravimą. Ko nepaminėjau, kalbant apie tai, kas yra klausimų banke, tai taip pat mes prie klausimų galėsime matyti ir klausimų atitinkamų tipus arba juos įsitraukti per tam tikras žymes. Taip pat yra ištaisytos tam tikros klaidos, tai pavyzdžiui, buvusios problemos su klausimų atsarginiu kopijavimu ir atkūrimu, kai, tarkim, ar klausimų neįkeldavo arba tiesiog neleisdavo labai daug klausimų eksportuoti ir importuoti. Kokios dar naujos galimybės atsiras, ko nepavyko išbandyti, bet yra, tai yra atsiras, jog Big Blue Button bus integruotas į Moodle korą, tai yra automatiškai bus galima parinkti įtraukti veiklą Big Blue Button, bet žinoma, visa tai turės būti padaroma, įtraukiama tik kaip veikla, bet pati konfiguracija tai turėtų būti atliekama institucijos serveryje. Toliau taip pat atliekami tam tikri ATO redaktoriaus patobulinimai, tai yra pritaikymas neįgaliesiems ir žinoma, kas yra labai svarbu, tai yra tam tikrų ataskaitų tobulinimai ir čia turėtų atsirasti naujos galimybės, ko tas ataskaitas susikurti. Moodle taip pat plėtoja tam tikras galimybės ir stengiasi kuo daugiau įtraukti tiek tam tikrus įrankius, tai yra Moodle įrankius, ir čia atsiranda tam tikros naujos integracijos su Moodle produktais ir taip pat kitomis sistemomis, kas leidžia paprasčiau Moodle integruoti į kitus išorinės sistemas. Taip pat atsiranda paprastesnė Moodle administravimo galimybė, kas leidžia eksportuoti Moodle tam tikrą konfiguraciją ir importuoti į kitą Moodle, ar tiesiog išsisaugoti ir taip dalintis tam tikrų valdymų, kur nereikėtų administruojant kelias, pavyzdžiui, Moodle aplinkas, tuos pačius parametrus kiekvieną kartą rankiniu būdu tiesiog suspaudinėti. Tai galime eksportuoti tiesiog presetus. Taip pat, nors Moodle jau turi LTI įrankių, kur leidžia dalintis kurso ar kurso dalimi, tai prie šito taip pat vyksta tobulinimai ir čia nuosekliai tobulinama, kad ne tik būtų galimybė sėkmingai dalintis, bet taip pat, kad vyktų tiek įverčių sinchronizacija, naudotojų duomenų sinchronizacija ir atitinkamas jų atnaujinimas. Kas labai yra svarbu ir prie ko taip pat atsiras naujovių, atitinkamai tos naujovės bus pritaikytos pagal tai, kaip ir atsirado jau ir webinėme, tai yra naršant tinklalapyje Moodle, tai Moodle programėlė. Moodle programėlė taip pat kinta ir čia taip pat atsiranda meniu kaip iššokantis tiesiog langas ir mes galime tiesiog paprasčiau naršyti. Jis supanašėja su tinklalapio Moodle, taip pat tačiau atsiranda mums ir dar naršymas ir papildomas galimybė pasirinkti, tiesiog aš noriu pereiti į pagrindinį puslapį, mano kursus ar tiesiog savo profilį. Taip pat galime matyti nepriklausomai nuo ar aktyvuota globali paieška ar ne, bet yra matoma paieška ir įvedus raktinius žodžius tiesiog iškart galime rasti mums reikalingus tam tikrus elementus. Keičiasi Moodle šiek tiek logika dėl blokų, jie įprastai nukrisdavo į apačią, o mobiliojoje aplikacijoje apskritai jie nebuvo rodomi. Tai dabar bus tam tikras režimas, kur mygtuko tiesiog paspaudimu aš galėsiu matyti arba tiesiog visą tekstą, vaizdą, arba tiesiog spustelėjus mygtuką galėsiu matyti iš blokus, kurie vėlgi bus kaip iššokantis langas. Arba suskleisti. Taip pat atsiranda, jog Moodle programėlėje bus galima aktyvuoti, įjungti redagavimo režimą ir atlikti tam tikrus minimalius redagavimo veiksmus. Įėjus į patį kursą mes taip pat galime matyti kursų rodiklę, tai yra lengvai paprastai naršyti kursą, vėlgi spustelėjimu tiesiog įjungti ir matyti įtrauktus kurso blokus. Ir taip pat kitų yra mažų dar tokių patobulinimų, kas palengvina tiek besimokančio, tiek dėstytojo darbą. Tai tikiuosi, visi mes sėkmingai išbandysime Moodle 4 ir pradėsime taikyti tada, kai ši versija jau bus vieša ir galėsime ją įdiegti. Tai ačiū Jums ir gal turite klausimų?
Aušra, ačiū labai, bet galbūt klausimus tegul rašo į pokalbių kambarį ir tu atsakyk tenais. Nes aš labai laukiu Mildos pranešimo ir kadangi mes po pirmos 15 vis vieną 3 minutėlės norėtųsi dar laiko turėti, norėtumėm dar lietuviškai pasitarti apie elektroninio pašto saugumą, kur pavadinimas Mildus nuostabus, ten apie tą kablelį aš daug galvojau ir tik tai pasikartosiu, kad po pirmos 15 laukiame jūsų ir angliškoj sekcijoje, kur vyks šiame kambaryje, bei lietuviški pranešimai bus kitame kambaryje, tai nepamirškite nubėgti ir į kitą kambariuką. Aušra, pristatymas nuostabus, visi klausimai pokalbio kambarį, o jau tu ten vaikščiuk į varkį ir atsakinėk. Gerai, prašau. Milda, prašau.
Sveiki visi. Ačiū Danguolė už pakvietimą. Bandysiu tilpti į tas 15 minučių. Žinant, mano iškalbingumą bus labai sunku, gal kai ką labai greitai praleisiu. Gal kitą kartą, gal patiks, gal pasikviesite pilnai ir su dar detalesniais pavyzdžiais paskaityti apie elektroninio pašto saugą. Dabar pasidalinu savo ekranu.
Matome, bet nepilną ekraną.
Nepilną. Tai gal ir gerai, nes ar labai nepilna?
Labai nepilna. Gal vis vieną paspausk F5. Arba bent jau langą pasididink ten, kur 48% apačioj. Atsiprantu, tu nori vaikščioti per skaidrės, kad ne visas rodyti.
Nu taip. Palaukit, full screen reikia padaryti, gal tada bus geriau.
Gal bus geriau, tada perbėgsi tas skaidrės, kurios neįtin aktualios. Aš atsiprašau, aš tikrai Mildai sakiau, kad jinai truputėlį daugiau laiko turės.
Ne, viskas gerai.
Ne, viskas gerai, Milda, nes galvoju, kad Eva neskaitys pranešimo, bet kadangi angliakalbiai jau visą laiką išnaudoja, tai mano lietuviški pranešimai kūrybinių dirbtuvių tikrai yra viskas suplanuota, tai Milda, laikas tavo, prašau.
Vis tiek matot blogai.
Taip, man panašu, jūs dirbate su 2 ekranais ir tiesiog dalinatės.
Ne, aš turiu vieną ekraną.
Milda, tada pačioj pasididink procentus ir viskas, čia nieko tokio.
Palaukit, aš gal, žinot ką padarysiu, sustabdau share ir pasišėrinu ekranu, ne šitų.
Jo, geriausia ekranu šėrintis. Tai va čia viena irgi iš pastabų, kai visi matote, kad tikrai kartais...
Kaip dabar?
Labai gerai, puiku.
Gerai. Taigi, vat, oi. Atsiprašau. Taigi labai trumpai pirmos skaidrės nerodau. Mano pranešimo tema buvo atidaryti priedo negalima pasitikėti ir būtent kurgi reiktų padėti tą kablelį, ar galime atidaryti kiekvieną priedą, kurį gauname elektroniniu paštu, ar galime paspausti kiekvieną nuorodą, kurią mes matome laiške. Aš dirbu KTU kompiuterinių tinklų centre, IT saugos skyriuje, taip pat vadovauju Litneto CERTO komandai. Litneto CERTO komanda tai yra reagavimo į incidentus kompiuterių tinkle komanda, kuri dirba visame Litnete. Startavome prieš gerus 20 metų, esame FIRSTO nariai, tai yra bendruomenė, saugos institucijų ir CERT tarnybų bendruomenė. Taip pat turime Trusted Introducer akreditaciją, esame patikimas pranešėjas, patikima komanda. 2011 metais Litneto CERTO būtent buvo nuostatai sukurti ir Litneto kaip vieneto dokumentuose, švietimo ministerijos patvirtintuose dokumentuose Litneto CERTas atsirado kaip vienetas. Šiaip tai yra iš Litneto jau šiai dienai 5 Litneto techninių centrų žmonės, kurie dirba IT saugos srityje, kurie reaguoja incidentus, visas valdymas atliekamas iš Kauno technologijos universiteto, ir būtent dažniausiai Kauno technologijos universiteto saugos komanda yra ta vadinama Litneto CERTu, nors mes atliekame koordinatoriaus vaidmenį. Kodėl svarbu kalbėti apie elektroninį paštą? Šiai dienai elektroninis paštas išlieka populiariausia paslauga, jinai yra pati pirmoji paslauga, pati seniausia interneto paslauga ir visgi tai yra programišių hakerių taikinys numeris 1. Literatūroje skaitant aptinkama, kad daugiau negu 70% kibernetinių incidentų būtent institucijose atsitinka dėl žmogiškojo faktoriaus, būtent kada atverčiamas priedas, kada paspaudžiama nuoroda, kada kažkoks tai nesilaikoma kibernetinės higienos institucijoje ir būtent įvyksta kibernetinis incidentas. Kalbant apie virusus, virusai kaip ir tobulėja, jie veikia grupuotėmis, gal prieš šiemet pavasarį buvo toksai botnetas, emotet botnetas sustabdytas, jisai veikia ganėtinai ilgai, 6 metus ir dažniausiai tie veikia grupuotėmis tie botnetai. Būtent vieno botneto pagalba yra įkeliamas žalingas kodas, kito botneto pagalba vėlgi gali būti užkriptuojami jūsų duomenys ir piešinėlyje matoma, kiekgi per parą yra įsiunčiama ir gaunama laiškų, koksgi elektroninio pašto naudotojų skaičius yra ir koks yra prognozuojamas skaičius. Elektroninio pašto grėsmę suskirsčiau į keletas dalių, tai yra nepageidaujami elektroninio pašto laiškai, mes dar juos vadiname brukalais, tai yra virusai, tai yra laiškų priedai, tai yra priedai turintys kenkėjišką kodą arba apgaulingos nuorodos laiškuose, tai yra apgaulingi laiškai su tikslu išvilioti jūsų paskyrų duomenys, jūsų asmeninius duomenys ar gauti kažkokios finansinės naudos. Angliškai tai vadiname scam arba phishing. Dar viena, tai yra finansinės apgaulės, apgaulingi laiškai, kurie dažniausiai siunčiami įmonės vadovų vardu ar įmonės finansų tarnybų vadovų vardu. Internete sutinkamas terminas SEO phishing ir dar naujas terminas veiling, tai būtent tikslinės atakos, kada nukreiptos į konkrečius įmonių svarbius asmenis, kada vėlgi turėjome tokį atvejį Litnete, kada tarp dviejų vadovų susirašinėdavo, derinant kažkokius mokėjimus, buvo įsilaužta vieno vadovo dėžutė ir pakišti sąskaitos bankiniai duomenys, pakišti klaidingi ir buvo pervesti pinigai. Tikriausiai visi girdėjote ir apie Alytaus savivaldybės įvykį, kada sumokėjo ne tiem, kada reikia, nes buvo atsiųsta klaidinga sąskaita tam tikrų momentų, stebimas susirašinėjimas ir tam tikrų momentų pakišama apgaulinga nuoroda, apgaulingi duomenys. Pateiksiu keletą pavyzdžių, tai yra paprastas brukalas, tai yra reklama, kuriame dažniausiai siūloma įsigyti produktą, apie tą produktą kalbama, nuorodo laiške gali būti ir nuorodos, vėlgi jos dažniausiai veda į kažkokius keistus puslapius, vėlgi ar nuoroda yra po nuorodą slepiasi virusas ar nesislepia, tai iš pirmo žvilgsnio pažiūrėti negalime, reiktų dėti nuorodą, kopijuoti ir dėti į virus.com sistemą ir tada pamatytumėm, ar tai yra blogai, ar tai yra gerai, ar tai yra saugu pasižiūrėti. Dažniausiai tokius laiškus reikia savo elektroninio pašto programuose žymėti kaip nepageidautinas laiškas, kaip junk, spam ir tik tada išmesti. Taip apmokinsime savo elektroninio pašto programą atpažinti nepageidautinus laiškus. Turime laišką su kenkėjišku priedu, matome pridėtas order, Excelas, dažnai tokių laiškų gauname, vėlgi jie gali būti siunčiami tam tikrų organizacijų vardu, gali būti tie organizacijų, paprasčiausiai paimti organizacijų kažkokį duomenys, tas nežino žmogus, kad jo vardu yra siunčiama, paprasčiausiai nukabinamas jo signature, jo parašas ir būtinai visą laiką reikia žiūrėti, nuo kogi gauname tą laišką, kasgi yra siuntėjas, kasgi yra from. Jei kartais galite net matyti, kad ir jums pažįstamas žmogus siunčia, reiktų tada žiūrėti laiško antraštes. Yra scam laiškai, tai yra apie darbo pasiūlymus, apie milijoninius palikimus, loterijos laimėjimai, pasiūlymas investuoti, dažniausiai jie kartais galima iš laiško teksto atpažinti, kad tai yra tikrai jau feikas, kad tai yra labai blogai, net ir pradėjus skaityti darosi juokas. Kaip tokius laiškus galima įvardinti, kad per gerai, kad tai būtų tiesa. Tas ir milijoninis pasiūlymas, ir darbo pasiūlymas. Jie tame pačiame pirmame laiške jokio žalingo kodo nėra. Būtent tikslas jūs įvilioti į pinklės, užmesti tolimesnį susirašinėjimą ir, tarkim, paprašyti kažkokią dalį pinigų, kad norint gauti tą milijoninį palikimą, prašome susimokėti. Arba, tarkim, norite dėl darbo pasiūlymo, prašome kažkiek tai susimokėti. Man viena teko buvo, kad mašina buvo labai gera mašina, geras pasiūlymas, norint gauti tą mašiną, reikėjo susimokėti už jos atvežimą iš tos šalies, iš kurios jinai pardavinėdavo. Tai yra scam laiškai. Per gerai, kad tai būtų tiesa. Phishingo laiškas pavyzdys. Phishingo laiškai dažniausiai mes siunčiami vėlgi bankų, matote čia Lietuvos pašto vardu, kuriame sakoma apie bankinius pasikeitimus, prašome prisijungti, prašome pažiūrėti, kur yra jūsų krovinys. Vėlgi žiūrime, iš kurgi atėjo laiškas ir kur veda nuoroda. Būtent paspaudus, nuorodos nepaspaudus, kursorium užvedus nuorodos, ekrane, būtent naršyklės ekrane, buvio eilutėje, būsenos eilutėje mes matome tikrąjį adresą. Kaip matome, čia nieko bendro neturi su Lietuvos paštu. Siuntėjas vėlgi nors parašo, kad Lietuvos paštas, adresas iš vis neaiškus. Vėlgi tokius laiškus metam, pažymėm ir metam. Yra tikras SEO phishing laiško pavyzdys, jis tai yra šiek tiek senokas, ne šių dienų, dar čia programišiai nebuvo pilnai pažengę. Mindaugas ir Vilma tai yra vienos mokyklos darbuotojai, Vilma yra buhalterė, Mindaugas yra direktorius ir štai Vilma į savo elektroninio pašto dėžutę gavo iš Mindaugo laišką, iš direktoriaus laišką su pavedimu. Kaip tai galėjo nutikti, kadangi mūsų svetainėse, mūsų mokyklų svetainėse yra buhalteris ir yra direktorius. Ir jeigu tokią svetainę paraskanuoji ir įsiverti, tu matai, kas yra buhalteris, kas yra bookkeeperis ir kas yra direktorius. Ir tokie būtent padarius tokį pradinius žingsnius galima sufalsifikuoti tokį laišką. Aišku, tokie laiškai yra siunčiami iš apgaulingų elektroninio pašto dėžučių, iš nulaužtų elektroninio pašto dėžučių. Emotet veiksmai, tai būtent šių metų pradžioje dar jie buvo siunčiami, praktiškai gavot laišką ir pridėtas Wordo dokumentas ir prašoma, kad tą dokumentą pasižiūrėti, prašome įdiegti tam tikras programas. Aišku, įdiegus tas programas į mūsų kompiuterį keliautų virusas. Tai irgi reiktų būtent žiūrėti, iš kur atėjo, kaip atėjo ir ko prašom padaryti, ką prašo atlikti. Labai dažnai aš girdžiu tokias, aš turiu antivirusinę programą, aš esu saugus. Jūs nesate saugus turėdamas antivirusinę programą. Tai yra pavyzdys, aš įkėliau virus.total.com kažkokį žalingą failą gautą ir iš pat pradžių tik tai 23 antivirusinės programos atpažįsta, kad tai yra virusas. Pirmiausia, atpažįsta tos didžiosios, kurios greitai keičiasi informacijos, kurios greitai reaguoja. Paprastesnės antivirusinės programos arba nemokamos antivirusinės programos jos taip greitai nereaguoja ir jos dar neturi to fingerprinto, tų pirštų antspaudų to naujo viruso, nors jinai ir veikia kompiuterį, jinai į viruso net pažins. Taigi pirmojų bandymų vieną dieną 23 atpažino, po kažkiek tai laiko, jau 34, matot, jau daugiau apsimokė, jau daugiau vatesnis po 24 valandų, jau daugiau atpažino. Taigi antivirusinės turėdamas, antivirusinės programos turėjimas dar neapsaugo nuo virusų. Dabar, kaipgi sakom, nulaužta elektroninio pašto paskyrą nulaužė trečiosios šalys, programišiai, paskyros vardą ar slaptažodį. Vėlgi, kokie tai yra perėjimo būdai. Gali būti atspėjamas, kada yra daromos vadinamos brute force atakos, kada skanuojamas, kada bandomi slaptažodžiai ir slaptažodis nebūnamas atspėjamas. Gali būti nutekinamas, kada įrenginyje veikia virusai, registruojantis klaviatūros paspaudimus ir arba nenaudojantis nesaugių Wi-Fi tinklų, jungiantis į svetaines be HTTPS protokolo. Gali būti nutekinti iš internetinių portalų. Jeigu jungiamės, palikome ten savo slaptažodį, tas internetinis portalas buvo išlaužtas, sukompromituotas. Gali būti sužvejojamas, tai būtent phishing atakų metu ir gali būti pritaikomas. Nutekinus vienos paskyros slaptažodį, jis yra pritaikymas kitom. Todėl būtent vienas iš mano saugumo reikalavimų ir tą, ką aš sakau, nenaudokite to pačio slaptažodžio tom pačiom skirtingom paskyrom. Mes turime Gmailo paskyrą, mes turime kitų paskyrą, mes turime LDM, ALTA paskyrą, naudokite skirtingus slaptažodžius, kad nebūtų problemų. Kaip pasitikrinti, ar mano paskyros duomenys yra nutekėję, yra mokslininko, tikrai yra tikra svetainė, have I been pwned.com, tokia svetainė, galite įvesti čia savo e-mail adresą ir galite pasižiūrėti, ar jūsų paskyra nutekėjo. Neįsigaskite, jeigu jūsų paskyra nutekėjo, tarkim, kažkokiais 17 metais, tada iš LinkedInas buvo išlaužtas ir ten tada, bet turbūt nuo 2017-2016 metų jūs jau pasikeitė slaptažodį ne kartą. Taigi vėl tokia svetainė. Šiek tiek apie slaptažodžius. Labai gražus piešinėlis, man jis labai patiko, iš interneto pasiskolinau. Ir kągi paskutiniai pagrindiniai teiginiai skirtingom paskyrom, skirtingi slaptažodžiai, skirtingoms progom skirtingi apatiniai. Į apatinių negalime kaip ir slaptažodžių mėtyti, neskelbti, nesidalinti su kitais, reguliariai keisti ir kuo ilgesnis, tuo geriau. Na, kalbam apie ilgesnius apatinius, nežinau, ir visą laiką geriau, čia paprasčiausiai sulyginama, šiek tiek, juoko forma. Jei šitame sąraše matote savo paskyros slaptažodį, iš karto keičiate, nes tai yra internete yra skelbiama top 10 tūkstančių, top kažkiek tai populiariausių lietuviškų slaptažodžių. Na, nėra pats naujausias, tai yra gal metų pradžios paimtas top 50 lietuviškų slaptažodis, būtent iš GitHub'o. Ir štai yra tokie slaptažodžiai. Na, populiariausias tai yra 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Bet yra taip, gal matot, yra ir Žalgiris, ir Deividas, ir kompiuteris, ir dviratis, ir taip toliau. Kaip sustiprinti slaptažodį, keletas patarimų, yra svetainės vėlgi adresas, ar mano slaptažodis yra stiprus. Nepatarčiau čia versti savo tikrųjų slaptažodžių, galite pasižiūrėti, pavarijuoti, atlikti kažkokį tyrimą, koks slaptažodis yra stipresnis. Vienas iš pavyzdžių, 128, jis yra labai silpnas, net jis yra žinomas, užrašius slaptažodį kitą formą, užrašius slaptažodį kitą formą, jis yra stipresnis, žymiai stipresnis. Na ir dar keletas pavyzdžių, kaip sustiprinti slaptažodį. Lietuva su pliusu pridėsim jau pastiprėję slaptažodis, Lietuva plus Vilnius pastiprėję. O ne Lietuva, kur lietus yra vien tik tai yra raidės, bet jeigu jisai ilgas ir jam atspėti reikia ilgiau. Na vėlgi čia informacija vėlgi keičiasi ir tendencijos slaptažodžių ir politikos, bet čia šiek tiek pusės metų senumo politika. Manau, tikrai nepasikeitė per tą laiką. Sakysit, sunku įsiminti slaptažodžius, yra specialios programos, kurios skirtos saugoti slaptažodžiam, tai yra LastPassas, NordPassas, Bitwarderis, Tiki Password, Dashline'as. Na, mes ir kitų naudojame, tai yra Passboltą naudojame, tai kai kurie yra free, čia yra nemokami slaptažodžiai, kuriuose galite susirašyti visus savo slaptažodžius ir sudėti vieną stiprų slaptažodį arba 2 antrą faktorių sudėti prie įėjimui prie šitų visų jūsų išsaugotų slaptažodžių. Kaip to apsaugoti, jau dabar kalbu, kaip apsaugoti savo elektroninio pašto paskyrą. Yra keletas svetainių, kur kalba apie su patarimais, su būtent ir skirtingais lygiais, paprastam vartotojui, šiek tiek pažengusiam vartotojui, yra kibernetinio saugumo vadovas NKS sukurtas ir patalpintas svetainėje. Vienu žodžiu, čia kaip yra ne 10 dievų įsakymų, bet 8 radau, tai yra skirtingom paslaugom skirtingi stiprūs slaptažodžiai, atidžiai žiūrėti, kas yra nuo, kas yra from eilutėje, nespausti nuorodų, netidarinėti laiškų, būtent ypatingai gautų iš nepažįstamų asmens, pirmiausia reikia įsitikinti ir patikrinti. Jei įtartiną laišką bylą gavote žinomo asmens, susisiekite kitais kanalais ir paklausti, ar toks laiškas buvo siųstas. Vėlgi, nepersiųsti kolegam laiškų su galingai žalimais priedais, siųskite laiško nuotrauką, tai padarot snipping su tulsais nuotrauką ir nusiunčiate. Na ir prieš ištrinant apgaulingus laiškus, juos pravartu pirmiausia pažymėti, kad tai yra junk ar spam. Na ir nuolat reikia atnaujinti antivirusinę programą, pašto programą ir pačio kompiuterio operacinę sistemą. Ir laisvalaikiui internete naudokite atskirą elektroninio pašto adresą. Nenaudokite savo universitetinių, savo vardinių elektroninio pašto adresų, kurie skirti jūsų atlikti tiesioginiam pareigom universitete. Na, o jeigu atsitiko bėda, jeigu nežinote, kur kreiptis, jeigu manote, kad tai yra incidentas, visą laiką galite parašyti mums ALTA’21, mes tikrai reaguojame, kiekvienas jūsų pranešimas įkrenta į mūsų incidentų valdymo sistemą ir tiek aš, tiek mano kolegos nuolatos stebime ir atsakinėjame. Jeigu turite paklausimą, turite pasiūlymą, rašykite ALTA’21, būtent vėlgi skaitomi laiškai, bet čia tai yra tokiam bendram susirašinėjimui. Taigi tiek, ačiū uždėmesi. Aš spėjau į 15 minučių.
Ja, ačiū labai, Milda, ir labai atsiprašau, bet klausimams mes vietos jau laiko nebelabai turim. tai aš tikrai prašyčiau visų kreiptis Mildos nurodytais kontaktais, arba jeigu norit rašykit čiate, Milda dar kurį laiką pabus atsakys, jeigu
Taip, aš atsakysiu, aš dabar einu į savo darbo vietą, nes turiu darbų, bet aš pasijungsiu online ir atsakysiu.
Gerai. O tuo tarpu aš norėčiau tada sustabdyti įrašą šitos dalies ir netrukus pradėsim sekančią dalį.
Gerai.
Okay, we will start in a minute. Second English session. We are late 5 minutes, but I think that's not a problem. We will catch up with this. And well, I see the presentation from who is sharing. Okay, so that's the projects, some dissemination and advertisement. Okay, I think that do we have the first speaker of the second part, Tomas Blažauskas?
Tomas Blažauskas is on a business trip, so he prepared an amazing video to cover his topic, so I will show it.
Okay, so just a moment, I will start recording and we could...
So, okay, hello everyone. So Thomas' topic is PowerPoint Live and Let Die, and he prepared an amazing video to cover his topic, so I will show it and let it talk itself. Second.
Probably you remember the song and the movie. Actually, it was my inspiration. Because when I was young, I wanted PowerPoint to let die. Probably you know the term, the death by PowerPoint. So when I was young and broke, I tried different things. But now, when I'm not so young, I see that PowerPoint can do a lot of things. And let's see what PowerPoint can do. So first thing, what we can do with PowerPoint is to create the hidden object games. So this is my project. I will remove some screens here. So we can use animations and triggers. Let's see how it works. As you can see, we can click the objects. This object disappears. The text disappears as well. But that's it. Nothing else happens. So let's go further. Let's export this one to HTML5 format. We export it, we open it in the browser, as you can see. And as you can see, even though we exported it into HTML5, nothing happens. So what happens, we can see here. So initially, in the PowerPoint land, we create the presentation. These resources are moved to the iSpring converter, and the iSpring converter converts the PowerPoint into HTML5 files. These HTML5 files are served into browser, and browser executes it. So what happens is that everything that runs in PowerPoint is executed correctly, but PowerPoint itself doesn't save the state. So in this case, we need some magic. And let's see how magic works. So initially, it is the same. Using PowerPoint, we create the presentation. We move that presentation to iSpring converter, and that converter creates HTML5 files. At this point, we need to intercept these files and inject it with some of our code. So the pirates come, they take HTML5 files, add additional ones, and HTML5s, along with some evil code, are served to a browser. Now the browser runs the file, and JavaScript installs the Sauron eye. And that eye, that evil eye, will supervise everything that runs within the browser. Let's see how it works. I will zoom out now, and let's see what additional things I did to the PowerPoint. So when I click on the object, it not only hides the object itself and the corresponding text, it also opens some text. And in this case, I have a text named as task. So for every object, I will have the corresponding task. Okay, so what we do now, we export it once again. And now it is time for the pirates to inject some code. So here is our published project. We can just put here the whole folder, or we just put here the only file we changed. Okay. We replace it. Now we can run our file. And we can enjoy our game. As you see, the score is counting, and after we find all the objects we need, it gives us the winning screen. The very similar project to the previous one which I made is Escape Room. It's the same game, it's just when you click on the object, it asks you a question. So, what is Linus? It is Torvalds. And so on and so on. So, let's see how it was done in PowerPoint. As you can see, there are a lot of questions that are augmented by some markings. So, there is a question window. There is an input keyword. That input keyword will be replaced by HTML input. There is an answer. There is the incorrect answer, and there is a text showing for which input these answers belong. In such a way, the escape game is made. Let's move further, and here we have interactive videos that can be made by PowerPoint. First, I will show how it is made in PowerPoint. Here we have two keywords. Observe. So evil eye will not only observe HTML code, but it will also observe video. And at some specific time point, it will click this object. And these objects are related to animations. Also, we have buttons. When we click buttons, we need to go to some specific timeline. So what we do, we activate these go-to statements. Let's see this in action. Hey guys, is it? So, what is it? Probably a sprint review.
No.
So, in such a way, we can make interactive videos. And we have yet another similar project, and it is related to the chatbots. Chatbot means that someone is supervising your work when you are watching video. In this case, we have this lovely Grace, and Grace will supervise. Okay, so let's see it. I skip.
Let's talk about motivation. Why do we need to use software engineering methods, although we can create software without using it?
And now the Grace interrupts the video, asks if she could
Would you like me to
serve
assist you?
as assistant. So sure, why not?
Let's see a video for a minute.
And now we can watch further.
Some people like to climb mountains.
So
I
at
like
some
to build
point,
planes in the
Grace
air.
will interrupt these videos and ask us some
Engineering
questions.
methods.
Let us stop here. I want to ask you, why there are still so many failed projects nowadays?
Let's try to answer the question.
No. The increasing system complexity is the major challenge.
Okay, so that was
what
not
is
the right
software
answer.
engineering?
Let's proceed.
There are many
Listening.
definitions.
And
I
if
want
we want
to
to
outline
go
two of
further,
them.
we can click on Grace.
What would you like
And
to play?
Grace will propose us some selection. So we can
Now
change the
let's
topic
talk about some
and
key
proceed watching
challenges.
the
And
movie.
the first couple of key challenges is
What's
heterogeneity
next?
and
There is VR. Is it possible to make a virtual reality application with PowerPoint? Absolutely. So let's see it. Okay, so we opened the panoramic image, and if we could have virtual reality glasses, and if that file would be served in a server, you could use it with virtual reality. As for now, we just can look around. And how it is made? It is made pretty simply. What we have here is a picture, the equirectangular picture. You actually should take it yourself. No PowerPoint will do it for you. We put it onto the PowerPoint screen, and what we additionally do, we add the text type :VR, and that's it. The engine will convert it to virtual reality. So I wanted to conclude my presentation. I didn't show all the things that PowerPoint can do, but it can do a lot. For example, it can export the material to various e-learning object standards, like XAPI, SEMI5, ACC, and SCORM. Because of that, we can use the learning materials in a lot of learning management systems. Now that PowerPoint generates HTML5, we can convert the resource into native iOS, Android, Android TV, Windows, macOS, Linux, and many other platforms. And finally, with PowerPoints, we can do what we actually couldn't do before. We can create hidden object games, we can create escape rooms, we can create interactive videos, we can create chatbots, and we can have virtual reality. So, with that,
Okay, so here are the contacts to reach Tomas Baršauskas if you have any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Also, I will put his email into the comments. So if you have any questions, just feel free to email him.
Okay. Okay, great. Now we will switch to the next presentation. I guess Justina, Yannick will present state of the art on the remote teaching in Spain, Poland, Lithuania, and Turkey. So Justina is from Poland, Krakow. Do we have the next speaker? I don't see Justina. Okay, so if she will join later, we will switch places with another, and now we go further on. Teachers' experience in organizing distance education in preschool during the COVID-19 pandemic. And we are waiting for presentation from Vilma Liaudanskė, Marijampolė University of Applied Science. Okay. We don't have this speaker either. Okay, then Dalia Dzemidienė, are you ready? Dalia's presentation, Adaptivity of e-learning system with integration of computer-based ontology of application domain. So I see that Dalia is connected. Maybe it was a surprise for her because we rushed through two speakers that are absent at the moment. We will try to contact them and clarify. Dalia, can you hear us? Okay, then Edgaras Dambrauskas. I see Edgaras is connected.
Hello, everyone. I would like to present this presentation.
Daina?
Gytis, can I?
Yes, can you check your voice, please? I think your headset is...
No, it's okay. I have a camera, so
it's the camera.
Speak louder if you hear that. So
okay.
Thank you for the floor. I would like to present project results.
Okay, so...
do you see now slides?
No, we don't see your slides yet.
Okay. Do you see it now?
Yes, please make a full screen. And...
Do you see now view or comments?
Yes, everything is fine.
Okay, good.
you can go on.
So I would like to make a presentation on the potential of digital games for increasing social and civic inclusion. And the aim of the work we are working in game project is creating and promoting meaningful, culturally sensitive curricula in the form of an attractive game narrative, encourage and adopting holistic approaches to learner development, creating and mainstreaming effective innovative pedagogies which help unite learners and facilitate cooperation. So we have different challenges here in this project, and we understand that nowadays learners have an opportunity to gain deeper skills by playing games in the educational process, and many authors declare that game thinking is motivational design, have a positive influence on motivation by providing a meaningful and engaging gamification of the educational process, has multiple users, as it is commonly applied to improve achievement at schools, universities, but it can also be used with teaching methodologies such as project-based learning on an online learning environments experience. Technological advances and the availability of digital tools can help to improve student skills, eventually leading to the emerge of taxonomy. However, pedagogical aspects are important in planning to achieve different learning outcomes. The technological aspect, as I mentioned, is not the only one when speaking about educational game design. The pedagogical implementation is also very important by possibly choosing a useful taxonomy for the assessment, especially assessment, assurance, and the online game. Specifications and guidelines for audiovisual content can be also divided into the following part, what are very important, especially in the games. So audio-related guidelines, video-related guidelines, general technical guidelines for game creation, and all above mentioned specifications are connected to a simple game mechanics model, what can be implemented in several levels. So you see we have totally 6 levels, and in-game ideas for civic engagement and social inclusion focus on the steps for game implementation. The technological framework includes a full learner journey from the beginning to the assessment by identifying the achieved learning outcomes, and the player here will be aware of the most important social environment issues and has already shown that he can come up with solutions on a local or regional levels. Now it is a matter to gaining a little more knowledge in order to face global issues and to actively or collectively tackle any abuses. We have also several audiovisual solutions for educational games. So type of background music is very important, especially in the games. And here we can meet ambient music for games, battle music for games, fast music for games, instrumental music for games. And also 3 main functions of video game music is related with environmental functions, immersion, diegetic, how music supports a game narrative, and also different uses of sound effects, short sounds formats, and dialogues as well. We usually are able to choose dimensions for game design, and you see here 3 dimensions for 2-dimensional games, 3-dimensional games, and 2-dimensional games use 3-dimensional geometry. So that are several possibilities for game design. Choose an engine that is able to create native applications for different platforms, as well as important to choose an execution platform that runs on different operating systems and devices. When choosing the game engine, one needs to take into account this development of team competences, what are also important in the beginning when we start the project of the game and a learning curve. Supported platforms, of course, it is based on technological possibilities and required level of realism and also licensing cost, of course, influencing the game design processes. Here you see already designed objects by in-game partners, and visuality is very important here, related with the targets in general. We as a youth field contributes to the healthy, prosperous and sustainable democracies by trying to support the social and civic inclusion, especially of young people. However, the main challenges related to the social inclusion of young people are youth unemployment and integration into the labor market, non-formal education, and of course youth entrepreneurship. Civil participation refers to participating in your community to develop it with the help of your knowledge, skills and values to make a difference in your society. And in-game project expedition is structured in tone of the several emerged provide effective method approaches linked with the latest advancement in game-based pedagogies that put together by an experienced and multiverse partnership, which is not only represents with end users, but also with foster of choose relationship with relevant stakeholders, will allow systemic changes towards inclusive societies. That is the biggest approach of our project. And for conclusions and recommendations for game design, we have several recommendations related with team competences, with the game development pipelines, the animation, and the volume of data, which is also important when we are planning many levels of the game, technical limitations, and the game performance as well. So that is my short presentation. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Diana. Do we have any questions? Well, while others are thinking, I will ask. We were discussing in the last session, in the previous session, and I asked Thomas how many different expertise are needed for developing game, and how usually teams consist from what kind of specialists. I would like to ask you, as Vice Dean of the Faculty of Informatics, what teaching subjects or courses or modules do you have for your students to train to develop games, except of programming? I understand programming and multimedia are two subjects that are covered fully. What other subjects are involved in training the future game developers?
Yes, thank you for the question. It is really a very good question, because usually probably we start from educational background. What is the aim of the study program? What is the aim of the module? And what the learning outcomes we should achieve in this module? So in this case, I should recommend probably to start from educational models, how we are planning this game, what is the game mechanics, where is assessment, how we are planning assessment, how many levels we are planning to have. So that are very important points. And in this case, I need to say that I have a module of multimedia technologies for educators. So we have also developing game, but unfortunately my game for students is suggested to develop in scratch. It is animation for education, but we are planning just assessment with this tool, and students are developing very interesting projects, and they are preparing very nice assessment possibilities in education, game-based, I should say. And animated, of course. So in this case, I think we have several modules possibly to be delivered for our learners related directly with educational games. So this is very important, and according to many researchers, the future generation will be much more easier learning in this space, and because they grow up with the possibilities, and that will be not a challenge for them to participate in the game and to get new skills and knowledges. So we have modules, but we have not enough, but of course we can plan more, and I think this will change in the future as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dina. Do we have any other questions? If not, then we will come back one presentation previous. Dalia Dzemidienė, Professor Dalia Dzemidienė from Vilnius University is ready to present adaptivity of e-learning system with integration of computer-based ontology of application domain. Please.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for invitation for this interesting and very prospective conference and for organizers. And I would like to present some issues how we can try to improve the e-learning systems with application of computer-based ontology of domain, and how such things improve adaptability of e-learning systems. The aim of our objectives of our research is concerning of developing of multi-layered architecture of e-learning system by introducing the computer-based ontology in the structure of the teaching. Objective is forwarded for deepening insight into concrete scenarios depicting possibilities of helpful role of domain, and trying to provide some methods of teaching in order to increase the level of adaptability, and as well to show how we can improve scenarios and make the templates of such scenarios by using domain ontology in order to gain the deeper knowledge representation. And in this case, the reusability and adaptability have to be improved. In some cases of understanding of ontology, we have to define some often defined what it is the basic component in semantic web infrastructure, and by describing concepts and semantics of reality. And domain ontologies cover only a part of real world, and examples, for example, scientific publications, university infrastructure, and others, very important domains in which we are teaching have to be some based on semantics and have implementation in web and as well in e-learning environments. Domain ontologies gains its popularity mainly due to ability to implement and reuse the knowledge, and at the level of information exchanging and retrieval processes, and implementation of the ontology in e-learning. It is concerning the analysis of the problems in nowadays e-learning environment, and to looks inside how data, information, and now knowledge resources can be implemented as learning process, and knowledge management systems can be extended in this situation. And in this purposes, the possibilities of quantitative and qualitative changes in domain, and how such changes appear in domain ontology, have a very important part of e-learning and as well in teaching our subjects. And analysis of technologies and tools in ontology modeling and engineering. And we have design the framework of changes, design of scenarios for innovative application of materials and the use in this situation such ontology. By using another parts of our important things, it is very how to change implementation of ontology going to the main objectives of improvement the e-learning environment, and in this situation we are would like to personalize and to going to constructive educational paradigm in the learning management systems, which are used in our days and are faced with the following problems: the lack of rich interaction both on the students' study material and as well lecturer study material providing level, and the mind of high time expenditure of lecturers in creating and going to the changes of teaching, subject teaching. And in this case, the e-learning systems will be more adaptable. We have working with some improvements and working on solutions how to provide more personalization, more personalized scenarios, openness, and as well to create the interoperability with contents and learning space organization. In the main idea of improvement of e-learning, we have two proposals of extending functionality of such learning management systems, and we provide would like to provide some layers as intelligent layer. This is layer present decision support components which have possibilities to act as mediator between the core of learning management systems and elements and different types of user interfaces, as well deeper knowledge layer. It is domain users and learning design ontologies which can act as foundation for adaptive educational sequences. Reviewing the application of domain ontologies in e-learning systems, we have found some different descriptions of this became and ontology can be defined as a branch of metaphysics concerning with the nature and relationship of being, and as well explicit representation of conceptualization, representation of conceptual system, what is characterized by specific logical properties, and as well the collection of statements of our semantic definitions for the domain. And after that, we have specification of ontological commitment and synonyms of conceptualizations, and as well special kind of knowledge bases which can be implemented in these processes. The aim of ontology became very important, and it have to be explained as provide the sharing and common understanding of specific domain, and ontology can communicate with humans and software applications and facilitate the knowledge sharing and reuse. In application possibilities of domain ontology into e-learning systems, we can construct such table, and main useful properties of ontology are represented in this part. And after that, some functionalities of application of ontology are presented here. And we have in all these forms the implementation and adaptability into the teaching process, but ontologies are useful for teaching and understanding the complexity from simple structures under very complex structures of a domain representation. We have reusability of created models and as well form vocabularies and thesaurus and speech of students, and as well enable extended description of domain understanding and can be implemented in computer-based management systems with application of possibilities of real domain management processes. In such situation, we as well have some possibilities which can be based on goals and expected competences of a study process and e-learning process and final users and the roles and the learning material and activities must be revised and maybe standardized in some ways of representing of ambiguous forms of our learning processes. And we can constitute two parts, what the content and services discovery and assembly we can extract from these processes as a patterns, and development of our own and others activities and own materials which we need for the learning, and this from the subject of domain knowledge and in teaching and learning processes we include adaptive course delivery, adaptive sequencing, adaptive representation, and interaction and adaptive support. For example, the adapting education sources for students with different levels of learning process and the different starting points. For example, some of students have knowledge in these possibilities, and we can, from all the structure of computer-based ontology, belongs to some groups which we need more deepening understanding, and as well the concept mapping and developing of topic maps, and as well a connection with such a process with adaptability with different levels of users' knowledge and the students' possibility to construct most complex processes in this. As well, some issues arise in this adaptability and in dynamic context, and this adaptive systems concern with the systems which are offer dynamic and built automatically performed personalization. We have issues to learn materials perform changes in time, and new learning objects come into all the process, and some sources replace the other, and some supplements have to be introduced in this process. And in these situations, we provide such layers of our e-learning system, and introduce some intelligent layer which can integrate intelligent decision support components for retrieving some subsystems of supporting the deeper knowledge layer which we introduce domain ontology. In this deeper layer introduce some users models, and as well described by patterns the pedagogical models, and we are going to more intellectualized e-learning management systems with subsystems of development other different managerial layers of these systems at all. By illustration of using ontology in domain and media spaces, then we have ontologies, description concepts. We can extract some of them in different levels of description of a domain, and to, in media space, connect them with educational resources which can provide it in one and another cases of understanding. As well, this is example of a description of what the concept of ontology have other properties and what it contain ontology characteristics, and as well in first order metrics and second order metrics we can describe the technological and other metrics, and as well evaluate the types of provided components, and as well summarize and as for formal and the evaluation, who are evaluators, and after that evaluate such presentation of the ontology description. How create models and can be used as adaptive system? We would like to describe the user models when individuals, users or users groups can be modeled here, as well domain models, also known as knowledge space, and introduce pedagogical model into adaptational model. What depends on pedagogical strategy, the retrieving the rules which provide from the teachers into the implementation one on another material into this adaptive e-learning systems, and presentation with models which can concern the structure of provided materials as well. In these cases, we can include learning object types, classification, video tutorials, and others, color schemas or design possibilities. And but into the corner became the learning object types as well, and classification of these objects, and going to the layering of knowledge into the more from the simple into the more complex stages of learning. And in conclusions, I would like to say, beside of lack of interoperability in the field of knowledge management, it is in the field of knowledge discovery, knowledge representation, and reasoning, the create ontology can be integrated in e-learning processes and have to be applied in reusing of teaching materials. And incorporating service-oriented architectures enable and make the solution adaptive using in the aspects of dynamic learning materials and in learning activities which can have generation from existing sources at the concrete moment. And as well, ontology as domain-centric learning can be considered as content and context background of teaching, and inclusion of user characteristic in the user learning scenarios. It can be suitable for formal studies and will be more adaptable in e-learning system. And in this case, I would like to thank for attention. And if you would like, please take questions for discussion.
Thank you, Dalia. Do we have any questions from the audience? My short question would be, is it more still the work in the research area, or you already have some implementations in the actual applications with this?
As well, all environment of learning management systems can be implemented into the existing learning environments like Moodle as well. We can introduce, because it is concern some stages. One stage, it is in the teaching subject reusability and using such computer-based ontology into the as a teaching provision materials. After that, into inclusion of scenarios, how works the students, it is on the topic of research, because it's needful for more completed extraction of these models, how students understand. It is more cognitive task, and we are going to the now on the research stages, how to extract such models, how to provide samples and as well templates of such scenarios, how students work. It have to be more experimental stage for extraction, but we are going to this. I don't know how we try in future, but now we are going. On some stages, they are implemented such ontology for the using components of some subjects which are very usefulness, very common, and be more standardized. And some intelligent e-learning systems in the world are going to this side to introduce computer-based ontology into these processes, because we would like to reuse the previously our experience of teachers as well, and to go to the semantics of representation of such answer of my.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have more questions?
If would like, you please try to write, and I will answer and as well. Thank you.
Okay, so now we already got the presenter, which we missed in the beginning, but we will give some more time for her to prepare. Justina, so keep waiting.
Thank you a lot.
Yeah, we will proceed with Edgaras Dambrauskas, Kaunas University of Technology, and the presentation on gamification for encouraging environmental awareness.
So, hello everyone, I hope you can all hear me, and I will try to share my slides. Can you see them?
Yes, yes, we can see.
Okay, so thank you for welcoming me, and I'm Edgaras Dambrauskas from the Faculty of Informatics, and today I'd like to talk a little bit about the gamification for encouraging environmental awareness. Games have been used for educational purposes for some time already, and so far the results and the reception appears to be mostly positive. Recent studies on games and learning show that new digital media tools shift the topic of education research from simply recalling and repeating information towards being able to find, evaluate, and use it compellingly at the right time and in the right context. By playing, students gain visual and computer literacy skills. However, at the same time, they are fostering their creativity and allow teachers to present their learning content in a more engaging, more entertaining manner. Well, at this point, using a game in education to present the content itself is becoming increasingly common practice. However, it's worth noticing that games can offer much more than that. As a medium, they can be used to raise awareness and influence changes outside the classroom, outside the school, by educating on topics that are of public concern, including physical and mental well-being, ecology, inclusion, and many more. And if you are successful in such application, that may lead to changes in personal behavior and increased understanding of processes or phenomena that otherwise would not be as interesting or engaging for players, especially if they are of younger age. And games about sustainability or ecological impact aim to ultimately change the player's attitude and influence their habits. In a majority of games, including both digital ones and physical games, board games, card games, the player takes up a decision maker's role. He or she is able to make decisions that affect a larger group of people, the environment itself, and recent studies show that conflict resolution, water management games are at this point leading in popularity, and there is a sufficient amount of space for discussing other problems as well. Now, but why games should be chosen as means to promote positive changes? First of all, games are so-called designed experiences. Players can learn through experimentation. They're able to learn at their own pace and make informed decisions rather than simply absorb some sort of information from reading or traditional lesson format. First-hand experience is a very good teacher in comparison to simple exposure to information. Games provide high levels of autonomy, and that helps players to connect to their characters, storyline, and their surroundings. Furthermore, it is important to notice that games allow players to build empathy by taking various roles and perspectives. And what is even more important, they help the player to visualize what impact they're making and allow visioning. For example, being able to see the consequences of an action or a set of actions at different points of time. And lastly, games can simulate complex models or provide a level of control that is simply not possible or extremely difficult to perform in the real world. This is actually a huge advantage when visualizing complex processes such as atmospheric systems or water management operations and other really complicated topics. And to tackle this challenge, experts from Kaunas University of Technology has developed Clean Air. Clean Air is a game giving youngest players, children from primary and secondary schools, the opportunity to learn more about air pollution and its types, causes, but without having to read large amounts of text material or having to analyze complex schemes or graphics. The main aim of the game is to help them acquire a holistic understanding of the air pollution problem, so they can become conscious and active, some sort of messengers of air pollution education. It is important to motivate and encourage children to study more on these environmental issues, as well as further develop critical questioning and analysis skills, so they can use those skills and newly acquired knowledge in practice, so they can think more about their behavior and choices regarding air pollution, even outside the class itself. And the solution is created using the Unity engine and can be played directly in your browser without having to download any additional files. Structurally, Clean Air is divided into 5 scenarios, covering a range of issues, but mostly focusing on environmental ones, those that affect air quality in urban setting. Each scenario does not only differ in terms of tasks and topics, but also in the gameplay to provide enough variation to keep it actually interesting and entertaining. So, for example, in one scenario, you might be asked to choose and drive a suitable vehicle or means of transport around the city, while at the same time paying attention to road signs, green zones around the city, and so on. While in others, you are free to move around on foot with a whole new purpose. So this is how the game looks like. This is a screenshot, And the game itself encompasses several functions of education and tackles a variety of environmental problems. So at first, a player is given some sort of task. Let's say discover all sources of pollution in a city. And then the player is able to freely navigate around the city, complete objectives, and he is given a lot of autonomy. So, for example, right here, a player stumbles upon a group of people having a bonfire in the middle of a park. And as most of us know, well, you're not really supposed to do that. However, simply completing a challenge and discovering some sort of violations, let's say, is not enough for educational purposes, just like simply ticking some sort of boxes is not enough. A player, especially of a younger age, should be able not only to identify the problem or point to its source, but also be aware of its causes and effects. And in this game, it is achieved through short yet informative messages that appear after the player completes a certain objective or reaches a specific achievement. And, well, games for educational purposes definitely opens up new possibilities. However, they do not come without new obstacles that have to be addressed or they have to be overcome. Besides some, well, rather obvious, let's say, issues such as a child spending too much time in front of computer screen or not having enough computer literacy skills, there are some more complex ones. For example, not all games are created equal. They differ in terms of quality. We should bear in mind that, well, the vast majority of even educational games, they still at least partially fulfills the function of entertainment. And there is a risk that the information provided to the child might be slightly misleading or part of it is missing, especially if the content is created without the assistance of experts in the chosen field. However, we believe that games should not replace, per se, traditional learning strategies, but rather supplement them, allow the child to apply newly acquired skills, knowledge in practice, so they can practice their skills both within the game, but they should also be able to apply it outside the classroom in the real world as well. So, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Edgaras. I guess we have any questions from the audience. Please, or don't be shy, go ahead. Use the opportunity to ask. Okay, then I should ask. It's my duty. I wonder, do you see an evolution in the tools to develop games very easily for every teacher to get involved in the games development, or it's still lacking the functionality and user friendliness to be accessible, not for professional game developers, but for every teacher to get involved into game development process?
Thank you. That's actually a very good question. Of course, probably as players, we would love to see educational games of, let's say, AAA quality. However, just as you asked whether a teacher would be able to develop a game, I would say yes, and I believe further technological advancements will allow it. However, there is another issue. Whether the teacher will have sufficient computer skills, maybe programming skills or knowledge to create a high quality game, well, not entirely high quality, but at least sufficient quality game with a given skill set. Maybe yes, it can perform some sort of function, but I believe that this is actually the technical part of the game creation should be left maybe to professional developers. However, teachers should be encouraged to offer ideas, to offer topics, to offer maybe some sort of material for game creation. But I believe, yes, at least simple games, if the teacher is motivated, I believe there will be enough systems or programs that would allow it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I fully agree. Or nowadays we have different systems where you can use, at least gamify the learning process, maybe not to create a sophisticated game, but use elements of games even in Kahoots, or you can have some kind of game, group game with competing with each other and so on. So yes, using templates. Okay, so thank you, Edgaras.
Thank you very much.
We will proceed to the next speaker, or to the previous. We had the speaker from University Krakow, Poland, Justyna Janik, state of the art on the remote teaching in Spain, Poland, Lithuania, and Turkey. Please, Justyna, go ahead. Floor is yours. We see shared browser window. Okay, now we see slides.
Yes, I hope you can hear me and see me now.
Yes, perfect.
Yes, I just want to add something to the previous presentation, because that's also interesting topic for me. We just have finished the project called Game at our university, and we also use the virtual reality, but to train teachers how to deal with the behavioral disorders with pupils. So we also created 5 scenarios, and then teachers had a virtual class and possibilities to have interactions with the virtual students and try to speak to them, try to choose correct ways of behaving, and try to fix their problems. So we also use this virtual reality, but not for the students, but to help teachers with the training with that type of disorders. So I think it's also can be interesting tool for the teachers, not only for the pupils. Sorry, that was digression.
Yeah, great.
That was just interesting for me. My presentation will be focused on the topic of state of art on the remote teaching in Lithuania, Spain, Poland, and Turkey. First of all, I need to say that we did research on that topic, and finally we have a perfect report which contains 85 pages, but today I'm not able to speak about all the report, so I will just tell a little bit about some focal points or some interesting facts, because as I understood, we have a lot of practitioners here and people who are interested in the remote teaching. So maybe I will bring some kind of perspective that we can develop in the future, or maybe just interesting facts or some small portions of the new knowledge just from teachers, from the practitioners. I need to say that the genesis of this research we did of the state of art was the IMONET project. And this is the project which the full name is Improvement of the Knowledge, Skills and Competence of Teachers in Online and Distance Education. And there is 8 organizations across the Europe who participate in this project. So we have 2 organizations from Spain, 2 from Turkey, 2 Polish organization, and of course from Lithuania, also 2 university and the informatica organization, let's say. So our goal in this project is to develop the innovative curriculum for distance learning and to develop the course for the teachers, how to use the online tools and how to develop their competences in online teaching. So that's why we started from the desk research to see what is the situation in the countries, and all the things we wrote in the report were based on the legal law in those countries. or research done in these countries, or questionnaires and surveys that we did after the desk research. And what is interesting, that roots of this project started in 2018. So it was before the pandemic. The project was accepted by National Agency of the Spain. And then 1 year after, we are in the front of this pandemic situation. So the topic of the remote teaching is really, really current now and really important. So we were, don't want to say that we were lucky, but yes, it's really, really needed to develop this kind of competences. Just short the information what we mean about when we are saying about remote teaching. It's of course the activity outside the classroom, and we need to have an educator and the pupil separated. They can be separated in time, in distance, or both. Why in time? Because we have kind of resources that, for example, teachers do not need to be at the same time in the virtual classroom like their students, because they can use, for example, video transmission, or they can just send some papers or quiz or something like this. Of course, they are separated by distance, and of course, they can be separated, both of them. Also, I wrote that remote teaching is typically provided by the technology. So we are using different online tools or learning management systems and so on. And this type of teaching can be synchronous or asynchronous, because sometimes we are meeting on the platforms like Zooms or Teams or so on, or as well, lectures don't need to be like live lectures. So as I said before, we can use also the tools just to provide the video, but not being live with students. In the pandemic time, European Commission provides some relevant areas for schools that should prepare their teacher for better appreciate distance learning. And they thought about the organization of education, like teaching, learning practices, infrastructure, which is helpful with providing online class or virtual learning environments, digital curriculum should be provided, and so on. But that was like general idea. But in our project, we asked we saw the desk research, and we have seen a law of each countries, and we found out that the teachers were not prepared to this kind of learning, and they said that mostly they felt lack of the technical knowledge and competences. We divide this kind of knowledge for two types, because the technical knowledge is just the knowledge about the equipment and tools which are available, and online environment in general. And competences, they are something wider. This is not only knowledge about the tools, but also knowledge how to use them, for example, or how to prepare your course to be good enough, for example, for the children or pupils with the special needs, or how to attract your pupils with the online course, or how to organize your online course, how to bring materials you use during the traditional class, and how to change them for the materials which can be used during the online class. So that was two general groups of the problem, which we found out that in all countries of the project, teachers met. Also, I took here some Polish desk research. They were asking our teachers in primary and secondary school about the changes and what kind of difficulties they noticed during the remote teaching. And sometimes the problems were really simple, because some of teachers even didn't have equipment to provide the class before the before the pandemic started, or they need to buy the new equipment or even borrow the equipment, or as well they mostly were using the private equipment. So that was also something not really proper, not because of the overusing private equipment, but also because of the security of their own online resources or digital resources. In Poland, if I remember well, the government decided to dedicate the special grant for the teachers to buy the equipment, to not using the private, but not in other countries. I'm not sure about the Lithuania, but not in the Turkey and not in the Spain. Probably after they could use the equipment of school. The teachers had some basic problems with the quality of the internet connection. So that was the technical issue, but mostly in towns which have less than 10,000 inhabitants, they couldn't provide the correct online learning process just because of the weak internet connection. This can be called like a first level of digital exclusion, because the problem was really simple, but the effect is it can be really huge. I decided to bring a Lithuanian national agency research because I found it really pleasant and nice to present. Like 60% of respondents. Sorry, I need to visualize. 60% of respondents in that research suffer a huge amount of stress. And that was mostly because of the lack of competences. So they couldn't find out how to work with the new situation. And also they met the problems like huge rate of dropout of their lessons, just because they couldn't adapt to a new environment. Also, 25% of respondents of that research refer that they don't have this, let's say, proper level of digital competencies. So they felt really weak on this side. About 40% of teachers, they didn't know how to focus their students' attention. So they wasn't sure how to create the lesson, which will be really attractive for students, and they didn't know how to attract them for the longer time during the class. And about 25% of teachers were not be able to prepare the correct or nice and attractive materials, and they didn't know how to adapt them to the online class. That's just a few information from the report of Lithuanian agency. But I think the most interesting for me, I don't know, maybe for the audience also, were the response of the teachers who said that for them, the remote teaching or online teaching was a current and like normal situation. So if the audience can guess how many teachers said that they are familiar with the technique and they feel quite confident with that, so I will be grateful. What do you think? How many teachers said that they feel really strong in these competences? Any ideas?
I think 25%.
You are quite optimistic, but too much, no.
Maybe 5%.
It was 6%. So you can imagine that just 6% of teachers said, okay, I'm okay with that. I'm able to prepare online materials, and tomorrow I can provide correct online class for my pupils. So you can just imagine what kind of stress or what kind of uncomfortable situation that was for the teachers to start to provide online classes like from day to day. I just said that also on this screen, you can see that part of those questions, they belongs to the world of the technique, and part of those belong to the competences, because let's say if they don't have digital competences, they don't know technique skills, for example, yeah, or if they don't know how to keep students focused during the lessons, that's the lack of the competences. So we have also technical problems and lack in this kind of pool here. Maybe if I can add something, this is also our idea of the project. We will have a curriculum, and we will develop a course. And in the first part of the course, we will trying to develop the knowledge about the tools that teachers can use. So, for example, we're gonna provide the knowledge about the digital learning system, about the video platforms they can use, about the repositories, and so on. And on the other hand, we're gonna have training to show or to help teachers understood how to prepare themselves to the class, how they can, as here, attract the students, how they can prepare materials, how they can share the knowledge, and how to make a full, complete online course independently of the subject that they teach. And just to bring some aims or assumption after the research or desk research we did, the potential areas to be focused on improvements of teachers. So after the research, we can said that there is a few general areas that we need to develop to support school teachers. So the first one is national distance learning strategy. We found out that 4 countries and 4 approaches. I said at the beginning that I will speak about the Turkey, Lithuania, Poland, and Spain. So that was general conclusion after the research, but also they had different approaches in the ministries. Because, for example, in Poland, the ministry opened a special website with the tutorials for teachers. They could find out knowledge about the tools. They put good practices there. They put information about the safe in school, and so on. In the Turkey, for example, they put the responsibility more for the civil social organizations, who with the cooperation with universities were providing the trainings for teachers. And I need to take a look of the numbers, but more than 125,000 teachers were trained during the programs of the Ministry of Turkey. Also, we found the information that National Agency for Education of Lithuania provide special lessons in television for children from class from 1 to 4, just to help them to catch up a little bit. So different countries, different approaches, everything you will find in the report, but I will tell you at the end where you can find full conclusions and so on. Another area to think about is strategies for distance learning strategies in schools. So that depends of the institution. Also, new technologies, virtual materials, trainings for educators, also area of monitoring and feedback, and so on. At the end of the presentations, I would like to once again invite you to the eMonet project website, because there you will find the full report of the school situation. And also we provide our own research, and we asked more than 240 teachers from each country And we ask them what kind of knowledge and what kind of tools they would like to learn more. So we will develop this knowledge in our course that we will prepare. So www.imonet.eu. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Justina. Please share the link in the chat. It will be easier for everyone to check up. And I'd like to ask, nowadays, the evolution of the platforms was such that initially we had more platforms like LMSs that try to have everything inside. Now we have more distributed, or how to say, the toolbox of different tools from different services or from different providers, and teachers are encouraged to use more and more tools. And many teachers find this frustrating, or to learn to use more and more tools. How you see, or how this will evolve in the future? Will it be somehow unified under such umbrellas like Microsoft Teams, and every other tool will be as just a plugin to the Teams? Or some tools will remain independent and will be not overtaken by those big platforms? And how many of those big platforms can remain as leaders in this educational sector after all?
I find this question really interesting, but I need to say, first of all, that in the number of the platforms and tools, we need to say that sky is the limit, because we are even not able to predict how many it will be in the future. The main, I think, and the most important reason is how many we in fact need to provide a successful education. And for now in the project, we were focused on the platforms and systems that are free, first of all, free of charge, so they are not commercial. Second of all, we were trying to develop knowledge about the most popular platforms, because it's not always like the teacher can choose their own platform or system. Sometimes this is the decision of principals or school. So I think the focus is to be an expert in one or two platforms. Maybe they will have additional functions in the future, but I think the goal is to be expert in one or two platforms, then to know the possibilities of other platforms. And I don't know what is with your experience and how do you feel that, but I feel that after knowing one or two platforms or 1, 2, 3 tools really, really well, the knowledge with other platforms came easier and easier, because it's similar. Mostly it's similar. It's the same type of pattern. So our goal, first of all, is to make these teachers more familiar with the basic and popular platforms, and then to help them feel more confident in using them. And with the number, I think sky is the limit. We just need to ask yourself how many we need and what for, because using just for using numbers, that doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. Thank you very much. And we already got our another mispresentation. So let me invite Vilma Liaudanske from Marijampolė University of Applied Sciences, teacher's experience in organizing distance education in preschooling during the COVID-19 pandemic. So Vilma, floor is yours.
Hello. First of all, I am very sorry that I was late to join you. But sometimes we have such situations when we have to be in two places at one moment. And really thank you for possibility to make presentation. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see your slides.
Okay, thank you. So as Gytis presented, I will talk about the teacher's experience in organizing distant education in a preschool. And I will will concentrate not on, for example, barriers or bad experience, but I will talk about the factors who helped teachers, empowered them to learn how to use different IT tools or apply educational innovations. So, and the goal of my presentation is to discuss which factors helped teachers to apply educational innovations in a preschool. So, first of all, I will start from very short theoretical background and how we can understand such conceptions as innovation and educational innovation. Concept innovation is very wide, and it's not easy to define it. For example, innovation can be understood as successful commercialization, commercial application of new technologies, ideas, methods by bringing new or improving existing products and processes into market. Or, for example, it is economical or social value creation from existing knowledge. Innovation is described usually differently, but most commonly it is understood as a novelty, a new idea, an invention, or a new knowledge. And the term educational innovation is used to describe educational changes. For example, everything that is new in the educational system or in the level of a school as organization, or a planned change which purpose is to improve curriculum or behavior or attitudes of students, or a usage of concrete educational idea or activity type in new way. And now about the empirical research, about the factors who help teachers, preschool teachers, to apply educational innovations into practice. The research was conducted in spring in 2020, and 12 informants participated in the research. 10 were preschool teachers, 1 art teacher, and 2 specialists, a social pedagogue and a speech therapist. So the first factor which helps teachers to apply educational innovations is improvement of organization activity. What I mean in that case? That means permanent or constant learning of employees, application or reflecting of learning, sharing of experience, and the agreement for application of innovations. For example, informant C said, exactly, in successfully working educational organizations, a lot of attention is paid to the learning of staff and to the improvement of activity of organization itself. All employees of this organization are encouraged to reflect on the work we have done and share the experience with their colleagues. Only when we see what we lack and what we can do differently, we can agree on what innovations we can apply. The second factor is active position or position of head of organization. That means active position of the head or principal, sharing responsibilities with others, not to be responsible for whole process, and strengthening of community connections. The third factor, I can say, is application of teamwork principles into the atmosphere or culture of the institution. That means teamwork in organization, teamwork with all interested sides, initiative of community members, and mutual support. For example, in Format B said, we can look for innovations where teamwork principles are applied. In every successfully working educational institution, the initiatives of every community member is promoted. Mutual support, teamwork prevail, and employees do not compete. And maybe the last factor which helped teachers, it is a friendly atmosphere or good atmosphere, psychological atmosphere in the organization. That means collegial relations and trust, and very important, cooperation with students' parents. And in Format A said, innovations can come not only from us teachers, but also from parents. Some innovations were suggested to us by parents. Every educational institution which seeks to work successfully willingly works with parents, accepts the initiative. And conclusion. Sorry, I tried to be short because I know that I have only 10 minutes. The first conclusion is that educational innovations can be understood as a plan change aiming to improve a curriculum or behavior of students. Any member of an educational institution can be involved into application of educational innovations. This application can positively influence the whole culture of institution and the goals of education and curriculum. And the second empirical conclusion is that the success of educational innovations application depends on employees, first of all pedagogues, permanent learning, the openness of the head of organization to innovations, his or her active position, on culture of teamwork in the institution, and the involvement of parents into the educational process. So maybe that's all, and I tried to be in time and a short presentation of the research. Maybe you have some questions.
Thank you, Vilma. Do you have any questions from the audience? If not, let me present our plenary speaker, Vladimir Uskov. We moved his presentation from the morning because of time difference. He is joining us from USA. And I believe it's early in the morning at your side, Vladimir. So the title of the presentation, Smart Pedagogy, Professor Vladimir Uskov. Please, floor is yours. It's an honor for me to present you and to have you here.
All right. Thank you so much. Just double checking that you can see me, you can hear me, and you can see my screen. Can you please confirm this?
We can see you, but we don't see your screen yet. So please try to share again.
Share the screen. All right. Can you see it right now?
Yes.
Yes, I can see Dangole. Now, there are two reasons. So I would like I can move to the full screen. So no problem like this. However, in this case, it's okay with me. So honestly speaking, so, but okay, you can see me, you can hear me, and I hope that Yeah, I didn't ask you how much time do I have. Do I have still 30 minutes?
You have 30 minutes, I believe. So feel free. Yeah, we are flexible.
All right, thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Vladimir Yuskov, and today I would like to make a presentation on smart pedagogy, concepts, research, best practices, and outcomes. And I would like actually to mention that, yeah, it is 7 in the morning in the Chicago area. So as a result, you know what, please excuse me in advance if something is wrong. So, all right. This is just a bio sketch about me. My background is in computer science. I'm full professor at Bradley University for 20 years. And more than 20 years. And I'm also the chair of International Conference on Smart Education, Smart E-Learning. And we actually, unfortunately, we like to publish our research, to do research, to publish books. So this is the book that we published in 2018, for example, on smart universities, but primarily we talk about technologies, concept systems, smart systems and smart technologies. So, so there are actually several other publications, as you can see. Primarily, we work with Springer, and in this area. And in 2022, we will publish the new book. I signed the contract with Springer on smart pedagogy. And today I would be more than happy to share with you some, to make an overview. Of course, there is absolutely no way to provide you with multiple details, but to make an overview of our research, our concepts, our best practices, research outcomes, and so on and so forth. So I represent Bradley University, which is a private university with more than 120 years of history. It is in Chicago area. We have about 6,000 students, including 5,000 undergraduate students and 1,000 graduate students. And what is important actually, that in 2016, we had absolutely no online students. And right now we have more than about 1,000. So we are speaking roughly about 17%. And we expect that it will be about 25% of our students will be totally online. And it is not online, it is umbrella, but there are so many categories, so many groups, and including smart learning, smart education. And particularly, we are very aggressive in terms of smart classrooms. And you can see that right now we have about 12 smart classrooms. Bradley in general from 2000 in technology-based, advanced technology-based education, and particularly in accordance with the topic of the conference, made the hybrid courses. So we actually we have official definition of hybrid or blended courses where students and faculty meet both face-to-face in classrooms, but some regular classes meetings move to online meetings, online team working, online assignments, and it is totally up to professor to make the balance between these components, face-to-face and online components of the course, from 30 to 80. And me personally, I actually like somewhere between in the middle. So it is probably about 50 to 70, 5% of online. So this is the agenda of my presentation. Primarily, I would like to talk about motivation, concepts, best practices, faculty in smart pedagogy, relationship, and the proposals for collaboration. So first of all, motivation. The motivation is simple, and we are private university. So as a result, we consider our students as customers and kings and queens on campus, and the generations of students. Definitely, no doubt. So right now there is a shift from so-called Generation Y or millennials to Generation Z, Zoomers or TikTokers. So as a result, we need to prepare for the new generation, and technology here for us, what we think is the key. One more motivation is the well-known Samsung Smart School project, and the summary of the outcomes is presented on this slide. So the overall satisfaction with the advanced technology-based pedagogy, classes, teaching, learning is increased by about 20%. But what important are the components? Class convenience, 35% increase in comparison with the traditional face-to-face education. Interest in lessons, and this is again for us important, 30% of students reported that they are interested right now in the modern classes, modern classrooms, modern pedagogy, engagement in lessons, and several others. So this is the motivation. Now our approach, and I actually made a presentation and about this, and I have details for each and every component. But the idea is that from 2012, we're working from transformation of traditional university, traditional education into the smart university. And smart pedagogy is part of course, vital part of this project. So the foundation for our research and the concepts, they are based on so-called smartness levels, smartness, the concept of smartness. There are 6 levels of smartness, and they are given on this slide. First of all, adaptation. This is the ability of a system, in this case, smart university or smart education, to automatically modify teaching and learning strategies, pedagogy, infrastructure, curriculum, administrative, business functions, in order to better operate and perform its main business functions. So again, ability to modify the characteristics. Sensing, this is multiple use of multiple sensors to get data, actually big data. So there are millions and probably even more pieces of data, and to use various sensors and tools. The third one is inferring or processing big data and getting the data analytics as a result of data processing and analysis, logical reasoning, self-learning, ability to acquire and formulate new knowledge or modify the existing knowledge. Anticipation, it is prediction of different scenarios, prediction of system behavior, the future of the university or education, or even the performance of student in a class. And self-organization or self-optimization, self-configuration, it is automatic change of internal structure, components, relations between them in order to optimize the functions of the system. So these are 6 smartness levels, and this is that we use. And in my presentation, I would like to show you how this theoretical background is projected and actively used in our research. So basically, we are talking about that these 6 levels of smartness and university main components, and everybody knows that there are software system, hardware, technology, pedagogy, courseware, curriculum, administration, management, and so on and so forth. So as a result, it is necessary basically for every cell in this matrix, it is necessary to find, to populate it with corresponding tools, systems, practices, processes. So, and it is possible, of course. So, and there are several just examples. Adaptation. So in terms of smart pedagogy in these metrics. So just example, it doesn't mean that this is comprehensive list. Examples. So we are speaking about ability of university to adapt to new type of pedagogy. For example, such as learning by doing, or flipped classrooms, or games-based learning, or adaptive learning, or virtual reality learning, and so on and so forth. As well as adaptation to new types of courses, not just traditional face-to-face or totally online, but hybrid courses, massive online open courses, or small private open courses, courses for retirees, and so on and so forth. This, again, just two examples of adaptation. Sensing, this is as I told you, the getting data. And for example, right now, I believe many universities use the systems to collect data about students' academic performance, student class attendance online or face-to-face, for example, enrollment to university, enrollment to classes, and so on and so forth. Different types of face and voice and gesture recognition systems also are very helpful in this area. Inferring, this is processing of data. This is making logical conclusions based on data. And for example, the smart learning analytics system to process and analyze data about students' academic performance that will help us to create the profile of students. And based on profile of current students and the knowledge about, for example, the previous generations of students, predict the performance of student or behavior of student, student activities, technical skills, management skills for every student. And we actively use the so-called Gartner's data analytics models, and it is easy. It has actually 4 types of analytics: descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, and prescriptive analytics. The first 2 types of analytics, this is primarily the past data, the data that we already have stored. However, the newest component, at least of our approach, is that we use the predictive analytics and prescriptive analytics. Basically, what will happen with the student, with the course, with the university, with the department, with the enrollment of students for the department, and how can we make it happen? This is prescriptive, basically exactly what we should do. So as a result here, the smartness features that we discussed, sensing, inferring, anticipation, self-optimization, they are in this area, and this is the conceptually new approach to a university. And it is also in line, these smartness levels, with the so-called data, information, knowledge, wisdom continuum. So that is extremely important right now. So we have, you can see here that actually consumers, our students, so we should provide them with the knowledge and the corresponding experience. We should create the learning environment that is conducive to this continuum. So self-learning, this is, as I told you, the ability to actually formulate new existing knowledge. And for example, smart pedagogy, just small example, it is analysis of popularity of different type of courses at university, hybrid courses or online courses or face-to-face courses, or for example, small private open courses, and so on and so forth. So, and just to tell you, again, we are private universities, so we must do this by definition. And to tell you, again, there are multiple components, but I can tell you that in the 4 most recent years, we increased number of undergraduate students by 3 times, 3+ times, 318%. And today I can tell you that we increased the number of graduate students, but almost 700%. 700 graduate students. And what will happen next semester, we anticipate that actually 25% increase. So basically probably it will be up to 10 times. So, but right now, the relevant information that we analyze what type of courses are popular for our students. Anticipation, this is the ability to predict actually what will happen in your class, the department, at the university. And self-organization, this is the change of infrastructure, relationship, the links between the components. So there are the corresponding examples in the smart pedagogy as well. So the definition of smart pedagogy from our point of view is given on this slide. Smart pedagogy is a set of methods and practices of teaching, especially academic subjects or theoretical concepts, that provide 6 levels of smartness: adaptation, sensing, inferring, anticipation, self-learning, and self-organization, to various characteristics, features, or components, including learners, students, teachers, faculty as objects of types of teaching and learning processes, and types of courses, courseware, and classrooms, the environment. So this is our definition of smart pedagogy. Now, what are the best practices, some of them, and what are the research outcomes? And this is exactly all photos on this slide, at least. This is our latest smart classroom. At least I want to assure you that this is me. So I don't know, can you recognize? But this is how our students work. Some of them are face-to-face, some of them actually online. So of course, smart boards and different type of devices, and so on and so forth. So, of course, it is Eldera una cosa, but Alfera and Ultra. So this is easy to say, but not, unfortunately, so easy to do. So Italian. What we did for many years, we do analyze the different reports, primarily from the Open University, United Kingdom, the new media reports, NMC reports, with the innovative types of pedagogy. So we analyzed actually all of them. Again, this is the ongoing project, ongoing process, and we identified those pedagogies, approaches that are based on advanced technology and that we believe are very, has a great potential and benefits, potentially will provide benefits to students and faculty. And those that we identified and analyzed are given in blue color on this slide. So learning by doing, games-based, the collaborative learning, extended reality, flipped classrooms, the learning analytics-based pedagogy, augmented and virtual reality-based. And honestly speaking, I'm very happy that when I look at the the program of this conference, then I can see that actually several presentations are exactly on gamification for encouraging environmental awareness. There is the other games-based learning, the adaptive teaching. So as a result, at least the main topic, and I would like to congratulate the organizers and the leaders of this conference, that at least for us, this is very exactly the topic that we are of our research involved. And this is why we are very interested in collaboration with you, and we actually agreed to make this presentation because we truly believe that we actually synchronized our activities in this area. And there are some kind of details about the learning, the pedagogies that we analyzed. And here I would like to inform you about the results. So what we did in general, we implemented these new types of pedagogy, and we ask multiple questions, sometimes about 25, 30, 40, the surveys of students. And we ask students, actually, we try to use the standard 5-point Likert scale. So neutral, somewhat like very much, somewhat dislike, and I don't like at all. And interestingly enough, that actually we didn't have students who specified that I don't like somewhat or I don't like at all the new type of pedagogy. So students were interested in the learning environment. This is why we do not present the other 2 points in Likert scales. So for neutral, it is 1, for somewhat like, and for like it very much, it is 3 points. So we ask questions, we ask undergraduate students, and we ask also graduate students to understand the, if any, there is a difference between these 2 cohorts of students. And so the bottom line, so we calculated average for graduate student, average for undergraduate students. You can see them here, and you can see immediately the difference between average scores by graduate students and by undergraduate students. But we calculated also the average for both undergraduate and graduate students. When we talk about numbers, how many students, then usually it is somewhere between 50 to 70, so 45 or 75. So this is like the extreme. So we are speaking about a number of respondents, about 50, 60, somewhere here. So 263, when maximum is 3, we believe that this is very good outcome. Basically, it means that 85% of students in general, they strongly support this type of pedagogy. Learning by doing, when a lot of hands-on exercises, technical, in order to develop technical skills, analytical skills in the classroom, and classroom can be either online or in actual environment. So we did the same for the flipped classrooms, when we ask students to prepare themselves in advance, and after that we start the next class with the testing of students. So just so-called pre-class testing. And students, you can see the average, and here you can see even the greatest, the significant difference between undergraduate students and graduate students. So undergraduate students probably don't like to learn a little bit in advance. However, the graduate students like it because it is what is required by the industry, so that they will need to learn to use the self-learning, to learn some tool systems by themselves before the actual project or task will start. So the gamification, of course, it is implementation of different games, and it is not just the games for entertainment. We are speaking about games for learning or serious games, and gamification of the process, for example, using different types of badges, excuse me, a different type of awards, points, and so on and so forth. And interestingly enough, that the students, undergraduate students, they like to play games. However, based on our research, gamification, the use of games in learning process, at least at our department, computer science, computer information systems, with the, about close to 400 students right now, undergraduate students are not so much interested. However, graduate students like it based on probably gamification of the process, of the learning and training process. When we are speaking about the so-called analytics, data analytics, or smart learning analytics-based pedagogy, then here, so we actually purposely use the Gartner's models and for different type of analytics, descriptive analytics, and we have this information. We have diagnostic analytics, and we have this information. We have predictive analytics, as you can see, so the different type of questions and the data from students, and prescriptive analytics, what to do, what kind of intervention we faculty should do or administration should do in order to help students to succeed in their course. And you can see here that we are speaking about undergraduate students 222, graduate students 252. They like a smart learning analytics-based pedagogy. So just this year in June, my graduate students actually completed a very good project and on virtual reality, extended reality-based pedagogy. And this is what student created actually, Mr. John Doran. So the VR classrooms and different types of tools and a lot of data, and got actually also the corresponding results. So in general, this is like a summary, a comparison of different types of smart pedagogy that we developed, that we used in our classes, in hybrid classes, online classes, face-to-face classes, and they are given here. So actually virtual reality is one of the leaders, but I need to be to make a note here that this is undergraduate students only. Now this is the average undergraduate and graduate, but again, we should be careful here. Learning by doing, when it is our learning based on very active hands-on experience, basically it means about 30-45 minutes of lecturing, and after that I ask students to complete the corresponding, based on obtained knowledge, complete the corresponding exercises immediately in the classrooms and submit the outcomes to our system. Now students understand that they cannot for 3 hours or 2.5 hours just stay in the back of the classroom and sleep. No, they know that professor will actually ask them to, again, obtain knowledge, process knowledge, and use knowledge immediately. So as a result, they are involved into the process. So faculty, the next topic is a very important topic, and the idea is that it is necessary to be ready for the basically new technical skills of faculty, actually portfolio of skills. And we know that education is not filling of pail with the existing knowledge, but it is lighting of a fire. It is necessary to attract students to the learning process, to the process of getting knowledge. And in accordance with the so-called Dale cones, so what we do, how much people, learners remember, what is called retention factor. So if we use just traditional learning by reading, students, if they use printed textbook papers, then unfortunately 20, 25, basically up to probably 40% what they remember after 6 months. However, if they do learning by doing, if they complete by themselves, if they involved into the learning process in smart classrooms, then it may be up to 95%. And this is, again, our goal. This is why we need smart pedagogy. As a result, actually, the Rogers typology, of course, there are the requirements for the faculty to be aware and to use actively every day the newest technology And unfortunately, in accordance with the Rogers typology, it is not easy process. Only 2-3% of innovators and 10-15% of early adopters. However, the early majority, late majority, and conservative minority, you can see here that we are speaking about 70-75%. So at least administrators should be aware about this. And so it is necessary to find these innovators, adopters, faculty who will actually implement this, who will do this and able to do this and willing to do this. And at the end, I know that I have 2 minutes, so several proposals for collaboration, because I know that this Japanese proverb I've taught in Japan, and I know this, none of us are as smart as all of us. So I represent the international academic and research communities of what we call SEAL, Smart Education and E-Learning. And we use actually the synergetic approach when actually 2 times 2 or 2 plus 2 is not 4, but it is 5. Why? Because we would like actually to use the knowledge, experience, ideas of all members of our community. And as the chair of the International Conference of E-Learning, I want to invite you to participate, submit your papers to our next conference in June 2022. It will be Rhodos, Greece. So we plan it to be in face-to-face, but all online participation will be also very welcome. And what is important, we signed the contract, so it will be, the conference proceedings will be as published as by Springer as a chapter book. So every paper is a chapter in the book. This is what we're using for many years, as I showed you our publication. So this is proposal number 1, participation. Proposal number 2 is, because I can see the agenda and I can see the number of participants right now, I invite you to organize a special session, and you are very welcome to organize a special session with 6 or more papers. And if you want to discuss a specific topic, you are very welcome to do this. We have actually, as of today, we already have these sessions from, for example, organizers from the United States, by students with disabilities, and how smart education, smart technologies and pedagogy can help students with disabilities, from Russia, from New Zealand and Dubai. And we have also PhD student forum, and this is proposal number 3. So the ITMO University, St. Petersburg, actually the leader in internet technologies and internet-based education in Russia. So they actually are taking lead on this topic. So for your PhD students, your graduate students, please inform them about this opportunity to participate, to publish papers as a chapter in the book, to get the best paper award, best PhD student paper award, and so on and so forth. And the 4th one is, this is a proposal. We are writing again, we're working on the book, which is Smart Pedagogy. We work with the Springer on this topic. And if you are interested in participation and as author of the chapters in this book, please let me know. At the end, I would like to thank my very good friend, Dr. Dangoole Ratkos-Kenya, and she is a faculty, KTU faculty, and very active SEAL community member for many years, for her generous invitation to make this keynote presentation. I would like to thank all attendees for giving me your time, because this is the greatest gift of all for me. And as William Shakespeare, I don't want to repeat, so because it is genius. So you can read. Thank you so much for your time. I hope I am on time.
Thank you, Vladimir. Thank you for very insightful presentation, and I believe we will have some questions for you.
All right.
Please.
Now it is your time. It is out of my time. Please. Should I stop sharing my screen? What do you think? Or if there are questions?
I think you can stop sharing, and then if we will have questions from the audience, if not, maybe Daniela would like to ask something or to comment.
In reality, I will want to thank our speaker. Sorry, I moved on the microphone, because really it's very early in the morning. Vladimir, thank you very much. And really it was very impressive presentation, a lot of information. Thank you. And if you want to see what was about our keynote speaker's presentation in the morning, you can see in the records. But again, thank you very much. And maybe from our audience, they will have some questions, because I know very well Vladimir. And I think we met first time maybe 16 years ago. When of course, I am very young now, but anyway, it was a long time ago. And usually we are trying to participate in guest seal conferences. And really, I would like to suggest you, because it's very nice and very useful. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I invite everybody again. I gave you my proposals for collaboration. And if you have any other ideas, I'm open. So for those of you who work with me in the past, or you know that I'm very, very open for any in the collaboration.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and one question from me. You named a lot of aspects and a lot of challenges in moving to this smart pedagogy. If you would could name the most difficult challenge, what it would be? Either people, either technologies, or funding, or something else. How would you see the challenge most important to address?
All right, Gytis, I can tell you that it depends, of course, on the person who will answer this question. Somebody will answer this way, somebody will answer in that way. I can tell you that in terms of course, financial resources, somebody may say. However, you know what, many years ago, when I've taught in Europe, I've taught in Germany, France, Italy, Japan, United States. So I realized that I solved this problem. I don't need any money. I do not request. I earn money by myself using the research grants. So as a result, this is irrelevant for me. So we have money, my research grants from different institutions. So this is why I do not discuss financial. However, right now, honestly speaking, probably to answer your question, for me, the most difficult topic to move to smart university is people. People, faculty. I can tell you to change actually their mind, what they need to do. And I can understand them. You know, they taught for 25 years, they turned face to face, they arrived 5 minutes before class, they leave 5 minutes after. They don't need to do anything else. They want to continue this. And to change this is the most difficult. So basically people, faculty. I know that some universities also, I'm not speaking about mine, but some members of our community said that administration, of course it is necessary to have support from administration. But before you ask for support, you need to show the benefits of smart pedagogy, smart university. I believe that we showed this back in 2016. I made presentations for deans, for the vice president, for research. We convinced them. This is why we have conceptual, okay, go ahead. So, and right now, again, the answer is people to find faculty, not easy, not easy. And the well-known saying actually by the Mr. Woodrow Wilson, who was the president of Princeton University and the president of the United States back in 1920, he said that to change university it is like moving a cemetery. So it is so difficult to make it, but we try to do this. Okay, I hope that I answered your question.
Yes, and I fully agree with you regarding the people and to find the right motivated people to go forward. It's very important. Okay, we have 2 more presentations, and I would like to invite Greta Volodskaite to present technologies for practical cases implementation in distance and hybrid classes.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. And I think that you can see my presentation in the full screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, hi everyone. I know it's been a long day, so I will try to be fast as possible on this one. My name is Greta, and I'm going to talk about the technologies which are available to ease learning when it's held in distance or hybrid way. So, how this topic was raised at all? And there it is again, COVID-19. This caused schools, work, gyms, nightclubs, bars, and all other activities transferred to home place. And here the panic started. School closure to prevent the transmission of the virus was implemented in many countries worldwide. Some countries showed the successful implementation of online learning. Unfortunately, more researchers reported the failures of online learning implementation. Several obstacles were reported regarding the implementation of learning from home activities. Teachers' limited technological engagement skills and students' limited access to engage online learning activities are among the issues that fail in delivering education during the COVID-19 pandemic. And those obstacles reduced education performance. In the United States, for example, more than 3/4 of the 50 largest schools districts have decided to start a school year remotely because of the continued infections. Kenya announced that its schools would stay closed until the beginning of the year, while in Philippines, they vowed to keep schools closed until vaccine becomes available. And in Netherlands and other parts of Europe, many schools resumed teaching all students full-time in the classroom. And even when schools were shut, there were a strong case to be made for creating a physical environment where these students can learn. The challenge, of course, is how to offer in-person learning opportunities to vulnerable students without putting them or the families at risk. Prioritizing the small numbers of students most in need of in-person instruction makes it possible to have smaller class sizes, which makes it easier for students to follow distancing and sanitation protocols that reduce the spread of the virus. And during the first wave of COVID-19, that strategy enabled the United Kingdom to continue educating children of essential workers and those with child protection plans or special needs in the classroom without experiencing meaningful outbreaks in schools. This suggests the opportunity of hybrid learning, bringing back to school children who are vulnerable and leaving at home those who can learn remote way, or to divide classroom into 2 parts and switch between modules accordingly or between the groups of children accordingly. So hybrid learning is an educational model where some students attend class in person while others join the class virtually from home. And educators teach remote and in person at the same time using tools like video conferencing, hardware, and software. In some cases, hybrid classes include asynchronous learning elements like online exercises and pre-recorded video instruction to support face-to-face classroom sessions. When planned well, hybrid courses combine the best aspect of in-person and online learning while making education more attainable for many students. For hybrid learning to be successful, the elements of the hybrid course need to be tailored to the learning format, whether it would be in person or online. Both face-to-face and online learning have their benefits and weaknesses, of course. And the goal of hybrid learning is to combine the 2 formats to create singular learning experience without any weak spots. And the benefits of hybrid learning are these. The first of all, the flexibility, flexible learning schedule, flexibility in teaching modes, flexibility in how students engage with their learning materials, and flexibility in collaboration and communication between peers and their instructor. In addition, just few learning experiences match the immediacy and intimacy of in-person academic discussions. And the face-to-face aspect of hybrid learning benefits from the opportunity for real-time engagement between peers. What is more, online learning comes with many freedoms, and those students who excel at self-management and independent learning will thrive under these freedoms. The freedom to learn from the location of their choosing, the freedom to revisit materials any number of times and also at any space they want and they choose and they can to cope with. And the freedom to develop an in-depth asynchronous discourse with your peers. You need to know how teachers were working online during the pandemic. The research in 3 countries have been conducted: Slovenia, Slovakia, and Spain. And the profile of the teachers was selected randomly, so the poll was made of practical classes teachers, science subjects, psychology, economy, and language. And 30% of teachers teach 3 to 10 years, 30% teach 10 to 20 years, 20 teach 20 to 30 years, and 10 teach more than 30 years or up to 3 years, as you can see in the graph. When teachers were asked about the experience when teaching online before the pandemic, 60% teachers answered that they do not have any experience on online teaching before, and they were not prepared with online materials, and until this point now, do not have all the materials digitalized. Teachers said that mostly during COVID-19 caused online learning, they used Microsoft Office, Zoom, websites like YouTube, personal computers, tablets, mobile, emails, scanned materials, etc. As for the environment of the classes, teachers provided these. Microsoft Teams was used by 80% of the respondents, 10% used Zoom, and 10% of respondents used EduPage. Practical learning and distance teaching respondents performs as follows. First of all, creating photo instructions step-by-step, what to do and when, using existing short movies, how to do it from YouTube and other existing resource libraries, or creating short movies by themselves, and also creating PowerPoint presentations. In addition, teachers reported that they were looking for the best teaching tools online, but it was difficult to decide which tools are the best and easiest to use, at the same time engaging for students. 40% of teachers felt they were adequately informed on how to correctly prepare an online course, but 60% of teachers again said they did not. However, when asked, they identified the resources which they use for engaging students and teaching online, the ones you can see on the slide right now. When asked what the most challenging points were when teaching online, teachers highlighted several points, which can be seen on the slide right now, and highlighted that at the beginning, the technical knowledge of how to use ICT technologies was inadequate and a major challenge for both teachers and students. First, everyone had to learn how to use the tools: recording, embedding, cutting, recording, sharing, playing, uploading assignments, saving, and etc. And then we did another research with external experts, including those in Lithuania. They were questioned, and the additional research was done to identify the best distance learning tools, which may be also used in a hybrid learning when targeting students at their engagement. These are some of the tools which have been highlighted. So first of all, the augmented reality is a growing field of technology where all real life is modified and enhanced by computer-generated sights and sounds. The most common use of augmented reality can be seen through mobile apps, so this is very simple and easy to use, not depending on students' appearance place, either they are in class, home, or whatever. For example, augmented reality apps like JigSpace, which allows you to learn about all sorts of things from car engines to Roman wars. So if you can go to cinema, you can use augmented reality to see the Roman wars. If you can go to some kind of, I don't know, technological space to see how the engines works, you can use the augmented reality apps. The other thing is videos, which can be used as a surrogate for writing and supplement to speaking in real time in class presentations. Short, easy to create and share video isn't hugely different than short, easy to create and share writing, useful for assessment, collaboration, reflection, goal setting, connecting with communities, and more. Moreover, Flipgrid, which you can see in the slides right now, attempts to make it easy to limit who can view. And with this app, you can go on a field trip around the world, do music performances, virtual career, or science fair days. The third thing is the video games. I know this is generally merely saying video games isn't actually a student engagement tool. However, video games literally don't work without player input and thus student engagement. And the right game could change your classroom. For example, Space Engineers, which you can see in slides right now, is a sandbox game about engineering, construction, exploration, and survival in space and on other planets. Now we're looking at with what's likely the simplest app on the list, Google Forms. One of the best ways to engage all students in your classroom is to give students an easy and anonymous way to ask questions, receive feedback, or otherwise reach out to teachers. While there are many ways to do this, one of the most universally accessible and also free methods is Google Forms. Like a few others on the list, what I mentioned and what I will mention, you've likely heard of Socrative, a tool to assess student understanding with prepared activities or on-the-fly questions, then adjust your teaching based on the results. The next one is a Kahoot, which is a handy tool that students can use to creating class questionnaires and quizzes. This is handy for obtaining data for graphing assignments, data for research essays, and feedback from their classmates. Kahoot is compatible with multiple devices and has a game-like feel that will help keep students interested. Then there's Class Dojo, and this is a fun tool to gamify classrooms. Students make their own avatars, the ones you can see in the slide, gain and lose points based on classroom behavior, discussion approaches, and other soft skills agreed upon by teacher and the classmates. Teachers can also use Class Dojo to take attendance and create graphs that break down the information for teachers. Not only this tool will encourage students to uphold class values, but it will also provide their metrics to help teachers adjust their teaching tactics accordingly. The last one I would like to introduce you is EdVoice, and it is a feature-rich communication tool with everything from lesson planning and rubrics to messaging, announcements, notifications, and even tools to help prevent or respond to bullying in the classroom. So these were just several tools we found online, and to draw the conclusions, COVID-19 just one more time highlighted the lack of technical skills and knowledge from teachers who need them for online and hybrid, even face-to-face learning. And this may be solved by providing teachers with additional support on how to digitalize the materials and how to engage students' performance in classes, especially if students are at home. Hybrid learning is a new emerging approach of teaching used in some countries already and considered in Lithuania. And this way of learning might help to reduce the transmission of virus and at the same time don't leave students hanging there alone. The research showed that there are a lot of different tools online that may be used for students' engagement in lessons, not depending on if they are in the classroom or at home or it's a hybrid method. And teachers should not be afraid to gamify the materials, lessons, and the whole learning process. Gamification helps to improve students' engagement and reach better results while studying. So don't be afraid to experiment, don't be afraid to play, because the engagement depends on that. Thank you very much. I hope I wasn't too fast. And if you have questions, I think I can answer it by email, right?
Thank you, Greta. I would suggest to ask questions in the chat, and Greta will try to stay with us and answer the questions here.
I will definitely stay here.
While we still have one presentation, and it's mine, so I will try to be fast and will try to go also quick, maybe skipping some slides. So my presentation was about innovative technologies. So I will talk about main drivers and trends of innovations in learning technologies. And my main identified drivers and trends is ubiquitous access of internet, personalization, cloud-based services, automation and robotization, virtual and augmented reality, blockchain, and artificial intelligence. So talking about ubiquitous access, we have more than 80% of world population already with the smartphones today. So it's up to 30% more from 2016. So it's now raised from 50% to 80%. And that also gives the stimulus to develop applications and learning solutions with the mobile first in mind. So all implementations now are oriented to the mobile devices, and the mobile internet traffic is already exceeding the connected via internet. So 57% already of the internet is via mobile internet. So personalization. In the personalization trend, we see that learners would like to take the ownership of their learning, and this can be assisted with e-portfolios, with personal learning networks, with badges and micro-credentials, with gamification, with all these different aspects, and especially this important in the workplace. So the workplace learning, the learning, contextual learning, in the specific situation, you need to get the specific advice to learn specific skill, and that's where the variables can help, and the learning analytics also comes in to help this personalization to be implemented and to be possible. So talking about the cloud-based services infrastructure and software is moving to cloud. No need for only IT administrators, easy to extend capacity when needed, flexible payment only for the used resources, and always up-to-date solutions, no updates for your software needed. And most of the solutions we use today I usually rely on the cloud services. And in case you have some small thin client on your device, it usually updates itself automatically. It takes care of all the things that device related, but main service is already in the cloud. So, oops, sorry. Skip the slides. Do you still see my slides?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
They can talk in a small group.
So
we have them give presentations from the double robots. They're
automation.
So versatile.
I will silence the video, but you can see.
They're learning, and then the students and the professors.
Moving from
you can see the double robots in the video, which serves as a personal device and helps to teleport to the learning place. Those robots are already not new. They are available for several years, and especially you can even choose from wide variety of different robots for your implementation. And this I believe would really help in the hybrid learning situation, because in the hybrid learning, usually you don't need to have all your students online. You just need to have few of them who couldn't participate in the face-to-face mode. So I believe that this trend is also important. Besides all the motion tracking cameras or the tracking of teachers and learners' activities. So this automation trend is also quite clear. So with virtual and augmented reality, we see that development of applications becoming more easy because the 360 cameras became the consumer product you can already buy for a few €100 and use this to make the representation of your physical environment into virtual environment. You can create the content, you can live broadcast from the panoramic videos, and this also the trend to virtual and augmented reality supported by big companies and by big applications. For example, probably you already see this video from Microsoft, which is about the holoportation, where the person captured by 3D devices from the specially equipped lab and transmitted to another site, and they can communicate with each other using these HoloLens devices. But the next trend and the next just recently announced initiative from the Facebook, it's a metaverse.
Will you help me? Let's take a closer look.
With the augmented reality.
What part of the solar system are we talking about? Saturn. If you were taking astrophysics, you could study
So just
the
a
metaverse.
few seconds of video.
Did you know the rings are made up of billions of icy particles? Really? Look at this.
So, and what's the difference in comparison to this holoportation from Microsoft? It's much cheaper to implement technological. Of course, there are still a lot of technological challenges, but from this specially equipped lab with the 3D cameras, now we are trying to move the solution to just augmented reality glasses with some sensors where you can capture the movement of your hands and then to interact not with the full representation of your image in 3D augmented reality, but with your avatar. So the people will be interacting using the avatars in this metaverse, and it will be quite exciting to see how fast this will be implemented and how the challenges, technological challenges, will be solved. In terms of blockchain, there were quite many startups kicked off in this area, in education technology as well. One of them, bitdegree.org, the Lithuanian startup, which managed to attract about 30 million euros through the crowdfunding via this ICO offering. And they're quite successful in developing and implementing the blockchain-based learning solutions, and also solving the funding of the learners through the attraction of employees. So the companies who would like to invest in some learners' skill development, they can fund via blockchain the learners' scholarship, and then they will get some advantage in choosing selecting the best learners for their inviting to join the company. So in the Europe, we see the European blockchain initiative, and this also will be used or planned to be used with the educational solutions. For example, diplomas, giving the control back to the citizens and managing their education credentials can significantly reduce verification cost and improve authenticity and trust. So recording all the diplomas, micro credentials, earned badges on the blockchain would be the next level to this open badge movement or micro credential movement. So, and last but not least, the artificial intelligence. We see a lot of applications are already powered by artificial intelligence. For example, language processing, or we have the automatic transcription of our meetings in Microsoft Teams, or we can have the translation, virtual translator of the meetings. We have image processing or face recognition, movement, motion tracking cameras, cheating detection during proctoring in exams, Also, virtual assistants, they can be the general purpose virtual assistants like Siri, Google Now, or maybe Tesla bot in the near future. And also specialized, for example, providing answers to the students' question in some specific domain, helping teacher to collect resources relevant to the teaching subject, and so on and so on. And of course, big data and learning analytics helps to make some insights in students' learning, provide with recommendations to students and teachers. So last slide, what is impact to different stakeholders in this process? For the learners, of course, there are more learning opportunities, better choices, or more capabilities. For the teachers, of course, there is a need for constant competence improvement and adoption of new methods and tools. New opportunities to reach out for individual learners. We see a lot of MOOC initiatives where individual teacher can develop a MOOC and sell, for example, through this BitDegree platform. Also, for companies, increasing demand for workplace learning, especially tackling new technological challenges. Educational institutions, of course, has a huge challenge to adapt to rapid changes, to compete in the worldwide market, global market, adapt to increased demand in continuing education and requalification, and of course, internationalization and opportunities in the global market. So that's shortly it. Please, we can wrap up our session, and I would invite everyone to switch on cameras and probably have a follow-up discussion. Okay, we have more than 70 people connected. So do you have any reflections? Anybody would like to say a few words?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
My 2 cents, so at least to involve the audience. So first of all, I would like to thank again the organizers, and I really like, even I heard actually 2 or 3 presentations, I really like the topics that basically, in 2 or 3 consecutive presentations, we are speaking about gamification, virtual reality, and so on and so forth. So again, this is great success. Thank you so much. I would like actually to mention here, and for example, Greta, I believe that mentioned that, Greta, I'm sorry, but I believe that I should consider you as a young, very young faculty or instructor, teacher. When Greta mentioned that use this technology, it is exciting. And here I would like actually to ask, let's say, okay, Greta, please go down to the reality. I don't know in Vilnius, but let's say in Chicago. When you say, take this technology, it is exciting. When the faculty said, I don't need it. Why should I spend my time to learn it, to implement? I am happy, I can teach. And faculty, when you speak about pandemic, and I can tell you, even at our department, faculty said that this is the book in PDF, read it from screen. If you have questions, ask me. Greta, how from your point of view, generation whatever, Y, for example, probably not probably Z, I don't know, how to solve this problem, how to motivate faculty to use the exciting technology that you talked about, as well as Gytis. He also mentioned virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and all this Bitcoins technology. Please help me. I'm looking for ideas. Every idea is great. The only question is that it will work immediately or it will work 100 years from today. Please, what do you think? And I'm asking everybody, but personally Greta, because I quoted her that this is exciting technology, faculty use it.
Okay, so I have an idea actually. You know, we can, now we're trying to tell teachers that, look, this is the virtual reality, this is the gamification elements, take it and use it. But maybe we have to go to students, you know, and say to them that, look, now you're reading PDF books, but you can play games. And your teachers are not doing this to you. So maybe you can write, you know, students should require for a better and more qualitative education. If they're good with the reading PDF and then writing the assessment in a Google Forms, that's it, you're good. If you're not, you're not. So you can, you know, I don't know how it's going in Chicago, but like in Kaunas, for example, we can write feedbacks on our teachers and our educators. So we can write that, you know, I don't like the lesson. So if you have, I don't know, 100 students and 100 students will say that I don't like the method you're teaching, it's old, I don't like that, you have to learn something new, you will.
Can I add a few sentences? I try to support you, Greta, not in such English. In reality, each year, our students, my students, they are evaluating me as a teacher. And during attestation, evaluation of the students have a very big part in percentages. It means we are not so happy because if I am a strong teacher and students are evaluating me very negative, oh, sorry, it's not good. But in reality, it's very good motivation to be innovative teachers because we have very big questionnaire and we can see the teacher is innovative or not. If you are innovative, you are collecting bonuses. It means this is official motivation. But of course, playing very big role, some friends, for example, if Greta or Gytis have such a very innovative material and students are happy, of course, I try to be equal like Gytis and Greta. It means a lot of things are playing very big role. Of course, I understand you, Vladimir, because we are Kaunas University of Technology and we have enough staff, academical staff, not so young like me. It means really it's not so easy to change thinking. But I would like to repeat what Gytis told during one conference. I was a little bit surprised, but really pandemic, it's not so good. But the sentence was, pandemic time, it was both time for distance education. I think everybody agree because this real situation push us. You have to be in such level. Of course, it was chaos in the school, maybe a little bit less chaos in universities, but now more or less, we are in such level. It means a lot of, a lot of things are playing very big role in motivation.
Also, I just wanted to add, sorry, just a quick thing, that usually teachers or educators, whatever, it doesn't matter, are you in the primary school or in university, the links, books, whatever pages, some resources just being thrown out and they left there hanging there with with methods, with games, with books, and they don't know what to do and where to start. And when they are left without a support, nothing happens. There's no magic without work.
Okay, I would like to add very good ideas, very good suggestions. From the organizational point of view, of course, the support is crucial. And you cannot push and support everybody. So the main task is to identify the leaders, identify the good practice and to support them. to make a showcase of good practices, to promote them, to show them, and to tell the story to others. So this, for the beginning, I think the best way to go. And of course, all other, the demand from the students plays a very important role. And we already went through this. I remember when there were big opposition from using learning management system. So the Moodle was, well, why do we need Moodle? I have some slides on my website. I don't want to change anything. I will use FTP server or some other email will send us via email. So so what we did, we of course had some competition, some best teachers were awarded, so different, and of course the support. And we should make that using the service would be most convenient for the teacher. So it should bring some added value to his efforts in the teaching. So it should be, he should be motivated not only by some administrative measures, but also to find that this service and those tools that are suggested, they bring some added value to his teaching practices.
That's true. Also, what was actually the findings in one of the research is that teachers, like, they do have Google, but they don't know how to Google. Okay, so you can find a lot of materials online, but you don't really know which are the most useful, how to use them, etc., etc. There's no like one place where all the materials would be held, so you can source it, etc., etc. So this is the idea for the project.
Right. May I add my 2 cents? So what I hear right now, of course, I probably know most of this in terms of evaluation of teachers. Dangoli, we every semester in all courses, teachers in our university, private university, are evaluated, and all evaluations are anonymous. And if somebody gets actually below the certain bar evaluation, then this faculty is in trouble. But we are speaking about all this administrative, we are speaking about some kind of guillotine, we are speaking about, pressure on the faculty. You must do this, otherwise you will not, whatever, get salary increase. I want to tell you about something different. I don't know, positive or negative. I realized that actually students are our customers, consumers of our knowledge. They actually motivate at least me and some of our faculty. When students said that, Professor, I want to learn this technology. Why? Because if I learn it, then I will get better job in industry, in a better company that innovative, not old-fashioned company. And this is why I'm telling you, for example, the books, I can show you the books that we publish. All my publications that for the 7 most recent years are with the students, because they actually motivate me to learn this technology, use this technology, because when they interview, during the interview for the new jobs, they mentioned that I have in my resume, I have these technical skills, I know these systems, I work with these systems. Then basically this is a turning point. This is what separates good applicant from the best applicant. After that, the question is not to get job on, we have 100% employment at our department, no problem to get a job. The question is that students now, if they know technology and they use technology in classroom, then they have what we call a better price tag, market value. They can increase the salary. And I can tell you just one example. One of my students this semester, she will be my student till May, but this semester, using this technology, she was able, and now listen, increase the salary, starting salary that she will get on June 1st next year by, listen, $24,000. $24,000 based on whatever she had initially, but after tick, 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 I know this, I know this, I know that, I speak 4 languages, and I published these 4 chapters with my professor, plus $24,000, plus on the top of what she had. So just wanted to mention, again, I don't know how relevant, how it is for you, but for us, if students get jobs, they are our agents. Microsoft, IBM, Google, Computer Associates, of course, Caterpillar, and so on companies. But if they do not get jobs, why? Because we read books, we didn't use technology, we do not have technical skills, then this is a problem. They are our anti-agent. At least this is our experience. Probably, I don't know, again, probably it will be helpful, probably not for some of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vladimir. We try to use some elements, but we are expert in distance education, and maybe our sound will reach some stakeholders, or maybe not so much. Okay, maybe more ideas, because as I know, some of you wake up very early, came to this conference, and I saw some of you during all the day, maybe without lunch and coffee break, sorry, this creative workshops, from one side it's okay, but not from another side, not. I would like to ask Gytis, did you ask our participants to fulfill data in the questionnaire about quality?
Not yet, so...
it would be nice, it would be nice.
Can someone share
I'm sorry, I think that Ramonas is like raising the hand here.
Oh, sorry.
Don't be shy. Switch on your microphone and start talking.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say thank you to Vladimir Ruskov for his very interesting presentation, and to say that it is very nice to see him again. However, this time in our conference, but I have one suggestion for the pyramid, which information retention pyramid, which Vladimir presented. I agree with this pyramid and introduce this pyramid to our students. But I have one suggestion regarding what you said right now. I think the more retention of information would be if students would do anything with understanding the relevance, what they are doing, the relevance of that information which they are getting. Therefore, I think most important thing, as you told, to tell them why these things which they are doing are important for them and how they would be helpful for them. This is my suggestion. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Ramonas, thank you. It is called actually context awareness topic. So as a result, this is part of what we're talking about, at least smart pedagogy. Yeah, so whatever, something will work in specific context. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ramonas. As you see, Ramonas from Norway, it's snowing, etc. But of course, it's dark in Kaunas. Okay, now really I would like to ask you, all of you, to fulfill data in this questionnaire, because really we are collecting information, how we can improve the quality of our conference. And now really I would like to thank to all speakers. First of all, to all speakers, presentation was fantastic. And all we done record, and you can see, if you want to see again, how you are looking or in our portal. Second, very important message. Until end of January, we are waiting papers. Papers can be written in Lithuanian language or maybe in English. It's up to you. Because as you know, ALTA proceedings, we have an international Copernicus index level, and really it's enough valid, proceedings. And please be careful about the deadline. And really, I would like to wish you all the best, to be healthy, to avoid this virus. But I like positive virus than we are speaking about positive things. And really, I would like to wish you all the best in your job, in your families, and Merry Christmas coming very soon. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
O, Ramūnas, nu šaunuolis. Fantastic.